What is up, everybody? And yes, I did some. Oh, that's loud. Hold on. Ahem. But yes, I did some farming between streams. I did the I did free quests in the summer event. I haven't done any of the main story, but we'll do some Orleans, then we'll do some more summer stuff. But yeah, I didn't do anything major off stream. Just summer farming. All right, let's get into this. Or it could crash? What? Hold on. Okay, I think I fixed it. I don't know what that was. It's always everything's scuffed all the time. Get my volume sorted here. There, that should be better. Yeah, I like how the first one, the chat bot wasn't working and the video quality was messed up, and the second one, the video quality was messed up. Like, whoops. Okay, no Hercules. None of that. Man, we need Robin Hood, because we've got David. We don't have Mozart either. Yeah, for Gawain, I want Robin, David, Mozart. That's kind of like the backbone of that team, and George. I swear we'll get George and Mozart though soon. Gawain is just a sunnier swallow. Very swole swallow. So chat, I think I want to beat Gawain this time and use the story support, which is Bedivere, who's not even counterclassing. But you know, he gives you some basic team support with the NP up. I think like we'll do low stars as well. Like I swear I'm not doing this just for it showing off in the stream. I want to beat Gawain that way, right? That would be fun. Keep it like super budget. I don't know if there's any point in going for anyone's NP here because I don't think these stages are normally pretty short and easy. I wish we had Siegfried, honestly. There's a lot of fights that he's really useful for, and he's just cool. Carmilla's skills. Yeah, her skills are pretty whack. She's definitely good. She's a bit niche though because all of her support is debuff based, and it's like none of her debuffs are so impactful that's like, wow, what a support, right? But the main thing is she's got actually a lot of battery for the team. Like if you don't have waiver, she actually is a pretty nice stand-in waiver, and that's no joke, right? That's a pretty useful thing to have going for you. And then she does some, she does some damage on her own. Then she does some basic support through debuffs, and then she gives the team battery. Although it's delayed, I will say it's delayed debuffs. I mean, delayed NP battery. You have to wait a turn, so you can't do like, yo, go turn one, go 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 go. Right? She's not good for that kind of thing. But she's still good. I think she's still good. I don't think she's quite as good as regular Carmilla, but at least for their roles. The roles are so different. It's hard to compare them. Too bad we don't have Shiki, man. Maybe that'll be a main interlude at some point. Should have cast that earlier. I'm over here desperately trying to get Atalante's NP, but she doesn't have her third skill yet, so I don't know if that's gonna happen. We probably could have already won by now, but I want to get the NP here. Hit Atalante. There you go. Well, I was gonna say, then watch them triple critter if she dies. This is one of my favorite NP animations in the game. I actually need to go into the options menu and change it to slow-mo always, because it looks a lot better in slow-mo. This is the first time we've done it though, so it'll be slow. With her first skill at level 1, I don't know how many stars we're gonna make here. Avo with the resub. I mean, you could always watch the stream in bed, 56. Still enough for guaranteed crits. Oh, you could definitely use Carmilla without Poster Girl. I actually had fun against Vlad the other day. That was pretty funny, him just spamming his NP terrain. Dude, look at all these buffs that we don't have. Look at that, look at that. Chat, so right now, instead of... Normally when I'm like, if you mirror the screen on to your computer, you can still just interact with the phone. But right now I'm having to use my mouse. And I bought a new mouse the other day that was supposed to be like silent clicks. So it wouldn't be like as annoying on the stream. But it's a lie. And like, look, you can still hear this like no problem. Like it's not silent at all. I don't. So I'm kind of pissed. False advertising. Like the whole shtick was, yeah, it's a quiet mouse, but it's not quiet at all. I think I can set this up though, where I can use my phone screen again. And what I could do, honestly, I might move this account to my regular phone, like, and just put it on secure folder. And for those who don't know, that's one of the easiest ways to have an alternate account on the same device. Is if you have a Samsung device, not sponsored by the way, but if you have a Samsung device, they come with an app called Secure Folder, and it's for security, but it basically gives you a second version of your phone. It's like an app that clones all your other apps, and so you can just clone FGO, and then you have 2 FGOs. And I think I'll just I'll probably move this account to that on my normal phone. Dude, I love secure folder so much. It's so useful because there's no bullshit. Like so many apps that like clone your apps, you have to watch an ad, or it has like a really big drain on your battery because they're trying to like, you know, get user data. You know, it's just there's always, you know, stupid crap. But with secure folder, because it's like a perk for Samsung, they don't do any under the hood nonsense, and it's just a straight shooter app that's super simple. How come he didn't get his Magecraft buffed in time for Excel like Gimme? I didn't get Snake's projection by Strength. Who are we talking about? Who's he? Is DW cowards? Oh, Kurotsugu. Well, in their mind, it's because, you know, and this degree is fair, you know, Kurotsugu has other things going for him. You know, he's got an upgraded NP now, he's got the targeted taunt, and, you know, that's no joke. That actually is quite good. That being said, because 100 Face is so good, and now Shiki's also been buffed, I really think they do need to buff Kurotsugu. I don't think there's any point, though, in giving him projection, because one, Kurotsugu doesn't have projection, right, lore-wise. It's not like, wow, he's Emiya's stepfather, therefore they have to have the same skills, right? That's silly. It's like, it's fine that he just has Magecraft. That's way more fitting for his character. But he should get a buff. I wouldn't buff his Magecraft, though. That's not what I would buff. I'd buff something else on him. I mean, Time Excel isn't his NP, so that'd be pretty weird if you have it in a skill and on your NP. They don't generally do that. Although Romulus has 9 lives as his extra attack and as a skill, so that's a thing. I like how chat's just repeating themselves over and over right now. But I mean, Kurotsugu's a really good assassin. It's just 100 Face is better, and she's a 3-star, and that's kind of silly. Hey, Anabashi, or Anabashai, or however the hell you say this, thank you for the 23-month resub. It's a little bit of time. I mean, delay doesn't have anything to do with it. Like, if you're just saying the same thing everyone else is saying, it's pretty pointless. I don't know why I'm bothering to cast Joan of Arc's NP right now. I don't know why I'm going for Atalante's NP again. We've done this before. Jiggy is free, but you might have missed the rerun or the original, so. I think people really exaggerate about Kurotsugu. People act like he's just this, like, crappy 4-star assassin that's just, you know, so outclassed by everyone. That's not reality. Like, he's fine. Because even though I would say in a lot of situations 100 Face is better, so that's not because Kurotsugu's weak for a 4-star, it's because 100 Face is absurdly strong for a 3-star. And 100 Face also needs to get 10-10-10 to really get to that point. You know, she scales a lot with skill ranks. But he does have utility with his taunt. It's great. That skill's awesome. Like, my god, there's a lot of good stuff you can do with that skill. Especially if you work with 100 Face. They're both art assassins, right? So you do the art defense down, and that helps Kurotsugu and everything. Like, they have very, very good synergy together. And then if, like, 100 Face does her evasion and she's trying to loop her NP, you put taunt on her, so one, her evasion doesn't go to waste. Maybe with a single target boss, now you know that NP is going to go into the evasion. And the really high hit counts from, you know, like the boss will always hit 100 Face, like every attack that turn, which means you can loop her NP easier. You know, that stuff's great. And you can do it on himself, you know, if he needs the NP. Yeah, okay. The Ninja Snake, that one's a bit behind. That one, I mean, again, she's fine. I think she's workable as an assassin. But yeah, I do think she's a bit behind. Like, I think she's good enough, but definitely behind a lot of the other, like, 4-star single target assassins, especially, like, even Kurotsugu. She's behind him. I don't even know how I would buff that one. Oh, hold on. Let's do FP. Yeah, we don't even have 2000 yet, though. Come on, George and Mozart. Also Qingong. Can never get Qingong soon enough. MP4 Shiki. I mean, MP4 Shiki is still really good, though. Yeah. Oh, Leyline, though. Now, if you could just, you know, limit break. Dude, I swear, we're gonna get a... Okay, chat, place your bets. What's gonna happen first? We either get 5 copies of Leyline and limit break it, or we get 1 copy of Imaginary Element or K-Scope. Right? Which one's gonna happen first? We're all gonna... Dragon's Meridian, don't even start. Dude, my 1 to 3 star count, it got K-Scope, Imaginary Element, Angra, all before it limit broke at Leyline. We were like halfway through Camelot by the time they limit broke Leyline. Yeah, statistically, Imaginary Element will probably be first. I don't know though, they've added a lot of 4-star CEs, so it's harder to get now. But yeah, Emiya, I agree with them prioritizing buffing Emiya more than Kurotsugu, because when Emiya came out, he was pretty shit. Like, he was, I've seen a lot of NA people be like, oh yeah, he was so bad day 1 in NA. But it's like, he was actually better day 1 in NA than he was in JP, because NA got his animation update from the get-go, and his animation update increased his hit count, which made his NP generation better. Originally, he had a lower hit count, so he had really severe problems getting his NP, and then he didn't have any of his skill buffs and his NP buff and all that. Like, day 1 Kurotsugu versus day 1 Emiya, Kurotsugu is so much better. Like, I mean, so much better. And then, yeah, now that Emiya's been buffed a lot, I would say Emiya overall is better in his role compared to Kurotsugu in his role. But Kurotsugu is still totally serviceable, so. Also, yeah, Emiya's original sprite was pretty bad. Do we want to level anybody? We can level Atalante a little bit. We're using her a decent amount. I don't want to too much. We don't want to out-level the content or anything, but... I'm gonna have to try to, like, finish the summer event, though, because you know, we gotta get, at least the shop, you know, we gotta get those foes and all that stuff. We should be able to get 2 sets of foes, though, pretty soon. We'll get the ones from the shop, the Mana Prism shop, and the ones from the event. So we have 2 characters done already. That's good. Oh. Man, dude, I'm trying to remember. Did I start in time to get, like, the super bonus? Because they were doing... I don't think I did. I think I'm actually going to miss it. Like, there was, like, the thing where if you started soon enough, you'd get, like, 1 billion apples. I don't know. Maybe I will get that. I think there was, like, you got 20 apples and all that. I think you had to have started by May, though. So I don't know if we're getting that or not. Yeah, I think I missed it. That sucks. I think I added it up, and I think you got like 60 some odd apples from like that bonus, like start dash campaign or whatever, on top of the ones they already give you. So missing that does suck. I'm actually sadder. I'm serious. I'm more sad about missing out on all those apples from the start dash campaign than I am about missing out on the 5-star, the free 5-star. Oh yeah, we'll roll. We'll see. Like I said, we're going to roll a few times, do, you know, story rolls a few times for funsies, and just to get, you know, some basic CEs. I think it is very practical for new accounts to get, you know, a couple rolls in before they start saving up, just to get some CEs and some units. Dude, it's nice though because it lets you stream, right? You can stream as much as you want if you have a lot of apples stocked up. Okay, that's good. We need Fuma. We don't need him for a while, though. Like, we right now. Oh, no. That can't be Robin Hood. God damn it. Maybe it's something cool like Mordred or Enkidu, but, okay, this isn't looking good. This is not looking good. Oh! Oh, okay. I'm okay with... Oh, you know, I like how I can't get, like, Nursery Rhyme on any account, and then we get NP2 Nursery Rhyme just like that. I'm down for this. That's gonna be our Lee killer, right? That we're gonna fuck up Lee in Lostbelt 3 with that. Give him the good book. Okay, get that no, get that out of here. Get that out of here. Yeah, I'm cool with that. That's cool. The odds of that were terribly low, but I'll take it. None of these things are Robin Hood, man. Come on, give me that Silver Archer. That's a Berserker. I can't, you know, because we have Herc, we're not really in, although I do like Darius, but we're not in too much need of Berserkers. I think the next Berserker I'm leveling is probably going to be Spartacus. Either Spartacus or Darius. Probably Spartacus, just because more survivability. That CE is not great. So many better 4-star CEs than that one. I know this account CEs have been really bad. I've had horrible luck with CEs, but we'll get there. Just skip over that one. I would have preferred that to have been any of the other sisters. Literally any of the other ones. I wish they'd buff Jin K. Yeah, the JPCE pool is so bloated. Yep. They really need to, they gotta do something about that, man. It's a real problem. Oh, we got another Dear Mid Anushi. That's good. Man, these CEs are crap, though. At least we got this. We just need to get, you know, 4 more copies of it. This doesn't really do anything until it's MLB. At least it's some starting NP, I guess. Alright, though. NP2 Nursery Rhyme. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, I don't mind Jin K. I just wish she was stronger. At least she's not weak, though. Man, I need Robin! You're killing the game! Maybe for the anniversary, they'll introduce some mechanics that, like, you know, streamline some things for new players. So, like, you know, things separated into multiple pools that you can pick from and things like that. Like, you know, right now there's not so many 3-star units that I think that's necessary, but they're getting there, right? They add more and more silvers as time goes on. And so, for example, getting Robin Hood is harder now than it ever has been. So, you know, it would be nice if they started doing ways to let you, like, target things or split things up into separate pools, stuff like that. Have I leveled an assassin at all? Not really. Yeah, Robin's one of the better 3-stars in the game for sure. Like, he's specifically very good at killing Gwaine and stuff like that, but then he's also just really useful. Because, like, you know, you don't just level him to beat Gwaine, right? You level him, he's good for beating Gwaine, just like Uriel is, for example, but then he's also good for, like, a million other things, where Uriel's less useful in the long run. So it's like, you know, he's good enough to beat Gwaine, and then he's also, you know, good enough to beat a lot of, like, Lostbelt bosses and Epic or Remnant bosses and all that stuff, so he's a really good investment. Yeah, David's good. I'm glad we got David. Yeah, I think David is the best 3-star. Like, right now we're not using him too much because, you know, we're at the point in the game where we don't need, you know, survivability or any of that. It's kind of just, you know, click buttons. But, like, I think in the long run, David is just the most useful 3-star. It's like, not in every situation. If you're fighting an archer, you know, Ku might be better. If you're fighting a caster, Ushi might be better. But David is still gonna, you know, support your Ku or support your Ushi. To do those things, and then also if they're a Saber, then he's really, really good. Like, he's just good all the time. He's good all of the time. He's been good for almost every challenge quest ever made, almost every major boss fight ever made. Like, this is just super helpful. Like, I use him against Lancers for crying out loud. Actually, I wouldn't say David is way stronger lore-wise. David is strong lore-wise, but it's not... I wouldn't really... He's not like one of the... Like, out of all the 3-stars, you know, like, there's a few 3-stars that, you know, obviously crazy strong. Like, he's not as strong as, like, Ku or Romulus. He really isn't. Like, there's some real inconsistency in how his kit works lore-wise. And he's not the best fighter himself head-on. But he is definitely good. Like, no doubt. Like, it's, you know, David is certainly stronger lore-wise than a lot of the 5 stars are. Like, absolutely. Not all of them, but some of them definitely. But I think the strongest 3 stars lore-wise, yeah, I think the strongest one's Protoku, 100%. Like, Romulus is really crazy, like, for sure. Like, he's no slouch. But I think Protoku's the strongest because, you know, regular Ku is super strong and everything, and he's right up the 2. I'd say the 3 top ones is Protoku, Ku, Romulus. Those are the top 3. You know, Ku's got all that awesome, you know, cause effect reversal, the runs that can block an NP, and all kinds of other effects, and you know, he's super skilled, protection from arrows, all, you know, lots of diversity. You know, Bold is just so broken, but then Protoku is basically all of that. But his stats are higher, and he's got all the runs that Ku has, but then he's also got like the stronger armor that's confused with them, and stuff like that, and then his stats are higher on top of all that. Like, it's pretty wild. Like, the only thing like regular Ku has on Protoku is regular Ku's got disengage and battle continuation, and he's also just, I guess, older and wiser. But you know, you don't really need battle continuation when you're just way tankier and you have really good armor to start with. It's not that big of a deal. And then, you know, Protoku's faster and stronger. And apparently, according to character material, Protoku has a rune that he can give himself clairvoyance. It's like, well, that's fair. Although, you know, regular Ku might have it as well, and he's just never used it. We're not really sure. They're kind of like they're clear about their Bolg being the same, but they're not really clear about the runes being the same or not. Like, some of the runes they have confirmed that are the same. Like, they both have like the 1v1 rune, and they both have the one that increases the rank of Bolg by 1 rank, stuff like that. But the whole clairvoyance thing you've only ever mentioned for Protoku. Yeah, and regular Ku probably wouldn't want to use it anyway, that's true. But I mean, Ku's not an idiot. He uses what he needs to do in the right, if the situation calls for it, if he knows it's like important and stuff. Like, if he's just dicking around, you know, fighting some random servant, he's not gonna just randomly do clairvoyance. But if it's a serious situation and he knows it would help, he would do it. But yeah, Romulus is right up there. You know, he's got, and you know, his tree NP is literally tied with Excalibur, right? It's A++, which there's very few NPs of that rank or higher. So that's already ridiculous. And then he's got, you know, the option to have Divinity on or off, which is great for so many different matchups. And then he has all the other, you know, good things about Imperial Privilege, and his is EX rank. And unlike Nero, he doesn't have like the migraine thing. And then he's also got the other NP where he can just summon a castle, and he can just summon the walls if he wants, and he can use them, like, he can summon castle walls around himself to defend himself. And it says he can summon the walls so quickly he can use them offensively to decapitate a servant, right? The walls can just spawn out of the ground so fast and so quickly that if he like aims them, he can just kill someone with them. That's ridiculous. But like, between that and then his tree NP and then Imperial Privilege and his, you know, high stats, I mean, that's just crazy. Like, he's got really good offense, defense, and then Imperial Privilege and stats and all that. It's nuts. Yeah, the highest NP rank is obviously EX. But, like, you know, there are a lot more people with EX ranked NPs than there used to be, but there still aren't, you know, that many comparatively. You know, most, you know, NPs are you know, like, you know, E to, you know, B+ or A and that kind of thing. You know, A+ is somewhat common now, but then A++ is still very, very rare, and EX is still quite rare. Although they do like just making random-ass waifus for, like, stupid events that have no lore and are never used in the main story, and you just randomly give them an EX NP, and they never explain anything ever again. And they do that a lot. Although EX isn't always more powerful than A++. It can, though. Like, sometimes EX absolutely means it's better than A++. Absolutely. It straight up says this when they're describing, like, the ranks and stuff. EX either means it's beyond A++, right? So it means it's a beyond 250 in power, or it's unquantifiable, right? And if it's unquantifiable, that does not mean it's necessarily stronger than A++. And that's for normally effects that are just weird. They're not like raw power. It's not like, you know, oh look, it's an EX rank of, you know, clairvoyance. It's like the strongest clairvoyance. It's more like, you know, it's some kind of weird type of clairvoyance that's like, you know, oddly specific or something. And you got things like Asterios' Labyrinth. You know, it's EX, but it doesn't do like damage. It doesn't like, it does, you know, it's kind of unquantifiable how useful it is. So that's why some things are EX rank. They're not necessarily EX rank because of oomph, because some of them don't have any oomph, right? They're just some like weird effect or whatever. But like Aya is EX obviously because of the absurd amount of oomph it can have. Although I guess it does also have really unquantifiable effects on the side too. If there's anything deserving of EX, it's definitely Aya. Yeah, Kiyohime's NP is literally the only... It's the only saving grace that she has, is because like everything else in her kit is terrible. Like her skills are terrible, her stats are like some of the absolute worst stats of any servant. It says she's incredibly unskilled, so I mean she can't like defend herself like that at all, and she can't like fight in melee or anything. Yeah, but her NP is really powerful. That's like the one thing she's got. Ranked, like, here's a good example for Medea's NP. You know, its oomph is very low, right? It doesn't really do any damage, right? It's not good like that. But it's got utility. Like, rank is not everything. Some people really over-exaggerate, like, how... You know, it matters if you have an NP like Excalibur that's just like, I'm a firing my laser, right? Oomph is basically the only thing that matters there, right? Because that's what you're doing. You're throwing out a raw, really powerful attack. So the numbers is really all that matters in that case. But there's a lot of NPs where, like Rule Breaker or Bolg even, where, yeah, Bolg's oomph matters, right? Because if it hits, you know, it's got the whole cause-effect reversal, so it's either going to hit you in the heart, or if that fails, it'll hit you in the chest. So how much oomph you're doing with that cause-effect reversal matters. You know, the fact that it's, you know, B+, you know, that's good. But the main reason Bolg is good is because of its effect, right? Bolg could have the damage of a C+, and it'd still be super deadly because, you know, it's just its effect of the whole cause-effect reversal of an... I will say, I feel like they kind of messed up with Bolg. I feel like if they designed it today, its rank would be different. Because it is kind of weird, because it's like, you know, yeah, its raw damage is good, but nothing amazing. But then, you know, its cause-effect reversal is absolutely broken, but then it has that effect, and this is absolutely canon. It's in its character material book, and it's even in the visual novel, like its profile in the visual novel, that its damage scales up with how tanky the opponent is. And they did that because, you know, Ku was like a monster slayer. He killed a lot of like big bad monsters, and they said that Ku actually has like an ability to do more damage to people that have the monstrous trait. And they use Medusa as an example as someone that he would do a lot of bonus damage to. But anyway, because Bolg is like a monster killer, which is designed to kill big bad, you know, messed up monsters, it does more damage the tougher the enemy is, and it says it scales up infinitely, right? So the enemy could be some like, you know, god, or like a type, or you know, some crazy shit like that, and it just scales up with however tanky they happen to be, and then it says it does the damage of the B+, right? So it does like the scaled up damage based on how tanky the enemy is, and then it does the normal like B+, you know, bulk damage. That's crazy broken, right? Like, that's super strong, so you really would think it would be higher ranked than B+, but, you know, sometimes ranking doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because it's got that scale up, and then it's also got the whole, you know, cause-effect reversal thing, which is, you know, a little broken. Yeah, Ku really could, like, just murder Zeus, unless Zeus has got, like, some, you know, ability to, like, you know, instantly heal himself, or you know, regenerate or something, but yeah, because they use, like, you know, Archetype Earth and all that kind of stuff as an example, because, like, yeah, they're super strong, but then Bolg don't care. Oh, yeah, I need to, like, turn the music back on. Whoops. Hold on, I, like, absolutely borked my playlist here. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. We'll probably do a little bit of Summer 4 later. I want to get to Orleans, but yeah, we'll do some Summer 4 later. Most of the farming for Summer 4, I'm just going to do off stream. Oh, hey, this is a boss fight. Shit. I'm over here, like, just clicking random buttons and not, like, thinking about what I'm doing at all. He's only 40k, though. I'm not too worried about that. Trying to think if there are any other... I will say this, Fate's Day Night in particular does not do a very good job with its ranks, and I don't even just mean for NPs. It's just because, you know, Fates Stay Night wasn't really made with the idea of like longevity in mind. They weren't thinking about there being a bunch of other Fate stuff. And so like there's just a lot of like inconsistencies with like what these say and like what the ranks of a lot of stats are and stuff that just doesn't make sense. And you know, retroactively they tried to fix some of those things, but some of it is just, you know, unfixable because, you know, they just didn't plan it out very well. And another mistake, it's not even... Actually, that's not true. People are always saying stuff like that about Fates Stay Night. Fates Stay Night is not a hentai with plot. It's actually a story that after the fact they forced hentai into, right? That's what it is. Like, it was originally made and it didn't even have any sex scenes and all that. And then after the fact they added them, or the editor added them because they thought it would help it sell better. And then after that, then they ended up removing them. So like that, people always try to say that about Fate, but it's just objectively wrong. Like it was literally just a visual novel and a story, and then they added ungodly bad, you know, super cringy sex scenes, and then they removed them later. However, Fates Stay Night's plot is still bad, and I've always said that. I think Fates Stay Night's plot is pretty bad. It has good characters, and you know they put a lot of effort into the abilities and under the hood stuff, but. The funny thing is, yeah, they thought it wouldn't sell without them, but if anything, I think it ended up hurting them. I think in the long run it wasn't the right move. And that's why they removed them later. That's why they're not in the PlayStation 2 version or the PSP version and all that stuff. Because I mean, they were so bad anyway. Like even if you wanted that in your game, no one wanted those, right? Like those are so bad. They're like, I like how everyone always makes fun of the CGI dragon in the Dean Stay Night, or you know, the Fates Stay Night version they did. But then it's like they put the CGI dragon in place of some of the worst, you know, sex scenes ever. So I'm like, I'm okay with this. I'll take the dragon, thanks. Yeah, Kodamine is nuts, dude. And he actually does have powers, though. Like, he actually is trained in almost all forms of magecraft. He just hasn't mastered any of them. Like, he just gets proficient in, like, a million different things. The only thing he's, like, naturally good at is healing, though, which is very ironic. I should have used Joan of Arc's second skill there. That was the time. Yeah, he is very good at martial arts. That's obviously not magical, though. So, like, he did put a lot of effort into that, but... And I don't think he even wanted to, like, master healing. It's just, he just happens to be really adept at it, right? It was just, like, a natural thing. He didn't have any control over it. I actually would not be surprised if Rasputin is mostly a DPS character, but then on the side he has a bit of healing, right? I would not be surprised if he did that at all. Dude, I love the part in the Ufotable Fate Zero anime when Kurutsugu is fighting Kodamine and he uses like quad excel or whatever, or triple excel. I don't remember which one. I think it was triple. And he's trying to hit him with a knife, you know, and it's just not happening. Like, it's not happening at all. Like, I'm literally cheating and I've got like way faster speed than a normal person and I still can't fucking hit this guy at melee. I want to point out that Kurutsugu objectively had an advantage there. Like, they both had their natural abilities and like their normal tools. Like, you know, Kurutsugu has his machine guns, the grenades, that kind of stuff, and Kodamine had his black keys. I would say that's like their default stuff, right? And I would say that that favors Kurutsugu a lot. Let's be real. You know, even in mage battles, guns and grenades are a lot better than just black keys. Like, black keys really aren't that great, much like in FGO. You know, and then I guess Kodamina's got the bulletproof vest. I guess that's pretty good. So on that, for the most part, they're pretty equal on that. And then, you know, Kurutsugu though then has outside help with the, you know, origin bullet, you know, gun and all that. That's a pretty, you know, abnormal piece of stuff there. But then Kodamine has the command spells, right? You know, he's got more than 3, so that's a really big deal as well. So at this point, I'd say they're pretty much uneven with like the tools at their disposal. But then, you know, Kurutsugu, oh yeah, so by the way, I just casually have Avalon, right? Just an actual Noble Phantasm from you know, Artoria, right? Just an EX rank Noble Phantasm, you know, just casually, you know. That puts it, you know, a good bit in his favor, right? Like, quite a bit there. And then, you know, he has his own magical abilities with Excel, which that's fine, that's his own abilities. And then, you know, Kodamine has his own abilities as well. But yeah, Kurutsugu absolutely has more outside help than Kodamine. Like, it's not, I mean, very much so. Like, just casually an EX rank Noble Phantasm. I mean, the heal literally saved his life. Like, that's not it. Like, it's not like, oh, he just has you know, he's nearly immortal. Just that, you know, just that. You know, that's just, it's so minor. It's like that's a pretty big deal. Like, he literally had his heart destroyed and he lived, right? This is not a natural thing that somebody can do. Don't think we're gonna bring Nurse Rhyme for that one. Like, he's not quite immortal, obviously, but, you know, way tankier than he should be. I need to level up Kojiro a little bit more. Well, I mean, 14's probably alright right now. Yeah, I definitely think Fate Zero did a better job with its, you know, its quote-unquote plot armor, and just, you know, they wanted certain things, you know, they wanted certain people to survive and certain people to die, but they made it play out a lot more naturally than Fate Stay Night's routes do. I think the Fate route honestly does the best job with that, but then I think Unlimited Blade Works gets a bit ridiculous, and then Heaven's Feel gets super ridiculous. There's only a few minor things in Fate Zero that are kind of unnatural feeling, and they're mostly because Fate Zero was written after Fate Stay Night, and so there were certain things that were set in stone. You know, Assassin had to be the first one to be defeated, you know, stuff like that. So there, and like, you know, Artoria had to not know the identity of Gilgamesh. And honestly, a lot of people think it's a pretty minor one, and yeah, it doesn't actually affect anything too greatly, but I honestly find that one to be one of the most unbelievable parts of Fate Zero, is how Gilgamesh is just randomly not saying who he is, like when he's talking to Iskander and Artoria and stuff. And in no other story with Gilgamesh, does Gilgamesh at any point try to hide his identity, right? Because he's the king of humanity in his eyes, right? He, you know, it's like, he's, at no point is he trying to hide anything, right? It's like, that's for dogs. You're trying to hide and you know, conceal yourself. That's for these mongrels, right? That's not for the king, right? You know, so it's like, it's so unnatural when he's like going out of his way not to say his name and that big clusterfuck in Fate Zero, right? I just don't believe that, right? And the only reason he does that is because they'd already determined that Artoria didn't know who he was in Fate Stay Night, so she couldn't figure it out. So that's kind of silly. And again, especially because on every other stories Gil has been in, which has been, you know, a lot, he's never shy about his name, right? He doesn't necessarily go around telling it to everybody, but he's never like, you know, if someone's like questioning him and stuff, he's not gonna, you know, he's not gonna be like, oh, you know, if you can't figure out who I am, I'm not gonna tell you. That's so not Gilgamesh, man. Like, they had him say it and spin it in a way that was egotistical and stuff, so it wasn't completely unnatural, but that obviously happened specifically because of what they said in Fate Stay Night, right? I mean, just clearly. But again, like I said, that's a fairly minor point. You know, that doesn't really affect anything. It was just a quick moment that I was like, yeah, that feels pretty unnatural. Yeah, Iskander just figured it out. Gil never told him, which also I think is really weird because he actually respects Iskander a lot, so I think he would fucking tell him. But Iskander just figured it out because, you know, Iskander is not a moron. Like at that, from the stuff that him and Artoria saw, it's pretty easy to figure out if you at least know history, right? So it's kind of funny that, and again, it's just, I don't think it's because Artoria is an idiot. I think it's just the writing, right? Like, Artoria would have been able to figure it out, right? It's not that hard, right? You know, it's like, see, super old king has like all these treasures, crazy egotistical, you know, it's like, I want her. It's like, and the fact that, you know, Iskander can figure it out and then fucking Artorias is just like, you know, it's kind of dumb. And then she's like shocked in Fate Stay Night, right? When he says it, she's all like, this can't be. It's like, of course this can be. You've already seen this guy do so much stupid bullshit. It's like, this isn't surprising at all. But again, it's because, you know, Fate Stay Night, you know, they didn't really know how much interaction Artoria and Gilgamesh had in Fate Stay Night, you know, in the previous stuff. And they actually had to say, basically, it's funny, Nasu basically had to say, it's like, yeah, Fate Zero, the book, is an alternate timeline, and in the regular timeline, it's basically exactly the same as Fate Zero, except for this one thing, because there was just like a huge plot hole that they had to fix. And I think that plot hole was like, I think like their fight was, I can't remember, but I think it's like their fight at the end is supposed to be slightly different, right? It's still interrupted by the Grail and all that stuff, but like, the fight was supposed to play out slightly differently, and because of that, and that was inconsistent with the Fate Zero book, Nasu was like, yeah, okay, Fate Zero is technically an alternate timeline, but then he was like, but also it's basically exactly the same in every fucking way, except for this one fucking thing. So it was kind of dumb, but that is, it's because there's bad planning, you know? Yeah, yeah, that might have been it. It might have been the Kutsuga stuff. I just remember there was some like really minor inconsistencies that they had to change because of that. But like, and the thing is, I guarantee you, and this is totally how Nasu is, I guarantee you, they're never going to reference the quote-unquote regular Fate Zero, right? Anytime they do want to interact with Fate Zero, it's always going to be the book version. Always, right? Even though it's quote-unquote an alternate timeline now. They're just always going to reference that one. Just like in Fate Grand Order, that's the one they went with. I actually really like Fion's look in Fate Zero, the anime. I thought it looked awesome. I wish we actually got that version. I like the one in FGO too. I think that's fine. But I would have liked to have both. Wait, who are we comparing Gil to? Also, why are we comparing things to Gil? Because this is never a good idea. Fion as a saber would be kind of cool. Right now, I mean, anything stronger than Aya is potentially things that like aren't even noble phantasms or on servants. Because I mean, it just straight up says this. They recently put out a thing for Aya, and it just flat out says Aya is the strongest noble phantasm humanity has ever possessed. Not humanity created, humanity ever possessed. So that makes it, you know, way ahead of basically everything we know of right now. There are things that could potentially be stronger than it, like types, you know, ultimate ones, you know, Tiamat. We're not really sure. Like, I've always said, I think full power AO probably could kill Tiamat, but full power AO also would, you know, blow up, like, Earth entirely, right? So what? Guys, I gotta save the Earth from Tiamat by blowing up the Earth. It's like, okay, yeah, this'll work great. But all the noble phantasms we know of right now are not stronger than Aya, like, not at all. I mean, reality noble phantasms count as well. Like, it didn't say Aya's stronger than all, like, you know, constructed noble phantasms. It didn't say Aya's stronger than all, like, you know, physical noble phantasms. It just said Aya is the strongest noble phantasm that humanity has ever possessed. I think it even said will ever possess. And so that includes, you know, conceptual ones like on the Blade Works or whatever the fuck. But there's things in the Nasuverse that aren't noble phantasms, right? They're, you know, types don't have noble phantasms, for example. Oh, the stage is almost over. Damn, I was like trying to get Kojiro's MP and stuff. But Gil, you know, isn't really willing to just randomly use Aya at full power because like that's so impractical to do. I mean, Tiamat is still one of the strongest things that we've seen in the Nasuverse. It's hard to compare her. There's a lot of like other. You can compare her a lot to like certain, you know, to servants and stuff. But like we don't really know how she compares to, you know, Titan Mercury, right? We don't know. Like right now there's like no direct comparison between the two, and they've already said in Fate Grand Order that Time Mercury is stronger than B7, but we don't know if B7 is stronger than Tiamat, right? So that doesn't really mean anything. In terms of what we can quantify and stuff, right now I think Tiamat is one of the strongest things we've seen. I think she's just absolutely okay. Zeus in Lostbelt, I really have to stress this. Zeus in Lostbelt 5 is much stronger than regular Zeus, right? He did things in that timeline that made him a lot stronger, and that's why he was able to beat the White Titan easily. He didn't just beat the White Titan, he beat the White Titan easily. So Zeus is much stronger there. But going by what is necessary to beat him and what he does and like his effect and everything, I think he's absolutely weaker than Tiamat. Like absolutely. Like he's strong, absolutely. Like Zeus in Lostbelt 5 is a scary son of a bitch. But I think he's absolutely weaker than Tiamat. We had to jump through way more hoops and have way more powerful things on our side. Like, yeah, we have Romulus, that's really strong and everything. But, like, you know, fucking Tiamat, we didn't even fight her at full strength. We had to nerf her by putting her in the underworld. Then we had, you know, fucking Gilgamesh, for God's sakes. Then we had, you know, Gramps and you know, everything else. And then we got being buffed by Merlin, which that's a huge deal and stuff. Like, you don't have that much stuff going on to beat Zeus. And Zeus is crazy strong, but like right now I think Tiamat is stronger than all the gods we've seen. And they even established that by saying she's not a god or a goddess, she's a primordial goddess, and they straight up say that a primordial goddess is much stronger than like a regular god or goddess. So I mean right now she's just one of the strongest things we've seen, but there's no, I don't see any way to compare her to like Titan Mercury or some of the other like crazy shit out there. There's just, I don't see how there's no scale, like no reference point that you could actually use that would be practical in determining that. And honestly, I don't think Titan Moon has even decided what's stronger. I think they'll just make it up as they go based on what the specific story demands, which I think is lame. I hate when people do that, but like it's very common. You know, let's say if they ever use Tiamat again, and they want her to be stronger than like a type or some, you know, Crimson Moon or whatever, they'll just make her stronger. And then if they don't, they want the new fancy thing to be stronger, they'll just say, oh, it's even stronger than Tiamat, right? So I don't think there's anything really set in stone with that right now. Actually, Tiamat is tied for the oldest deity in human history. Like, we don't know of any older ones. It's her and Abzu, or Abazu, or however you say it. Well, she can kind of die. She doesn't have a concept of death. This is something people really must have understood throughout the Nasuverse, which is weird because a lot of older stuff kind of makes this clear, but I guess it's because it's older stuff, people don't really know about it or whatever. But there's been many things throughout the Nasuverse that don't have a concept of death, and yet they still get whacked, right? They don't necessarily quote-unquote die, but they get destroyed, right? Obliterated. They're not around anymore. And it's not, they don't always need things like, oh, we force the concept of death on them. That's normally not what happens. They normally just get destroyed anyway. Now, not having a concept of death makes you much harder to get rid of, right? Yeah, like things like, you know, mystic eyes of death perception aren't going to work. You know, things like, you know, like a lot of typical stuff that would like kill someone won't work, right? They don't have like, oh, I destroyed their hearts or they're dead. That won't work. But it's more like if you just completely obliterate them, they're gone. They might not be quote unquote dead, but they don't exist anymore, if you will. It's just generally it's very hard to do that, right? It's normally very hard. Like something like type Jupiter. Type Jupiter doesn't have a concept of death, right? And it's incredibly huge and incredibly tanky. Basically, it was fighting all the like ether liners and A-rays. And he said like they're basically each individual one of them was like as strong as a fucking nuclear weapon, and they can't even phase it. They can't even phase it, right? So then on top of that, it doesn't have a concept of death. It's like you can't. There's like almost no way to actually get rid of that. But if you do have something strong enough to just completely obliterate it, you know, or give it the concept of death or things like that, then it's different. I mean, I'd say that types are implied to be the strongest thing. I wouldn't really say they're necessarily confirmed to be the strongest things because it's just some of their stuff is unquantifiable. I don't know. I do feel like what they've said about type Jupiter, right now I feel like type Jupiter is the strongest thing they've ever detailed. And I guess Slash Emperor, but you know, Slash Emperor is basically the I win button. But Jalter isn't necessarily that strong, though. I mean, he's very strong, but I don't think he's even in the ballpark of Tiamat. Like, he more has just, like, his really unique abilities and stuff. From what I've, like, he basically doubles down with Type Moon, right? And then he's pretty fucked up after that. But Type Moon is much weaker than the other types. It's the weakest one by far, and I think Tiamat is definitely stronger than it. So Jalter is strong, absolutely, and he's got really strange abilities and stuff. But in terms of like raw power, like I don't think Jalter even has a snowball's chance in hell against like type Jupiter. Fujino's pretty strong as a server, but I mean, she's not even close to stuff like, you know, Tiamat or you know, type Jupiter or Slash Emperor, nothing like that at all. But she is quite dangerous for sure. Also, she doesn't exist outside of FGO. It even says there's so many servants like this. Actually, a lot of the joke servants or crossover servants or stuff like that. It basically says in their bios, like, you know, they're not going to exist outside of FGO, and like when the singularity is concluded, they're not going to be in the Throne of Heroes anymore and stuff. And it says that about Shiki and Fujino, but it actually says that about a lot of other characters too that are like, you know, not really serious characters and stuff. But yeah, like, oh god, this song. How do I put this? Okay, so if you compare what they've said about A-Rays, like the top tier A-Rays, compared to like Oratoria, the A-Rays are much stronger. Like at least their destructive power compared to Excalibur is much stronger. Like much stronger. You know, like they basically say their destructive force, a single one of them, is on par with a nuclear bomb, right? And a nuclear bomb's destructive force, it puts Excalibur to shame. I mean, it puts Excalibur to shame, right? Excalibur's like big enough to destroy like a bridge, you know, or a fort, you know, and you can see it. You know, you can see its blast, you know, compared to, you know, the bridge and everything. You know, very strong, absolutely. But I mean, a nuke can wipe out a whole fucking city, and that's the old nukes, right? So it's like an A-Ray's destructive power, it definitely eclipses Excalibur by a good amount, and every single A-Ray. The top tier A-Rays are like that, right? And then Ether Liners are really strong too and everything. And like an army of these guys, they couldn't even hurt Jupiter. It wasn't like, oh, they're not winning. It was like it was like gnats trying to, you know, attack a tank, right? Literally nothing's happening, right? So they were completely ineffectual. And that kind of shows just how absurd type Jupiter is. Because like if you think if all that's doing literally nothing to them, you know, it's pretty easy to see how, like, you know, Excalibur's not going to do a damn thing either, obviously. However, there is a difference. Not all A-Ways. Anyway, not all A-Rays are created equally, right? Like there's a lot of lower tier ones and stuff that aren't as strong, but the top tier ones are said to be like as powerful as that. And I think they're pretty much on par with the Ether Liners and stuff. Yeah, so they described what type Jupiter. Hey, thank you for the 1 year resub, dude. Boyd, thank you, man. Appreciate it, everybody. We've had so many subs lately, man. I don't even know what to say. But yeah, type Jupiter is basically said to be this like giant, kind of like golem humanoid, black like cloud thing that's like surrounding like a purple core. It's got like a. It's basically its core of itself is kind of like the Jupiter, right? The storms on Jupiter and all that. Like the core is basically Jupiter, and all of its like its body. It's like this like black golem humanoid shaped thingy. That's like a fucked up storm. Is basically, you know, the kind of like, you know, the storms on Jupiter and stuff. So that's pretty cool, honestly. And it from what they described right now, it definitely sounds like the strongest of the types. Like I'd say easily it's described as the strongest of the types, and at least in terms of raw oomph, you know. And I think that makes sense because Jupiter is the largest planet, and it's, you know, the surface of the planet is so fucked up. And literally, because types are basically whatever being has survived and evolved and become the strongest being of that planet. And Notes is set, you know, super far in the future, so, you know, these things have all become really powerful. So anything that's like surviving Jupiter and becomes the ultimate one of Jupiter kind of has to be an extreme badass. So, right, you know, they haven't described all the types in detail, so we don't know for sure that Jupiter is the strongest, but right out of what they have detailed, I think it is the strongest. And it just sounds awesome. Like, dude, I hope they give it, like, they described it in detail, but they never gave it artwork, and so I hope someday they do. I don't think they scale the size of their planet. I think it's more of, like, just, like, I think that has something to do with it, but I think it also has to do with, like, just how powerful the planet is, what the conditions on their planet is, what, you know, how powerful they became on their own, right? Because, you know, like, type Mercury seems quite powerful. Although they say straight up that type. Okay, they say a few things about Mercury. First of all, they say Ort might actually not be type Mercury. Like it says type Mercury question mark, right? It's not confirmed that Ort is actually type Mercury. And it said that in his character material book that he's probably not the strongest thing from Mercury, which would also imply he's not actually the ultimate one. Now, there's a lot of like weird stuff going on, and I've said this so many times, but I just think this is hard to deny. When you read notes and you read the character material books, it's really obvious there was something going on with the Crimson Moon. I mean, Type Moon even said this, where like they had plans if they did more with the Notes universe, the Crimson Moon was going to be like the second to last boss, right? So, and even though the Crimson Moon is like way weaker than other types, it was up to something, right? And then something weird's going on with Mercury because, you know, Ort is like question mark type Mercury instead of being just straight up type Mercury. And then it showed up to Earth really early. Like, so I've always thought that maybe like Ort and the Crimson Moon like teamed up and killed the actual type Mercury or something like that. Just something weird's going on. But, you know, this was a long time ago. If they ever flush this stuff out again, they might throw that all out the window in service of whatever they need for the story they're telling now. It's not like they weren't planning FGO back when they were writing notes, right? So if they want Ort to just be straight up type Mercury now, they're just going to do that. Like, I think some of that stuff's going to get thrown out the window. Anyways, I think it makes sense, though, for Mercury to be really powerful because Mercury is a really small planet, but it's also so close to the sun. It's like, again, anything that's surviving that hellhole has to be really OP. But they have straight up said that Ort is not the strongest of the types. They just straight up say that, even though he's crazy, crazy strong. They basically, if you read his character material book, they make it clear that Ort is very powerful and is definitely stronger than like type Pluto, the poor bastard, but is not the strongest type. They don't say which types are stronger than him, but I think Jupiter is probably stronger than him. I think that's definitely implied. And they have detailed Ort's abilities, probably the most out of all the types, and he is crazy fucking strong. So we always make fun of Pluto here, but I mean, to be fair to Pluto, it's like, yes, he dies like a bitch, and he doesn't even make it to Earth. And all that stuff, but I mean, he doubles down. You know, he doesn't just die. He takes the people that kill him out with him. And the 6 sisters, which I think are 5 sisters at the time, are really strong. They are really powerful. Hard to say exactly how powerful, but basically, type Pluto is killed by the 5 sisters. There's supposed to be 6 sisters, but there's only 5 at the time. They kill him before he even makes it to Earth. He doesn't even get there. But they die in the process, right? That really isn't going out like a bitch, right? He's kind of going out like a bitch because he literally didn't even make it to Earth, right? That's pretty bad. And he's obviously the weakest, and he died first, and all this stuff. You know, he's the Raditz of the types. You know, let's be real here. But the Raditz of the types is still way stronger than, like, you know, almost everything else in the Nasuverse, right? Like, almost my entire lineup on screen right now would probably get their asses completely floored, like, in a second by type Pluto, right? So we can call him a bitch, but I mean, you know, he's still super crazy OP. But yeah, it makes complete sense for Pluto to be Raditz because, you know, Pluto's not even a planet, it's an ice giant, right? It's you know, it's very small and all that stuff, so it does kind of make sense. Type Mercury is 1,000 Raditz, indeed. Hey, this account is literally, like, I think I played this account for like a total like 7 hours. Like, so of course Hercules is 111. How am I gonna get, you know, Berserker skill gems in the first few hours of playing the game? Not only that, but this is not a starter account. This is a completely fresh, brand new account. I actually, I hope type Pluto looks really cool. Like, I like Pluto. You know, it might not be a planet, but it's still a cool, you know, ice blob. I mean, I wouldn't really say Ort's the final boss, and like I said, they even already said he's not the strongest type. They should have said that. But he might have been the final boss of Notes if they'd ever done more with it. But Nasu basically referred to Ort as like that crazy fucked up side boss in an RPG game that's stronger than the final boss, but like isn't really involved in the main story and is like in the side dungeon, and you know, it's like that. It's one of those, because, you know, RPGs do that all the time, right? That's basically Ort. You know, he's like this side thing that's super fucked up and is way stronger than the final boss. I do think we're going to see it in FGO though. I mean, they straight up mentioned him, and they talked about him enough at the end of Lostbelt 5 that there's just no way he's not going to show up. Like, you know, I mean, he's literally the objective of the alien god, right? So we're absolutely going to see him. I think probably in Lostbelt 7. So, and I'm really excited about that because, and I'm not happy because I think they're going to make him a bitch and they're going to just, you know, use him to make the alien god look awesome. And that's going to be so lame. Like, I don't want that at all. But at least we'll get to see like him with, you know, art and stuff again, and then maybe we get to see other things from Notes. If they use Ort, I feel like they're going to be more willing to bring in some other stuff from Notes, like maybe the other types or / Emperor or something. And I'd love to see that stuff. Like, I'd absolutely love to see that stuff. Raditz actually is really strong. If you compare Raditz to like other anime, I mean, like, you know, he fucking blew up, you know, a mountain with just like a palm blast, right? That's pretty ridiculous, right? And he's still moving way fast, you know, like ungodly fast and all that stuff. His DPZ is ridiculous. I'll be interested to see what they do with David moving forward. Actually, Raditz probably could blow up a planet, probably just not quickly. But I mean, Vegeta and the Saiyan Saga can blow up a planet very easily, right? So I'd say Raditz probably could if you gave him a minute. I mean, like, the fact that he could just so effortlessly blow up a mountain, so if he puts an effort into something and you start shooting towards the planet core, you'll probably get there sooner or later. Oh yeah, they were inspired by Gun God 1,000,000,000% when they made Kurotsugu. Like, what that. Absolutely, right? And it's just like, there's a lot of stuff in K&K that they pulled from when they did Fate Stay Night. There's loads of that, right? I'll look at the boss fight. I like how we have Antoinette, and this is the story support Antoinette too. This is kind of perfect. Although she's gonna get wrecked by Sanson. What do we do here? I guess we just want to get Kojiro's NP. I think we might have had other supports we could have brought. I don't know, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't realize this was a boss fight. Actually, Lancelot makes a lot of sense here. Lancelot was one of the smarter things that they did in this story because he's French. Like, he's naturally French. And, like, with the whole thing going on with Jalter and everything, I think it actually makes a lot of sense. And then they also get to it. There's even, like, outside of, like, it making local sense, there's, like, some thematic stuff that's, you know, kind of fun. Because, you know, you had Castrogilius confuse Artoria with Joan of Arc, right? And so, especially with the way, you know, Lancelot's, you know, crazy and everything, you know, him confusing Artoria confusing Joan of Arc for Artoria is actually pretty believable. And that's just kind of a funny, you know, thing. Like, honestly, I think it works really well, and especially, again, because he's French, which I think that's the main reason they used him. Like, early FGO is dumb, and there's a lot of stupid stuff that doesn't make any sense, and they don't respect people's abilities and all that stuff. But, I think Lancelot does make complete sense, and he did a good job with that. Sanson, if you could just not, you know, murder everyone, that would be great. So he just did his anti-evil skill, and Kojiro is evil, so feels bad. Should have done Kojiro's first skill, might as well. Oh, now we got him. Still better. Man, Kojiro and Sanson are some of my favorite Fate characters. Actually, they're both my top 5. And they're having to kill each other, feels bad. Yeah, I know, her NP name makes absolutely no sense, and they even know it doesn't make any sense. It was like a last second thing. Because at no point did she break any guillotines, and she was killed by a guillotine. And its lore effect has nothing to do with it. Literally nothing to do with it. It's not like her NP like counters execution effects or anything like that. It doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. It's just a you're a mistake. Yeah, it's just like a random name they just slapped on it. It has absolutely no meaning whatsoever. I think this is Lancelot again. Does he have his third skill? Nope. Oh yeah, that didn't even exist back then. He didn't have a third skill. Okay, we're gonna want to change this a little bit. Oh, my CE options right now is just absolute pain. If ley line was limit broken, I'd be pretty happy with it right now. Yeah, there's some weird stuff. There's a lot of weird stuff with Vlad, honestly. He's got 48k. Alright. Really should level up Ku some more. This music's pretty good for this. Oh my god, dude, that's just great. Fucking Lancelot with a phone pole or a light pole or whatever, beating the hell out of Joan of Arc. It's kind of great. Wow. I always wonder if he's got a gimmick to always attack her, because lore-wise he's like freaking out thinking it's Artoria, but I don't know. He just beat the hell out of her. He did not get nothing done there. The apocalypse has come, the end time is upon us. What did I miss? Also, I love that emote so much. Like our chat's just going Roo Scream and I don't know what's happening. It's kind of great. Wow, Ku didn't get his NP. You're killing me. And he has no cards here. Fantastic. We're screaming with Lancelot. Loud noises! So yet again, I think going for our NP was wrong because it just took forever, and if we had just beat him to death, that probably would have worked out. Because he only has 13k. Although I guess 13k is more than I'm thinking when you're level 10, but... 28k, boys! NP2. Starbucks is closing 200 stores in Canada. I mean, obviously it's because of the virus, I would say, because, you know, business is way down and all that stuff. I don't know much about Starbucks as a company. I would imagine they have enough money that they don't, it's not going to be like permanently ruin them. I think they could survive in the meantime, but who knows, maybe they weren't as profitable as I thought. $400 total closing. I feel like once, you know, things go back to normal, which will probably be a while, but when things go back to normal, they probably start, you know, making money again and start expanding again. I doubt the company's going to go under, and they'll probably, you know, start expanding again. I really just can't see things going back to normal though until we get a vaccine. So, like a lot of people are trying to go back to normal now, but I mean it's failing miserably, and we're just gonna get a horrible second wave of it. So, yeah, I mean I don't know. I think they would close down a lot of stores even if they weren't having financial trouble, right? Because they know it's probably going to be a while, and companies are greedy as fuck, and if they've calculated this is better, they're going to do it, right? Well, yeah, we've got this at least. That's something. Who needs bond? I gotta think about this. I mean, and ultimately, like everyone does, but I think of the order in which I'm gonna get strengthening quests and stuff. I would say Mozart. Although Mozart doesn't need bond, I think he just needs his final attention. Because they've never actually buffed Mozart. They just unlocked his third skill. They never like buffed his NP or upgraded one of his skills or anything. Yeah, I don't really ever drink coffee. I really can't because I have mitral valve prolapse. So, I mean, I could drink coffee if it doesn't have caffeine in it, but that I guess kind of defeats the purpose. I don't know. But I've never really been into coffee anyway. I overwhelmingly drink water. I overwhelmingly drink water. Like 95% of what I drink is water, and then it's like tea and like juice, like orange juice, stuff like that. Yeah, I know Starbucks has a lot of stuff that isn't coffee related. I don't really ever go to Starbucks, so I don't really know. The few times I've been to Starbucks was when I was at my regular job, before the boom. I would go there just like as an emergency to eat something. I would never get anything to drink. I never even looked at this stuff. I was normally like, oh, I really need to eat something. I don't have time to do anything else. So I would just like get chips or something, right? Just so I didn't die. That's pretty much my only experience with Starbucks. Watch this Mad Star Jin. Oh, I should do need to hydrate. I mean, I'm not like I know that a lot of people like hate on Starbucks because I guess because Starbucks is popular. People always like, oh, that's not real coffee. All this, the homemade stuff is so much better. Blah blah blah. I'm not one of those. It's like if people like Starbucks, that's great. It's literally fine. If you like a drink, you like a drink. That's fine. I've just never really bothered to even try it. Should have cast that a while ago. I keep unplugging my phone on accident. I'm just gonna unplug it completely so it's not doing that. Windows 10 noises? But yeah, going way back on topic about like OP things in the Nasuverse, there's so many things that could potentially just be so much stronger than things we already know about. And there's various deities and stuff we don't really know much about, because although being like an older deity generally makes you stronger, also still being like almost every deity is not actually worshipped anymore, right? And so they say in the Nasuverse that makes them weaker, right? But some of them are still actively being worshipped until they're like way stronger, right? Not necessarily stronger than Tiamat, but maybe they are. We don't know. So that's a lot of stuff we haven't seen. And then also, your actual abilities and your actual items can subvert the standard stuff, right? Like Billy on paper is supposed to not be very strong, but because of his actual ability and stuff, he actually is pretty strong, right? And same for Emiya. Emiya is not supposed to be as powerful as he is, but his own abilities allow him to kind of keep up where he normally wouldn't. Yeah, Hindu stuff should be really strong. Christian stuff, that kind of thing. Like all the stuff that's like still active in the modern world. It gets like a big boost because you still have worshippers and stuff. That doesn't necessarily make them stronger than, you know, older stuff, but I mean, it can. Honestly, the White Titan doesn't actually seem that strong. Like, they detailed it a lot more recently in Lostbelt 5, and people have really been overhyping how strong that thing is. And I've always thought that was the case, because it just sounded stupid. And then now that they detailed what actually happened, it's like, okay, yeah, it's strong, but it's not that strong. Like, people have this idea that it's just so strong and to beat all the gods at once. It's literally not what happened. And then literally it says, you know, if the Olympians just worked together, they would have defeated it easily. And that's what happens in Lostbelt 5. Is the Olympians work together. Well, I wouldn't say they work together. Zeus kind of forces them to do what he wants, right? Yeah, not only do they beat the White Titan, they destroy it effortlessly. Like, so it's very powerful. I think the White Titan is roughly like slightly stronger than an Olympian 1v1, because it basically says that, you know, they didn't work together and they didn't fight it together and they just fought it one at a time and they just all lost over time. I think the White Titan is slightly stronger than an Olympian god. But the Olympian gods are not the strongest gods by any means anyway. And if they just, you know, mildly worked together, they would have defeated it no problem. So yeah, White Titan's very powerful, but it's, you know, it's just kind of on par with of a typical divine spirit, really. But yeah, basically in Lostbelt 5, Zeus gets really strong army, you know, rule with an iron fist kind of thing, and you know, and on the one hand, he actually solves a lot of problems, and, you know, he is able to defeat the White Titan and all this stuff. That he does a lot of dick stuff along the way and really screws people over and stuff. Oh, Mozart time. The fact I'm using a non-limit broken ley line right now. I mean, why is anything summonable? It's like, for crying out loud, we can summon Ishtar. Summoning Ishtar is not any weirder than summoning Quetz, right? It's not at all. Like, we have so many. I always like when I talk about that, like, hey, I want them to add Odin or something. Be like, oh, you can't summon deities though. You know, as they're using, you know, Ishtar, Reshagal, you know, Quetz, all, you know, countless deities. Like, oh yeah, we can't summon deities, right? Sure, Basically, her vessel is just some random person we don't know about, right? And it's basically just an excuse to have her be herself, right? And that's what they do. If they want to put Rin in the game, they just make, you know, someone that we just need to use a popular character as a vessel for somebody else, right? And then if they want the deity themselves to just straight up be in the game, they have them possess someone we've never seen before and we'll never see and never learn about, you know, and it's just basically they're like their perfect match or whatever, so it's basically just them personified, right? Like, it's like a workaround, right? It's like Joan of Arc. Although Joan of Arc's a weird one because the anime did it so, like, you don't know anything about her vessel at all, right? And it's basically, hey, it's just Joan of Arc being Joan of Arc. But in the books, actually, her vessel is detailed way more. She actually has, like, you know, quite a bit of screen time before she gets body jacked. And she's more of her own character and stuff. But still, that character was designed ground up to basically, you know, be Joan of Arc's vessel, so it's not really the same as Ishtar and that kind of thing. I think they've been kind of going out of their way not to put in Shiro because he is like the protagonist and all that stuff. And I guess it's funny. I would never see it this way, but I guess they might see it this way, where they're like afraid he's gonna steal the show, and that's, I think, why they're making him an antagonist and that kind of thing. They don't want everyone to be like, oh, he should be the main character, right? I don't think people would really feel that way, to be honest, but I think they almost see it that way. But yeah, Murmoss is obviously getting added though. It's inevitable at this point. I mean, we obviously got NB2 Nurse Your Rhyme today. Just randomly happened. Which is, you know, the odds of that were pretty insane, but I'll take it. I don't have Mozart. That's story support Mozart. And he didn't land the defense down, which was the entire reason that I did that NP. Well, we almost got him. Look at him critting. Not having skills is really annoying, by the way. I do wonder what they're gonna do if they give Nurse Rhyme an animation update someday. They're probably gonna be so lazy with the book form. Like, they'll just be so lazy. Because I'm one of the only people that uses it. There's probably like me and like 3 other people on the planet that use stage 1. And then, you know, they're really lazy about animation updates for old characters. They're so lazy about them generally. And they do a lot less animation work, like for the attacks and stuff. So I think they're just going to be unbelievably lazy with it. Yeah, Hector made me sad. Like, his sprite looks much better, but the actual animation work is like ridiculous, like how little there is. Reskin the trash mob books. Let's hope not. I really would like Spartacus right now. Well, how much FP do we got? He's a miracle here. Oh, George, Spartacus, Mozart. Also, we do need Chin, too. We won't need him for a while, but it's good to have him. Damn it! What am I getting 3 stars in FP for? That's not Robin. You're useless to me! No, I haven't bought the tickets, and they're pretty low priority, honestly. For a new account, I'm way more prioritizing like faux items and stuff like that. I might end up buying them, it just depends on how much mana prisms we get out of the summer event. Well, we got multiple Curse Arm and Shakespeare's. How do we get Shakespeare twice, but we don't have a Mozart? Like, how does that work? Yeah, there's Serenity's never going to be used. There's just no. First of all, I don't really like her, so that hurts her. But then gameplay-wise, there's just no reason for me to use her over 100 Face and Curse Arm and that kind of thing. There's Infuma. Like, I have more than enough good assassin options that are all way better than her. So there's no point. I'm not saying that just because I don't like her, right? Just from a pure practical standpoint, there's no reason to use her. Now, she's good enough that if you like her, you can make her work. Sure, like no problem. But I don't even like her, right? So why would I do that? There's no practical reason. And then although, yes, she is good enough to be used, I don't actually, you know, want to use her. So it's very easy for me to skip on that one. Because, you know, random sirens, by the way. But, you know, Serenity's good enough that, you know, it's like, oh, hey, I need to kill some riders. She can do that. But, you know, she doesn't have great survivability. Overall, her damage is much lower than 100 faces, and her survivability is much lower than 100 faces. George's horse is basically his Bond CE. That's pretty much what they did. I think if they buff George, they should buff his NP. They just don't need to make George tankier. He's already so good at that, like, it's fine. Like, And I think buff, because the thing is you have to be careful. George is actually really easy to make overpowered. Like right now, I think he's really good, but he's absolutely not overpowered. But you could absolutely make him overpowered. So they have to be careful how they buff him. And I think buffing his NP is the way to go, because like in terms of what he mostly does, that doesn't really help him. You don't use George for his NP much. But some of that's because it's not upgraded and it's not really worth using, right? So if you make it better, it's like, oh yeah, he does all the things he normally does and he's just as good as always. And on the side, he can do a little bit of damage now, right? And that's kind of nice. And also, there's not a lot of art DPS writers for art teams. So somebody wanted to be like, you know what? I'm grailing George to 100, 2k foe, and we're going to use him as a DPS art writer. You could do that, right? And having an upgraded NP would really help with that. And that's a fun thing to do. And then while he's doing it, he also gets to be tanky. So that'd be cool. I mean, his on-death effect is his Bond CE, basically. It's just like Achilles' shield is his Bond CE, right? That's how they do it. But yeah, George should not be a top contender for a buff at all. He's so good. I mean, who the hell is like, oh yeah, George isn't good? Like nobody said, well, actually some people do say that, but they're morons and they literally have no idea what they're talking about. Anybody that knows anything about, not just low stars, but just the game. I mean, a lot of like high-end people that are super whaley still break out George every once in a while. Taunt is so strong. Like the only time I would say George becomes kind of irrelevant is if you have Poster Girl, right? If you have Poster Girl and you're willing to use it, then that hurts George a lot. But you know, most of the player base doesn't have it. Even a lot of whales don't have it. Loads of whales don't have it. I think 100% the servant that needs to be buffed the most is Phantom of the Opera. I think he's the worst unit in the game. And he's also been in the game since day 1, so it's just absurd that he's still this weak. It's not like he's a new unit, right? It's like he's super old and he literally doesn't even do well in the super specific niche that he's designed for, right? Like AoE situations against riders that are all female. That's a very specific niche. And he's not really even that good in that situation, so it's like, that's really bad. Like that's really bad. Might look weird to NP that, but Fergus is useless against the archers. Yeah, Gilius is up there. Gilius and Phantom are both really bad, and Hyde is really bad. Benkei he's better than them because at least he has taunt and stuff and some utility that, you know, although it's outclassed by a million other units, so I don't know why you'd ever use him specifically, but it's still useful, right? Like it's like taunt and skill steal, NP steal, stun, those things are useful things. It's just you can get them in better places. And honestly, for 5 stars, I feel like Vlad is still pretty high on the list of needing to be buffed. Like even though he just got buffed, that buff just wasn't good enough. That buff really just was not good enough. That was a surprisingly minor buff, and then he's also just so messed up that like that just doesn't fix it, right? That just doesn't fix the problem. I'd say Vlad and Anastasia both need to be buffed. Anastasia is kind of good for farming, but outside of that, I think she's pretty messed up, and there's just she needs a bit more oomph. Like an upgraded NP, I think would really help. Same for like Ortoria Lancer is a lot better than people give her credit for. Like she can still just like, you know, turn 1 NP, doesn't need waiver, none of that, and you do a decent amount of damage, and it comes with you know, piercing vulnerability. You know, that's good. I like if this account had Lancer or Ortoria, I can think of so many challenge quests and boss fights and stuff where we can make good use of her, right? Like she's pretty usable, but she's not amazing by any means, right? I mean, there's a lot of better 5 stars than her, and like compared to like a Reshigal and Karna, you know, the only I would say sometimes she can better than Karna when you're fighting like an AoE challenge quest where you're fighting like 6 bosses, and you know sometimes you don't need all the damage, you just need a NP that's AoE and maybe of a specific class, and you just want to get it quickly and easily, right? She's one of the best options for that. And you know, if there are any invulnerability or evade gimmicks, she's going to get around that as well. So you know, Karna hits harder than she does, but you know, she can do her NP much easier. And sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes in challenge quests and stuff, that's all that matters. It's not about, you know, oh my god, I got to get all the damage. It's like, well, their break bars are only 45k anyway, so that's not really the issue. The issue is getting the NP really quick, you know, and not necessarily relying on something like Waver or whatever. Because even if you have Waver, you're wanting to use the charge on something else. That's the thing. Whenever I say that, people seem to think I'm acting like, you know, no one uses Waver. It's like, no, even if you have Waver, maybe you did Waver, something else, they did their thing, now they're dead, and then Artoria comes in from the back row, and then she can just instantly NP on her own. That's really good. That's, you know, I use Billy like that all the time in challenge quests. So yeah, I mean, Answer Artoria has uses, it's just... it's not quite good enough, like in my opinion, right? It's not, it's okay, it's just, you know, kind of eh. Like there's specific circumstances she's good, but her overall use, I would say, is a lot lower than, yeah, I think Karna is much better overall. Because Karna also has an NP battery, right? And he can get his NP rather quickly. He needs maybe a little bit more help or a better starting NP, CE, or something. But he still does that, and he does lots of damage, and he has a niche against Divine. So yeah, I mean, Karna is definitely better overall. Like, no question. But yeah, she needs a buffed NP. That would fix her up a lot. Give her a buffed NP, and then maybe give it a side effect that helps it out a little bit more. You know, you have to be careful because she has Pierce and Vulnerability every time she NPs, and she has that huge battery. So that's a bit tough to balance. But you know, you could give it, like, maybe she gives herself an attack buff for 1 turn, and it activates before the NP damage. But not a huge attack buff, maybe like 10%, right? You know, you don't have to do anything crazy like that. That way, that plus the NP getting upgraded, there's, okay, now her NP doesn't hit like a wet noodle, and if she does like a Brave Chain or something, you know, it's going to be, you know, a bit more, you know, oomph. I think that would be pretty fair. The thing is, it's like, yeah, Karna can turn 1 NP without help with a variety of CEs, but not with as many as Lantoria, right? Lantoria can use Aerial Drive, have no help, and NP turn 1. And then she gets all the nice benefits of Aerial Drive, right? You know, she gets that Buster up and NP damage up and all that stuff. Although I guess Karna, that's the thing, is Karna doesn't need the damage up from a CE as much because his damage is already higher than hers. So it's easier for him to use something like Imaginary Element. Or K-Scope or something. She might get buffed with the movie, somewhere around there. Maybe not, you know, that very second. You know, it's not, you know, Gramps didn't get buffed, you know, the second the Babylon anime aired, but he got buffed eventually. So you know, it could happen. It makes sense, you know, her NP is supposed to be, you know, Rongo Bongo is stronger than Excalibur, right? It's a really powerful NP. And the fact that it's gameplay-wise kind of a wet noodle, you know, it doesn't feel great, and she's a 5-star and all this stuff, and she's, you know, like story locked, right? So it's like, it kind of sucks. It's like, there's a lot of effort you have to go through to get that character, that her NP is so underwhelming. When lore-wise, it's supposed to be, you know, shock and awe, right? But it really isn't any of that. I mean, there's no telling when Lostbelt 6 is going to be. And we have that little void portal right now, you know, I guess we have to do that first, so it might be a minute. Let me get this 2 NP gain here. Oh, got a little more than that, there we go. I mean, a Reshigal is ludicrously powerful as is. Like a Reshigal is such an abnormally strong unit. He's one of those AoE units that's so good you can use her in single target situations. Like huge damage, can loop, Has decent survivability. I mean, there's like no issues there. Like, yeah, she's not the strongest 5-star in the game by any means, but she doesn't need to be. She also scales. She's one of those, you know, everybody's good with command codes, but she's absolutely one that scales more than normal because of like the way the whole loop thing works and how much easier command codes allow her to loop. Like, a lot of units can use command codes like that, and they're not going to be able to loop anyway, right? Or it really shores up her whole gameplay loop really easily. And just basic command codes, you don't even need fancy stuff. The thing is, everyone's really I've read multiple translations now of that part of Lostbelt 5, and a lot of people are conflating a lot of information, and I think are getting confused, right? Everyone, for some reason, and I've looked at this very carefully, at no point does Beryl say that the Lostbelt King is the one using Rongo Bongo. He never says that. Now, that may be the case, right? He doesn't say the opposite, but what it sounds like is whoever has Rongo Bongo wants to kill Beryl and was not firing it to blow up the Lostbelt tree. But Beryl and the Lostbelt King are in cahoots, and they knew if Beryl went there and revealed himself, they would fire Rongo Bongo at them, and they could use that to blow up the Lostbelt tree. And so that leads me to believe that the Lostbelt King doesn't even have Rongo Bongo. At least at that moment he didn't. And someone else was firing it, like the fairies and stuff. However, it could just be Beryl being a jackass and, you know, making almost like a joke about the fairies wanting to kill him and stuff, which they probably do, but he was just timing that with the Rongo Bongo shot because, and that, you know, he might have literally just been signaling to the Lostbelt King that, hey, when I reveal myself, that's when, you know, you know, you'll be able to shoot the tree, right? But like going off what happens is Beryl says, you know, first that, you know, that he's really pissed off the fairies. Not that he's pissed off the Lostbelt King, he says he's pissed off the fairies, and they'll try to, you know, strike him down anytime they figure out where he is. And so he reveals himself, and then Rongo Bongo is fired. You know, we don't know by who or even why. It just we just know Rongo Bongo is fired. You know, Wadim blocks it, and all that. And then, you know, Beryl uses that to kill Wadim because he's a dick. And then, you know, later, you know, Beryl makes it clear that he's like in league with the Lostbelt King, and that their actual objective was to blow up the Lostbelt tree with that shot. But you know, Beryl wanted to kill Wadim, so because he doesn't like Wadim's plan and stuff. So, you know, what's it details, as far as I'm aware, we don't know. We don't know who has Rongo Bongo. We don't know if that was actually the fairies shooting at him. Beryl, you know, claims to be in cahoots with the Lostbelt 6 King, but that may not even be the case. Maybe, you know, he says he recognizes the Lostbelt 6 King as this. Basically, you know, he's not impressed by the alien god. He's not impressed by Wadim, but he's impressed by the Lostbelt 6 King, basically. And he says right now the Lostbelt 6 King is the strongest person around right now. Obviously the alien god's not at full strength though, but so we'll just, you know, that's why he wants to be on the Lostbelt 6 King side, but we don't know how the Lostbelt 6 King feels about Beryl. We don't know. Yeah, basically what we know of Lostbelt 6 is we know it's set in Britain, and, you know, obviously the hint words were Land of the Knights of the Round, so I suspect that it's, you know, it's Camelot that never fell. And something has gotten messed up with the reverse side of the world. So this is the thing. This has nothing to do with FGO. This is like been a long established thing in Fate, and this was, you know, they talked about this in Fate Labyrinth. They talked about this in Fate Epoch, and it's been in character material books. This is, you know, this is not some made up nonsense. After like the Age of the Gods ended, and like the Age of Man started, and a lot of these people didn't have worshippers anymore, and, you know, the mystery had really faded from the world and all that. All the gods, all the unicorns, the dragons, the imps, you know, whatever the fuck, the Rexes, they all went to the reverse side of the world as like refuge, right? Because, you know, they're not accepted in the mainstream world anymore. You know, mystery's gone. They don't, you know, the gods don't have worshippers anymore. So they went to the reverse side of the world, right? And like basically it's described as like the world, like metaphorically, kind of, you know, magically, if you will, has like layers. Like in the outer layer is the Age of Man, and like the surface, the kind of the face of the planet, it's like the normal reality. And then like under that there's the reverse side of the world, which is like, you know, a hidden reality kind of thing. And normally, and they've said this since forever, Rongo Bongo, I don't know why, but Rongo Bongo has always been like this anchor that keeps them separated, right? It keeps the reverse side of the world and like the regular reality separate. And I think some of that comes from they had kind of used, again, this is not new stuff, this is really old stuff. This is like in Gardens of Avalon, and even Fate Stay Night a little bit, and Fate Hollow a little bit, but mostly in Gardens of Avalon they explain this. But Camelot was like the last bastion of like the Age of the Gods and like, you know, mystery in the world and all that. And as Camelot fell, that was it. That was the end of the Age of the Gods. It was kind of already over, but Camelot was like this last place of magic and mystery that was like holding on, you know. And that was Vortigern's thing, was basically, he was like, you know, look, the Age of the Gods is over, you know, the mystery is dying, you know, if we want to survive in this dog-eat-dog world, you know, we gotta use an iron fist, you know, like this humanity kingdom bullshit's not gonna work anymore, right? We gotta toughen up. So that was kind of his thing. And so I think that's kind of why, though, Rongo Bongo, because, you know, Camelot was like this last bastion and stuff, I think that's kind of why they have it being like the anchor for the reverse side of the world. Anyway, so what's confirmed in Lostbelt 6 is it's set in Britain, and it's probably Camelot that never fell, because like all the hint words, like in Knights of the Round, land of the Knights of the Round and stuff like that, really point toward that. Rongo Bongo has been mentioned several times, so yeah, probably Camelot, but it endured, it lasted. And then we know there's like something is fucked up with the reverse side of the world. We don't know if like it's like complete, like the barrier's been completely destroyed or if it's just fucked up. They haven't really said, but there's a lot of reverse side of the world stuff running around, like, you know, fucking unicorns and gods and, you know, who knows what else. So Age of Mystery's like, you know, we're back, boys. You know, Rex is just like, you know, sitting there. Anyway. So that's going on. The dragon that Vortigern normally drinks the blood of is still alive, like Albion or Abian or some shit. It's like the white dragon. It's still alive and running around. And the Lostbelt King is apparently super OP. And somebody has Rongo Bongo and is firing it, you know, off randomly. And there's a Yandere princess apparently that Beryl doesn't like at all, and she's crazy. We don't know who that is. Some people think it's Arthur's original master from you know, before his prototype master. So I don't know. Well, you know, we'll see. You know, it's a lot. You know, there's no confirmation of like who the Lostbelt King is, who has Rongo Bongo, if there's going to be Artoria, if there's going to be Knights of the Round. We don't even know for sure that it is Camelot. You know, Land of the Knights of the Round could have just been a roundabout like red herring hint at saying, yeah, it's going to be Britain. Just because it's Britain doesn't mean it's Camelot stuff. There might literally be 0 Knights of the Round, no Artoria, none of that, right? It's just a version of Britain, and, you know, later on, and there's still magical stuff, right? It's like, oh, it's some other kingdom, you know, after the fact, and they found Rongo Bongo, and they're fucking up the reverse side. Like, you know, it could be something like that. It doesn't have to be Camelot related. That would be lame, and I want it to be Camelot related, but, you know, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. In Before Richard the Lionheart. I don't think that's going to happen, because there's just, you know, Fate Strange Fake isn't done yet, and there's a lot of, like, if we ever get any Fate Strange Fate characters early, it's going to be the ones that are already fully detailed, you know, in the story and stuff. Where Richard isn't, so I don't think there's really any chance of us getting him, which, unless they're working with him behind the scenes, but I doubt it. I mean, I think we'll see more Requiem stuff on the rerun, right? Because by the time the rerun happens for Requiem, there'll be more books out, most likely, and so they'll probably add, you know, once the books detail more things, they're probably more willing to add them into the game. So we'll probably see more stuff. Who we see, though, I mean, who knows? And we don't, you know, maybe the books come out really slowly, and by the time they do the rerun, there's only like 1 extra book out, right? So, I mean, we don't really know. Yeah, he said that, but he said that many years ago, and a lot of things have changed since then, and he's actually worked with FGO several times since then, and done, you know, he wrote in Kidu's interludes and stuff for them and things like that, and he detailed a lot of stuff about Fate Strange Fake in FGO for them, right? So it's like something said many years ago, you know, shit changes all the time, right? And like people talk behind the scenes and they come up with ideas and they work things out. So it's like, it's, you know, I think as a whole, you're not gonna see like the whole cast of Fate Strange Fake just plop into FGO all of a sudden. I don't think that's gonna happen. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of something from Fate Strange Fake before it's finished. I think that's actually fairly likely, just because people want it so bad. The demand is massive. Every time you do a survey, it's like the top requested thing is more Fate Strange Fake, right? But, you know, obviously it's going very slow, and the writer had health problems, and apparently it's on hiatus again. I don't know why. I don't even know if that's true. Vol just told me that it was on hiatus again, but I don't know if that's actually true. I haven't. No, I don't know what if it actually is on hiatus, and if it is, why. I'm not sure. But I've heard people have said that that's the case, but I don't know. But if it's on hiatus again, that's gonna really suck. Don't really care if anyone lives here. I only want Kojo to live, so I'm gonna do this. Oh, maybe it wasn't you. I remember somebody, maybe I'm getting my people confused. Somebody told me that Fate Change Fake was on hiatus again, but I never confirmed it, and I'm not sure if it's true or not, so. Actually, as far as I'm aware, Tsukihime is absolutely not the most requested thing. It's just there's a vocal minority of people that never shut the fuck up about it. Whenever I see like actual votes from like the mainstream and stuff, like when they do those surveys and stuff, it normally is not the top thing. It's normally up there, sure. Honestly, I feel like that's one of the most conflated things ever, though, because I feel like the overwhelming majority of the FGO player base doesn't even know anything about Tsukihime. I mean, like literally, they don't know anything about Tsukihime, right? And they just hear people talking about it, and then like that's it. Like I think a lot of people don't actually care that much. I do think there are people that care, though, absolutely. Like I think there's plenty of people that care. Mephi in lore is actually nuts. I don't think he got shafted at all. I think his game, like he's niche, but he's so strong in his niche. Like it's crazy how many like fucked up bosses he just shuts the fuck down. Right? I have gotten so much use out of him. Like I can't tell you how often there's a challenge quest. I'm like, wow, this challenge quest is really not budget friendly. Like maybe it's pretty easy to do with like lots of whale stuff, like maybe even trivial, but it's like, wow, this is abnormally tough. For budget people. And then one of the biggest outs that helps you is Meph, right? Clown Boy. Like he's great. He's so good, like gameplay wise. That's, you know, 3 buff blocks that last forever. It's like, yeah, that's kind of good. Lore wise though, he's really scary. I remember actually I looked him up on stream because I wasn't really sure how strong he was, so we looked up his stuff. He's really scary. He basically can set up his own territory, and there's all these like really nasty traps in it. And like, I mean really nasty traps in it. He can lower your... He makes it so anytime you have any kind of... There's a lot of things in like FGO, or not FGO, in just the Nasuverse or the Fateverse specifically, where it's basically like D&D under the hood, right? You got like, you know, roll checks and stuff. And anytime somebody's interacting with any kind of like check, like a luck check of any type, it doesn't matter what their luck stat is, they will always fail it. Always. Right? You could have EX rank luck, and Mephi makes it so if you have any kind of luck check, you will, no matter what, you will always fail it. Which, that's so nasty, right? Especially because he has all these, like, you know, hidden bombs and traps and shit. And then his NP is so crazy. I think it, like, if I remember correctly, it, like, directly attacks your spiritual core, I think. I can't quite remember. There's something weird about it like that. Where, but then it's just like a ninja, just huge bomb explosion that can just, like, wreck you. I think it, like, yeah, I can't remember exactly what it does. I think, though, it attacks, like, your spiritual core or something like that. Your spiritual body. Yeah, it's messed up. He's really scary, right? Like in a head-on fight, if you can like gank him when he doesn't have his like territory set up and he doesn't have all his traps set up and stuff, then yeah, he's not super scary, but you know, that's very unlikely to ever happen. Like he's scary as fuck. Yeah, if he worked with Ku, he'd be so broken. Like, you know, Bolg is they make it very clear that like not getting hit in the heart by Bolg, like basically Bolg will always hit you, but it won't always hit you in the heart. And that's based on your luck stat. But even if you have high luck, it's very unlikely that you'll actually not get hit in the heart. It's very rare. Basically, Ku's never like seen it happen, right? The Toria thing was like really surprising. Like it's very, very, very rare. But even if somebody, you know, does have like some hacks nonsense where they like always succeed, you know, roll checks and stuff like that, it'll just always fail with Mephi, which is just, I mean, you're always going to get hit in the heart. Yeah, honestly, I think he's one of the low-key scarier servants. I think he could just really wreck a lot of people. And for real, gameplay, I've never regretted leveling mine. And I'll say this, he's one of those characters... oh, you don't get a story support here, that sucks. I gotta summon something. We'll just send like a friend invite to somebody, because we need to do that anyway. But he's one of those characters that is not really skill rank dependent. Like if you can get his buff block at rank 10, it's really nice because then you can generally recast it pretty easily, and that's pretty awesome. But he does what he needs to do for you at 111. Like, yeah, sure, if you get higher than that, it's like, yeah, this is good. But just at 111, he does exactly what he needs to do and is really useful. And there's just, he's not one of those servants you just slap on a team and you use any time. But seriously, being able to buff block 3 buffs and the duration is infinite, that is so good. Like, there's loads of bosses when you break their health bar, then they'll instantly cast Pierce and Vulnerability or something. He'll just block that, right? Or like, look at Artoria Lancer. When she NPs, she casts she casts Pierce and Vulnerability. But if you have Clown Boy's debuff on her, it'll fail and she won't get the Pierce and Vulnerability. Then you can just block it with David. Or like, if there's so many bosses where like they have these nasty crit buffs, right? And they'll just like one-shot you with these crits, right? But then he can block all the crit buffs, right? It's crazy. Like, he really is useful. I found, and there's like. There's a lot of bosses where, like, it's really hard to, like, for normal players, if they're not doing whale stuff, it's really hard for them to, like, one-shot a health bar, right? So they get the health bar low, and then the boss is scripted to cast invulnerability or evade or something, right? Where if you have buff block on them, they won't get it, right? And then now you can just break the bar like normal with a normal attack, right? There's just, I have found so many, like Mothman, yeah, Mothman's a great example. Clown Boy wrecks Mothman. That guy's whole gimmick is like, when you break his first health bar, he instantly NPs and get all those buffs and stuff. You can put buff block on him and LOL, and he doesn't get any of his buffs from his NP, right? It's huge. And he's a budget unit, right? Because, like, yeah, Jalter could do that too, but you might not have Jalter. Although, I guess you could summon Jalter, but because I'm pretty sure you get supports for that one. But still, it's just a unit, that you can rely on and have yourself that can, deal with a lot of annoying buffs. And yeah, you could put Poster Girl on him, so he's a taunt wall, and just throws out his thing and then dies. Like, that'd be really good too. And then on top of that, if you do need an AoE caster to do, like, a bunch of assassins and stuff, and there's times that's, handy. He does have okay AoE damage. It's nothing amazing, but it's, it's fine. Yeah, normally I would go with I'd go with the story support, but I can't, so. I'm trying to not use, though, Hercules or anything, so I'm gonna try to win without getting to my back row here. Kinda wish I had Jason leveled. What level is this right now? 5. It's getting there. It's getting there. I just hope by the time I get it to 10, I've just randomly pulled a 5-star I don't care about at all, so I can burn it and get Anniversary Blonde. Because really, if you get Anniversary Blonde to 10, you get Default Mystic Code to 10, you get Atlas to level 1, it doesn't matter, then like switch Mystic Code to even level 1. It's nice if it's higher, but even at level 1. That's pretty much all you need. Those 4 cover really all your bases on a free-to-play account. The only 2 that need to be 10, though, is really Anniversary Blonde and Default. It's nice if the switch Mystic Code is leveled, of course, but it's not that big of a deal, especially for a free-to-play. Yeah, Gilius is absolutely the worst caster. Easily. Geronimo is much better. Geronimo is much better. Like, Geronimo's first and third skills suck. I mean, these suck, and they basically do nothing, right? But his second skill is completely fine and is actually kind of good for what his kit is. And then I can't stress this enough. Geronimo's NP is very good. It's a very good NP. It just doesn't make up for the fact there's other people that have very good NPs and they have 3 skills that are all usable, right? He has a very good NP, a second skill that's pretty solid, and then a first and third skill that are complete trash, right? So in totality, this isn't amazing, right? And also, he's a caster, and so like the way it works with his NP, could be better and stuff. So, yeah, he's not like 10 out of 10 by any means. He's definitely on the lower end, but he is significantly better than like Hyde and Phantom and Gilius and stuff. Like, he's much better than those. If they ever, like I said, Geronimo, if they ever buff his skills to have some just fundamental solid stuff, he'd be so much better. I'm so tired of people randomly saying, oh, they need to buff Geronimo's skills to be targetable or AoE. That is stupid, and that wouldn't fix him in the slightest. You would still never fucking use him. Like, it's dumb. Like, why would you ever want to, why would I bring Geronimo with like a targetable quick buster and art skill when I'm probably just doing a art team and I could use Mozart? Like, it's stupid. Why would I do that? And if it's a Buster team, I'm gonna use Shakespeare, right? It's so pointless. Nobody does a Buster quick art team, right? What Geronimo needs is just basic shit that's good, right? He doesn't need to, be some weird support that's dumb, right? He needs to have like evade on his third skill, right? Or like an NP battery on his first skill. Just basic shit like that. seriously, you put evade on his third skill and an NP battery on his first skill, Geronimo's awesome. You know, it's instantly awesome. Like, it's funny how easily you can make units good, right? He's got an upgraded NP, right? So his NP is AoE, but it hits harder than normal because it's upgraded. And then it's got that, you know, second skill with the big art up. So, okay, he's got a pretty hard-hitting AoE NP for an AoE caster, all right? And then if you give him evade, like, also, you know, he's a bit tanky. He's got an evasion skill, can survive an enemy NP on his own. You know, that's good. And then he gets a battery skill on his first skill. So, yeah, now he also can get his NP quickly. So you give him, like, you know, Golden Sumo, Drunken Jalter, Dive to Blue, Painting Summer, you know, the Suzuka Ghost in CE right now, something like that. Right, and then you use his first skill, and boom, we already got his NP, or you're really, really close to getting his NP. So you get your NP quick, you're not relying on waiver and stuff like that, and then you go to do with your NP, it's upgraded, you got the second skill, you do a bunch of damage, now the enemy's gonna do their NP, he can have his third skill, and now he survives. That's how you make Geronimo better. It's crazy how pointless it would be if you made his skills AoE. Like, that's so pointless. Like, why would you ever do that? Oh yeah, I'm gonna bring Geronimo to buff up Robin. You know, no, you're gonna bring Mozart, right? Or you're gonna bring Tam. You would still never fucking use him. It's like, yeah, that would make him slightly better if his skills were targetable or AoE. But it's slightly better in a way that literally no one cares about in a practical situation and would have almost no effect on when he's actually usable or not, right? That's so... And I just get so tired because it's not like I've seen that a couple of times. I literally see that constantly. People are constantly saying they need to make Geronimo's skills AoE or targetable. I'm like, what is wrong with you? It's like, have you never actually used, you know, these units? It's like, that is not gonna help. That's like making Jinkei's quick up, you know, AoE. It's like, oh yeah, that fixed it. And although I will say in her case, that would help her more than Geronimo. Because, like, you know, then you could use her with like another quick DPS and then they both get NP at the same time. You know, that'd be okay, especially because she's a nuker, you know, very much not like a utility servant anyway. But that's not what Jinkei needs either at all. There's a lot of ways to fix Jinkei, and I've always said I want them to be careful about it. I actually don't want them to give Jinkei survivability, because right now, how it is Jinkei is supposed to do super big damage, but has bad survivability. That's how she's supposed to be. She literally hurts herself, and she has 0 survivability skills. No defense up, no evade, no guts, no invulnerability, nothing. She hurts herself, has no survivability. And the trade-off is supposed to be she has a really hard-hitting NP and does crits, and she's supposed to be like, you know, gas, right? The thing is, she doesn't actually do that much damage, right? It's like, yeah, she has a quick up, she has an upgraded single-target NP, that's nice. But when you compare her to the other budget stuff, you know, you got 100 Face, who's got an upgraded NP, also has an art up, and then 100 Face can do her NP a second time so easily, so she's, you know, NPing more often, so in the long run, 100 Face does more damage. Less damage in the short term, but way more damage in the long term. And then 100 Face just lives forever, right, and then has, like, a way better Stargent and stuff. So it's you know, it's like a sham. But so giving giving Jinkei survivability is just making her more like 100 Face, right? That's lame. I'd rather than be like, okay, we're gonna give, like, I want them to do something crazy, like how some of the crazy buffs they've done is like Hohenheim's third skill buff. That was a crazy buff. That was a huge power spike, right? And like Caesar's buff, right? That was a huge power spike. I want them to do something like that for Jinkei. Be like, okay, we're gonna go nuts. You know, we're gonna buff her third skill, and we're just gonna, you know, it's not gonna kind of boost her damage. We're gonna, like, supercharge her damage. You know, give her, like, a massive attack up the last 3 turns. Or give her, like, a, you know, a massive, you know, star, you know, make, you know, multiple stars every turn for 3 turns with the star absorb for, you know, lasting for multiple turns. Or give her, like, a, you know, a quick resistance down that lasts 3 turns, and it's a huge multiplier. You know, do something bananas, right? Like, you know, every once in a while they buff a character, and they realize, you know, they really push the you know, how far they can take a buff. They need to do that with Jinkei. It's not like she's bad, she isn't, but Caesar wasn't bad and Hohenheim wasn't bad. But if you really want to establish Jinkei as a viable 3-star that has a niche and does something, she needs to just do nutty damage, right? It can't be like, oh, I do okay damage, right? She needs to do fucking batshit damage, and then not have survivability though, and that's like the thing. Or if you give her survivability, she basically just becomes an alternate 100 Face that still isn't quite as good, but is like up for quick teams, right? That's so boring, right? She doesn't have her own niche. Like what they did with Caesar really gave him his own specific niche, but didn't trivialize Bedivere, right? Bedivere's not disappearing because they buff Caesar, not at all. Because Bedivere still gets his NP much faster. In a lot of fights, you don't need really big NP damage. You need a ratio of decent NP damage with getting your NP quickly, right? Where Caesar's not really good for that. So, you know, they did a good job of keeping Bedivere and Caesar, you know, apples and oranges to each other, but then also making Caesar a hell of a lot better, right? And that's the kind of buffs I like to see, especially when you have units that are so directly compared like that. Because, you know, some units aren't even that similar and whatnot. And, you know, I think it's fine. I think it's fine when you have units that are similar. You don't want just one, like, go-to budget unit to be, like, you don't want Ushi to be the only go-to single target rider, right, for budget, right? You want to have a couple of other viable options. And I will say, especially with a unit like Ushi that's so vanilla, you know, she's literally just NP hits hard, gets NP decently quick, has an upgraded NP and all that kind of stuff, right? She's super straightforward. That's all you need a lot of the times. But so having multiple units kind of like Ushi is fine. That's not a big deal. Now, I think they did do a good job with Ricky Boy, where I think he's different enough. You know, he's got the taunt, and then he's got less survivability, but he gets a bit harder, right? Like, that all worked out pretty well. But if Ricky Boy had been even more similar to Ushi than he already is, I think that would have been okay. Maybe a little bit boring, but it's like, you know, that's such a basic role. I don't think it's a big deal if sometimes you buff other units to kind of just fill that basic role. I think a good example is also Ku, right? Because, okay, Ku is really fucking up the low star Lancers right now, and I can say this with a lot of authority because I've played up a trillion accounts, and I've played NA, JP, and I've done so much budget stuff, and then like budget stuff mixed with a little bit of like rare stuff. You know, I know what the fuck I'm talking about, especially when it comes to Lancers and like low star Lancers. Ku is like everything you need out of a budget Lancer. Now, not even the crazy survivability thing, right? You can take out the crazy survivability stuff, right? The bare bones of what Ku does is he has a very high attack stat for a 3-star. Lancer's got that extra multiplier, so he's got just raw good numbers, even though he doesn't have like an attack up or anything. He's got, you know, raw good numbers. And then he has an upgraded NP, right? And then he has an evasion skill. That is the basics of what you really need out of a budget boss killer, right? And even for farming when you're a newer account, right? A lot of times for newer accounts, you're not going to do all the fancy 3-turn AoE stuff, right? So he's got, you know, evade, upgraded NP, good attack stat. That's all you need, right? But then he's also got, oh, by the way, I also have guts. I also remove debuffs, and my evade is fucking broken, and it can last forever. And it's, for some reason, its cooldown is 5 turns. If you look at how game design is done now, generally for evasion type abilities and stuff to have a low cooldown, they need to have something weaker about them, or they need to be RNG. They need to, like 100 Face has a 5-turn evade, but it comes with RNG. Ku's stuff has no RNG on it. It has no drawback. It has no time limit, and for some reason, it's a 5-turn cooldown, right? So, you know, this really makes it difficult for the other low-star assassins, right? Because the other low-star, I'm sorry, yeah, Ku's compared to the assassins. It's really difficult for the other low-star Lancers because, you know, Ku already has all the basic stuff you need, and then he has all this other bullshit. Right, so stuff like Deer Mid is in really bad shape because of that, right? It's really hard to justify leveling Deer Mid when you have Ku, right? There's almost no reason unless you need multiple budget Lancers, which that does happen sometimes. There's like some challenge quests and stuff for like the best budget way to do it is literally throwing 6 budget Lancers at it. That's happened. But, you know, overall, it's really hard for anyone else to get any wiggle room in there with Ku because Ku is already so tanky, removes debuffs, and does, you know, enough damage to get the job done. It's really difficult to justify another budget, you know, Lancer. It's like a real problem. However, I feel like they've been kind of dumb about this because even if somebody is just inferior to Ku as a budget like 3-star or 2-star or whatever Lancer, as long as they're like, you know, they're still quite good, that's fine. And I've always said, and I've tested this many times, Deer Mid a lot of times is good enough to get the job done, right? You know, he's got a survival skill, he has an upgraded NP, has a decent attack stat, and then, you know, if the enemy's female, he gets, you know, even more survivability for the team. And, you know, for real, the buff removal is a nice niche. I think a lot of people undervalue that. It's like, yeah, the debuff removal, that's a pretty, you know, that's a pretty nice thing right there. So, you know, Deer Mid has things going for him, and he's useful enough, but he's really far behind Ku. And so it's like, they don't need to make Deer Mid better than Ku or on par with Ku, because that'd be very difficult to do. If they can do it, great, but that'd be very difficult to do without actually breaking, you know, Deer Mid and making him too strong and stuff like that. But just give him some basic stuff then, right? You don't have to give him the world, right? Just give him some like, you know, basic, a couple of basic buffs, or even just a basic buff. So he's like, yeah, he's like a real comparable option to Ku. It's like, yeah, in the long run, it's, you know, he's not going to be as good, but it's like, you know, this is really workable and stuff. And the same for the other 3-star Lancers. That, you know, they really need to do that. And even though I'm a big Ku fan, it's really frustrating to me how inferior a lot of the other Lancers are when you really break it down. You know, and people, oh god, don't even start it on Baldy. All the people that think Baldy's good, it just kills me. Like, yeah, Baldy's good. He just needs double scatty Waver Nero Bride. You know, this is great. And then he still doesn't even beat the boss all that quickly. It's like, I literally have never been impressed by Baldy ever. Like, there are times where he's not, you know, shaming himself. It's not like Baldy is shit. He really isn't. I think some people exaggerate on the other end. But Baldy has got to be the most exaggerated 3-star of all time. That his actual practical performance in the real world isn't that great. Okay, so technically we busted out an OP support there, but, you know, we didn't need it. We won without it, so it's fine. So what I would like to see, that's an interesting idea. I've literally never thought of that. Someone asked, would a multi-hit Musashi buff on Dyrmid Starjin help at all? That's a really interesting idea, and that actually fits him because he's dual wielding and he's actually very skilled and all that stuff. I've literally never thought of that. I like that idea. So that does a few things. You know, first of all, it actually means he'll generate a degree of stars with his Starjin up, so that would be nice. So if I buffed it, I would buff the Starjin up, so it's just a very large raw number, and then you give him the multi-hit stuff. And the multi-hit stuff is good for a few reasons, because it also helps his NP gain, right? So that's actually pretty nice. I actually like that a lot. I've literally never thought of that. I've never thought of that for any unit of them ever reusing that kind of buff again. I like that. They're not going to do it because they're lazy fucks, and, you know, they'll be like, oh, what if we have to, like, increase the hit? Like, they could just make the hits appear, right, and not actually have them swing more times. But, like, you know, with Musashi, they had to do strikes that, like, you know, have, like, shock waves and things like that, where you can kind of easily put in extra hit counts and not have it look weird. I don't know if they'd want to do that, you know, make animations that fancy for Dyrmid, right? Like, if they gave him an animation update, they might do it. If they did it at the same time, but they probably won't do it at the same time. So, yeah, it'd be like, like, if they gave him, like, you know, the Starjin boost is a larger number, and then it doubles his hit count for, like, 3 turns, that'd be pretty awesome, because for 3 turns, that's a lot of hit count, right? And there's a lot of uses for that with Starjin skills and just raw MP gain and stuff. So yeah, I actually like that a lot, because that gives him a niche on Ku where he'd be able to loop his MP easier. And he's already got stuff on Ku with, like, the, you know, not a lot, but he's got, like, you know, the buff removal and stuff. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool. The other thing you could do is just make his second skill better, the attack down. You know, I get it why it's supposed to only work on females, but give it some kind of other effect that helps the team or something, right? Like, you know, and also maybe make the attack down last 2 turns. I think 3 turns is too much. I think his attack down for 3 turns, that's too strong for when you're fighting female bosses. But 2 turns would be pretty cool. It's like, that's, okay, now that we got a nice chunk of time here where the enemy boss is going to do, you know, pennies for damage. That'd be pretty nice. Or you just give it like an MP battery skill, or you give it like a, you know, just it makes, you know, like 10 stars, or just, you know, it doesn't have to be crazy. It's fine for that skill to be more niche and to be mostly good when you're fighting a female, right? That's fine. But, you know, give it a little something on the side, so if you're not fighting a female, it at least does something, right? And then even against females, it make it a bit stronger. So yeah, it's just again, I would not want to see them buff the second skill to do some crazy ass effect that's super strong. It's just not necessary. You know, Dyrmid's not that bad. I do like what they did with Hector, right? I like the buff they give Hector. That was nice. I wish they'd kind of gone a bit further with it. Maybe make it a slightly bigger damage cut. I know you have to be careful, like damage cuts can break the game really easily and stuff. And there's already so many units that have their own damage cut. You really do have to be careful with that. But I would have liked to have seen them push the envelope a little bit more with Hector. But he isn't. I think Hector's in a much better shape. I think he was already in okay shape. I don't know. The main problem with Hector is he just doesn't get his NP quickly. You know, his I gotta say, Hector's NP hits fucking hard for a 3-star, right? You know, obviously he's gonna be NP 5 because he's a 3-star. He has an upgraded NP. He's got the nice damage up. He gets pretty nice numbers on his NP for an AoE, right? It's just he doesn't get his NP quickly at all, right? He doesn't have an NP battery. He doesn't have particularly good NP gain on his attacks and stuff. So that hurts him. So he's slow, and so I feel like if you're gonna have a slow unit like that, they need to hit even harder, or you need to make them faster, right? Like they could have given him a I think Hector with the battery skill would have been okay. Although at this point I wouldn't have done it because they gave a battery skill to Romulus. So I think they want Romulus to be the one that gets his NP quickly. I think Romulus needs more though. I think Romulus needs more things going on for him right now. He doesn't quite have enough. But yeah, Romulus is supposed to be the one that gets his NP quickly. And then Hector, I guess, is supposed to be the one that hits really, really, really hard. But it just doesn't quite work out that way right now. So I think both Romulus and Hector both need an extra buff. I think they both need one more buff. I don't think they're going to get it. I really don't. It can get frustrating, especially, I know 3-stars really well because I use them constantly. And there's just a lot of 3-stars where I'm like, yeah, they're almost good enough, but they're just not, right? And they're just, you just don't really use them. Right, outside of just using them for funsies or using them with Merlin or Waver or whatever. You know, like if you look at like the 1 to 2-star guy as well, there's a lot, because he does 1 to 3-star stuff a lot, not just 1 to 3-star stuff. There's just a lot of units that just almost never get used. They get used every once in a while when their exact niche comes up, but there's just a lot of like 1 to 3-stars that, you know, it's not like they're shit, they're just not good enough, right? They're just not good enough to really, you know, earn their weight on the team, and they don't have enough, like, you know, damage to survivability ratio and that kind of stuff. So there's just a lot of 3-stars like that, where I feel like DW is like, oh yeah, they're good enough, where I'm like, yeah, it could just be a little bit better and it would help a lot. Yeah, Romulus is so close to. Romulus is a good example of a 3-star that's so close to being a staple, but he's just not. Like, he's just not a staple 3-star at all. You know, in very specific circumstances, he's okay, but yeah, he really doesn't get used much. Alright, we're fighting like all the classes ever. This is where having Spartacus would be nice. Let me think. Okay. See what we do here. Now, I absolutely don't think Snake Ninja needs to have an effect like Robin. It really, like, you know, that really should be specific to Robin, in my opinion. Some things you don't want to, like, and I don't even like that Yang is something similar. Like, sometimes it's, you want units to be like, oh, that's their thing, right? And that just doesn't really fit her too much. But, also just be broken because she can get, she can get so many debuffs. I think just a regular NP upgrade would help her a lot. I mean, let me look at her more closely here. Like, because you kind of want to tailor things to her specifically. Like, as I said earlier, I think she's good enough that it's not like, you know, she works as a nuker. You know, she's better than a lot of the 3-stars and stuff, so it's like she gets the job done. Honestly, I really think they just need to upgrade her NP. And if you're gonna double down on anything, do more of like because she's really supposed to be like utility based, really. It's like, you know, because she's got NP seal, she's got skill seal, she has crit down. Like, there's a lot of like utility based stuff in her kit. So yeah, just upgrade her NP, and then maybe this might sound boring, but honestly, maybe make the crit down better, because her crit down's pretty shit. It's only 10%. 100 Face does a 50% crit down for 3 turns, right? Where Snake Ninja here does 10% crit down for 3 turns. That's pretty underwhelming. So yeah, maybe just upgrade the NP, because just upgrading the NP alone would help her a lot, because she has that battery skill, right? She has a 30% NP battery. That's already nice, right? So double NPing is pretty easy with her. And she's an art, you know, with a 5 hit count. So honestly, I think just the upgraded NP is already good enough, I think. And then giving her more crit down. That might be a bit boring, but that would definitely be nice. But maybe if I was going to do anything with the debuffs, I wouldn't make the NP do more damage. If I was going to do anything with the poison stuff, I'd make it where like her normal attacks do more damage based on how many poisons you have on the enemy, or curse. Oh, sorry, hers is curse, not poison. Excuse me. Because of her second skill applies curse when she auto attacks, right? And then you could add in command codes and maybe waivers throwing out some curse. So then maybe you make it so her first skill or her second skill or whatever also gives her a buff for 3 turns. That the more curses on the target, it does, like, you know, slightly like 20% more damage per stack. You know, maybe you put a cap on it. But kind of like Romulus, right? Like how, you know, a little bit like how Romulus is. That would be kind of cool. Like, I think that'd be pretty cool. What about Robo Ninja Mom? Oh god, she needs a lot more help, I think. Like, I mean, the thing is, there's really good things in her kit, right? There's good, I swear, I don't even remember what I said about her on my tier list video. I imagine what I'm about to say is pretty much what I said, though. It's like, she has, like, hey, look, I give your, you know, a lot of survivability, right? You can give a unit, you know, evade and invulnerability, or if in an emergency, I can give it to myself. I have like this I have this like it's called a scrimma stick, and it's basically a stick designed to beat the shit out of somebody. And I have it next to my desk, and I keep knocking it over and putting it back up and knocking it over. I'm just gonna move this now, so I stopped doing that. Anyway, so it's like, yeah, you know, in terms of like, just, you know, her utility and stuff, it's useful, right? It's just not useful enough, and Fuma's better, right? Because Fuma doesn't have as much targeted survivability, but then he has so much other stuff. So it's like, I can't stress this enough. It's not like Robo Mama is bad. It's that I just don't see why you would ever use her opposed to like, you know, Fuma, right? And a lot of other assassins. Like, the utility and survivability she offers isn't strong enough. Like, oh yeah, this really makes up for the fact that she does literally no damage, and she doesn't really have all, you know, debuffs, and you know, it's like, it's just not enough, right? If she wanted to be like the survivability assassin that gives your team a lot of survivability, she needs something else, right? She needs like a defense up for the team or something for a few turns, or a damage cut for something else to really, you know, put in, you know, to make it, because people always say make your damage better and stuff, but the more I've thought about it, the more I don't want them to do that, right? It's kind of obvious she's supposed to give your team a lot of survivability, and on the side she makes like, you know, she does some damage, right? I kind of like them to be like, okay, let's really double down on the survivability thing, because we don't really have a lot of assassins that do that. You know, you got Oki, but you know, that's a whole other shtick. So if anything, I double down on that. But yeah, I think RoboMom works. It's just, I literally can't think of any time you would actually use her outside of just liking her. Because Fuma also has the team, you know, targeted evasion. So like, you know, you can use Fuma. Fuma is so much more flexible because you can use Fuma as just like a budget AoE assassin that also has an evasion skill for himself. But then, oh hey, he's already done the AoE assassin stuff that I need. I don't need him to live anymore. I can give his evasion to somebody else instead of himself, right? Fuma would be amazing if his evasion was not targeted, if he could just only use it on himself. But then as a bonus, if you want to, you can give it to somebody else, right? That's so good because unlike his mama, he does so many other things that are good for the team. You know, he makes a lot of stars with his NP. It hits decently hard for, you know, because he's NP5, it's upgraded, it's quick, that's like all the things, that's all the checkboxes for doing good damage. And also he has a defense down now. A lot of NA players may not realize this. They've buffed him, so his third skill also has a defense down. So he's got an upgraded NP, it's quick, it's NP5, and then he has a defense down from his third skill that also does buff block. Kinda good, right? Buff block is huge. He was instrumental in that doing Z with 1 to 3 stars, right? He was huge there. It was that and NP seal. Those were like the two things. So it's like he's giving you utility in the buff block. That's already massive. He's already got an upgraded NP with a defense down, and then his NP applies another defense down. So now he's making somebody else hit stupid hard. You know, someone was trying to tell me that a Summer Scath was better than Fuma because Summer Scath has like a higher attack stat. She's got this really large quick up. So even though her NP's not upgraded, she's better. I'm like, what? That is no way to determine if Summer Scath is better. It's not just about the one time she NPs. What about the next time she NPs? What else does she give the team? All Summer Scath really does is she does okay NP damage one time and then like nothing else, and then she can taunt and kill herself. You know, fantastic. Where Fuma keeps up on NP damage. This guy was trying to act like because Fuma doesn't blow her out of the water and NP damage, somehow he's worse. I'm like, the fact that Fuma keeps up is a disgrace. Right, that's why it's like Fuma, for Summer Scath to be good, she needs to blow all the other like budget assassins out of the water when it comes to AoE NP nuking, which she absolutely does not. And then Fuma actually gets ahead of her on repeat NPs because he has multi-turn defense downs, right? It's just not comparable, right? And then Fuma gives your team crit down. That's really helpful. He gives your team attack down. That's really helpful. He gives his teammates defense down twice. Scath doesn't give the team quick up. She just gives herself quick up. You know, that's not nearly as good. And then a tiny thing, Fuma gives buff block, right? So Robo Mama and Summer Scath they just don't compare it to Fuma at all. Now, obviously Fuma, you got to do all his buffs and his upgrades, you know, out of the box. He doesn't have the upgraded NP. He doesn't have the buff block and defense down and all that stuff. So, you know, it takes a second. But in the long run, he's much better than them. I mean, it's just not even close. Unless you're doing like some farming or something, or like a challenge quest setup where like you're going to do like Waver and turn 1 NP with an AoE assassin, and you got to get as much damage as humanly possible. Fuma is just much better than both Robo Mama and Summer Scath. But yeah, Robo Mama to fix her, just give her more defense stuff, really. Make her more defense-oriented. Yeah, Penth doesn't have much in the way of survivability. She has survivability in that she, you know, doesn't get debuffed, I guess. So if there's nasty, because there are debuffs that can kill you, right? That happens from time to time. The main thing about Penth, though, is you just need to protect her, but you don't need to protect her long, and it's worth it. There's so many units that you need to protect them, like Penth, but then what you get out of them isn't good enough. It's like you can't really justify the cost of protecting them. Penth, you can, because first of all, you don't have to protect her very long, right? Because you give her starting NP and then use her second skill, and then she's going to NP on the next turn or the turn after, right? So easy to NP with her. And that's on a vanilla team. I'm not talking about any fancy shit like, oh, we're doing waiver, mash, Penth. No. We're talking like just, you know, mash, Penth, you know, Geronimo, you know, it can be garbage, right? And she can just NP right away, right? And something like Mash can protect her easy. You know, she's never... And then while you're trying to get her NP like that, if there's any debuffs, like, oh, the boss does AoE NP seal. She doesn't fucking care. And I can think of so many boss fights that's mattered. You got Horse Spindo in Lostbelt 3, right? That's doing, like, at the end, he's, like, spamming NP seal and skill seal every time he attacks. That doesn't affect her, right? There's a lot of bosses, when you break their health bar, they do... Like, Zeus, when you break Zeus's health bar, if I remember correctly, he does AoE, skill seal, and NP seal, right? That's super nasty. Actually, I think it might just be skill seal. You know, Penth don't give a shit. Because not only is she immune to debuff, she's immune to debuff for 3 turns. And then, so we've already got this. She's easy to protect. She's actually worth protecting because she gets her MP so fast. She's going to get the value. But then, she actually buffs your team. The whole thing about Penth is it's not, oh, hey, you protect Penth, she gets her MP really fast, and oh, she happens to be immune to debuffs. No. She also does that, and then if you have, like, Beryl on the team, and then when he goes to NP, he now has an attack up and a buster up. And it's very flexible. It's not a one-turn attack up and buster up. Oh, you got to NP this turn and then immediately NP with Beryl. No. You can wait a second if you need to. Let's say you're fighting 2 bosses or 3 bosses or 6 bosses, right? One of them is an assassin or an Avenger, right? So you're like, oh, a Berserker is really good here because assassins suck. And, Avengers are hard to counterclass, so, Penth can break that one. And then the other one's a Lancer, then Beryl can break that one. And they're all buffing each other. It's crazy to me. Like, I saw people were really taking issue with Penth being, higher than... Of all things, Penth being higher than Banana Lolly. Ibaraki, right? I'm like, what? It's like, this is the easiest thing to figure out ever, right? It's like, there's the comparison here is really sad, right? If you like, Ibaraki gets shit on in this comparison. Like, Ibaraki is not worth protecting. Like, not at all. And she gets her NP much slower. The only time Ibaraki is really good is if you're having issues and you need buff removal and you don't have other good options, or like the other options their classes are bad. Like maybe you've got Medea, but the enemy is an assassin, and that you don't want that. And that can happen. There are times where you're having a Berserker that can do some damage. It doesn't have to be the best damage, but just some damage is good enough, and the buff removal is what you need, and there you go. So I mean, yeah, Ibaraki is usable, but that's niche as fuck, right? And a lot of times other units do that better. Like, she's super fucking, niche and just not that amazing. Like, she really is just not that amazing. Her survivability is not very good. It's okay, but it's not great. And then her damage is pennies. And she just, what she offers is so specific. It's generally not that good. Like, Penth is so much better way more often, because not only does Penth get her NP super fast, that alone makes Penth a lot better because she gets her NP so quickly. But then Penth also buffs herself and buffs the team, and then is immune to debuffs, right? It is just way better. Yeah, I agree. Ibaraki is aged really badly. I think she's up there as one of the worst single target berserkers, but I wouldn't say she is the worst, just because sometimes the buff removal is good. But yeah, I think she's pretty bad. Yeah, rip Ku. It's kind of funny how untanky Ku is right now because I don't have any of his skills. Beowulf is much better. Beowulf is much better than Ibaraki. Beowulf's quite good. Beowulf's quite good. Yeah, Caligula's good. Caligula's good too. He's one of those units that takes a bit more specific teams and stuff to work, but you get so much out of it. And then he counters a lot of gimmicks too, because he's so normal card based instead of NP based. Yeah, I think Beowulf is in a great place, right? He's kind of like the gold standard, I feel like, for a balanced Berserker, right? He's not so good that you're just shitting on everything and you can just you know, he still has the drawbacks of a Berserker, right? He's not tanky, but he has guts, so it's like, I just need this NP on this turn, you know, it's like, I'm not asking for much, you know, sometimes you're like, oh, I gotta have this Berserker live for 30 turns, right? You're not asking for that. You need, you know, you want Beowulf to just live like a turn or two, maybe 3 turns, right? And just survive that one AoE NP, right? And the guts lets him do that, but he's not tanky, but he's not gonna just, oh! Beowulf died turn 1, right? You don't really have to deal with that, so that's good. And then he does really big damage, but it's not like, you know, it's not like, you know, God Juna, you know, it's like he can do a big AoE, I'm sorry, he can do a big single target NP, and then do a big crit turn, or do the NP and the crit turn together, right? It's kind of like boom, boom, you know, 1-2 punch, and you have enough survivability to make sure you get that punch off. Let's say you turn 1 NP with him, you use guts, so that way when you want to do the crit turn, you're not going to instantly die before you can do the crits, right? So he does what he needs to do, it's a lot of damage. He has the bonuses of a Berserker, where this works on rulers, it works on Avengers, you know, it works on, you know, weird classes and stuff. In multi-class situations, maybe you're fighting 2 bosses, you NP to fuck up the caster, and then you can do the crits to fuck up the saber, right? You know, he does that kind of stuff, but he's not going to live for 1 billion turns. He doesn't do the most damage ever. You know, he's not going to just carry you against, and you can't just, there are fights where a Berserker just doesn't make sense. It's like, wow, we really need to have some survivability here, and in those cases, Beowulf doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's good, that's balanced, right? When you need a Berserker, Beowulf does a really good job, and he has, you know, abnormally high crit damage, he's got the Star Absorb, makes the stars, you know, he's got, you know, he's only got a half upgraded NP, but that with his first skill, you know, it works out well. So yeah, I think Beowulf is like the gold standard of Berserkers. It's like, it's good, doesn't trivialize the game, he capitalizes on what makes sense on a Berserker, right? Because I always say this, if you're just fighting, like right now we're fighting a big bad rider, right? There's not, unless you have a broken Berserker that's breaking the game, there's not really any reason to use a Berserker opposed to an Assassin, right? Because an Assassin has a larger damage multiplier than the Berserker does against a Rider. Obviously not against everything else, but against a Rider specifically they do. And then the Assassin is way tankier, right? And if they both have a comparably good toolkit, the Assassin is just way better. But when a Berserker makes sense, let's say there's a Rider and there's also a caster and there's you know, something else, the Berserker can get value in all of them, where the Assassin can't. And so the fact that there's a drawback to a Berserker is fine, and that's how they should be. And I actually miss the days where we didn't have Avenger. I don't mean Avenger in terms of like the class, I mean in its gameplay, what Avenger does. I liked when the only way to kill a ruler quickly was bringing a Berserker, because that was risky, right? Because rulers are balanced around you not counterclassing them. This is obvious if you look at the amount of health that they give them. They're balanced around you doing half damage to them. But then you can kill them really quick if you bring a Berserker, because not only do they not do half damage, they get the bonus damage. But oh yeah, Berserkers die really fast. I thought that was so balanced and so nice. And when they added Avenger, it ruined everything. Because then you can, like, you know, you don't have any of the drawbacks of a Berserker, and then rulers still have lower health, right? But then you're doing proper counterclass. It's no fun, right? It kills it. Yeah, I could definitely see Caligula fucking up Jalter. Actually, hell, there's a good chance we'll use Caligula, because now I keep turning off my playlist, so I'm not turning it back on. You know, we're not using Hercules obviously for France, because, you know, he's level 80. That'd be kind of dumb. Ruler plus Moon Cancer boss fight win, I know, right? This Moon Cancer is just too niche. I've always said Moon Cancer, in terms of what it does, was really important. You know, Avengers just had too much free reign. They were just this free pick you could use anytime, all the time. It literally doesn't matter what was going on. You know, and that was pretty stupid. I wish he had his upgraded NP. But, you know, the counter they made for them is, you're never going to see Moon Cancer trash, right? It's like, so it's not really a limiting factor to Avengers. I've never feared Amakusa, to be honest. Every fight with him is not that bad. I think that when he's the hardest is like in the Nerofest final pre-nerf, right? But that's more because of everything else. It's like, it's weird to me that so many people think he's hard in Shimosa. Like, he's not easy. I wouldn't say he's a joke, especially for a free-to-play person. Obviously, if you're not free-to-play, he's gonna be a joke. But I mean, his normal card damage is so low that you don't have to worry about it. You only have to worry about the NP. So you just kill him before he kills you. That's very easy to accomplish with Berserkers. Like Lu Bu. You don't need anything fancy, right? Like, he's a pretty easy boss. Like, you know, you have to counter him, right? You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna bring my standard whatever the fuck team and hope it works. No, you'll die, right? He'll NP twice and you're gone. But you know, if you're like, okay, his NP is dangerous, nothing else is dangerous, so I need to just kill him really quickly, right? Or I debuff him so he doesn't kill me, right? Those are your options. That's easy to do. That's not an extreme gimmick. I've never found Amakusa to be that difficult. Like, I beat him so fucking easy in Shimosa, and I've done it several times. And then like his challenge quest and the APOC challenge quest, you know, that was probably the hardest. I guess that was probably the hardest time for him, I guess. But even that wasn't that bad, you know, because it's just, you know it's coming. You know how to deal with it. You know, even if you're not using an Avenger, Amakusa wasn't that bad. Like, it really wasn't. Now, on paper, he is very scary, right? Like, the NP effect is very scary. It's just, you know, generally his actual attack stat is very low, and, you know, it's just, he's never, if they wanted to make Amakusa scary, you could. Hey, let me make a scary Amakusa boss real quick, chat. Okay, 3 health bars, 500k each, there's no, you get no event bonus. His first health bar has damage reduction by 50%, not defense up, just damage reduction 50%, there's no way around it. When you break his health bar, he clears his debuffs, he gets debuff immunity, and he gets he quick charges his NP to full. And then on his last health bar, he's still debuff immune, and then he gains Pierce and Vulnerability for 3 turns, and then he gains double NP gain every turn, right? Have fun, right? That's obviously beatable. That's very beatable right there. But that would be awful, and for budget players, that would be just absolutely cancer. Now, obviously, if you're busting out the Nero Brides and the waivers and all that stuff, you're going to beat that pretty easily, honestly. But for everybody else, you're pretty fucked, right? Like, for budget people, that's just awful, and then, like, good fucking luck. I don't know how I don't know how the fuck you would do that with 1 to 3 stars. Like, that ain't happening. Like, that's a scary fucking Amakusa right there. Honestly, I don't think that would be very hard for whales. I don't think that would be very hard for whales at all. But I think for people that aren't using the broken bullshit, I think that would be pretty nasty. Okay. Hold on. I think it's we want to level up a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot. I want like a second assassin that's like level 10, right? I don't think we're cheesing here. Like I just want, like, okay, who else are we gonna level? I mean, I would say 100 face, but we don't have 100 face. I don't know if we'll level Curse Arm or not. He is good. But I don't know if we're actually gonna level him, because I'm kind of thinking about grailing Kojiro, in which case there's not much reason for Curse Arm. Monohari is going to get leveled in the long run for sure. She definitely is. But she's not useful this second. Like, Monohari is a very practical thing to level on a free-to-play account. Actually, I'm going to level Caligula a bit. Like 10. I mean, really, I would like it, like I said, to be 100 face, but it's just not an option this second. I guess Monohari, because it's not like the XP is gonna be wasted, because we are leveling her later. Like, we are. It's just she's not gonna do a lot for this kind of thing. She's not exactly a dragon killer. I think this is okay because he's a 1-star. I know we're leveling him a little bit, but like that's fine. He's a 1-star. I'm okay with this. Yeah, she's very skill rank dependent, and she needs her 2nd and 3rd skill. Like, she basically does nothing right now. Like, she's a stat stick. That's pretty scary when you're using Monohari as a stat stick. Like that's not a good sign. That's a very bad sign. I really need to level Mash. That's another one unit that you know you're not wasting. Oh, Fuma! Oh my god! Fuma, that's so much better. I'm leveling him in the long run. He's so much fucking better. What am I doing? I forgot. Fuck, he's so much better, dude. Okay, hold on. First of all, we have to level Mash, just because there's no reason not to level Mash. I told you, you fool, indeed. I just didn't see it. I'll just level him now. It's fine. Just give him like one of these. I know, this account gets to use MASH. Dude, that was one of the biggest handicaps on the 1 to 3 star account, was just the fact that we couldn't use MASH. Like, that was so bad. And then obviously the CEs were trash. I really can't stress this. I've said this a million times, but it's just the truth. 1 to 3 stars is a handicap, of course, but it's very doable. The issue is 1 to 3 star craft essences. That is such a fucking handicap, because it just limits that in combination with the 3-star units. It just limits you can't do damage and get your NP quickly. There's like no way. And that's a huge problem. It's like you can't have speed and power. You have to. It's either one or the other, and that's not good. All right, let's go. I think this might be Fafnir, I think. Almost said Fenrir. They're too similar, man. Like, I know one's a dragon and one's a wolf, but I mean, their names are so similar, and they're both big, bad mythological beasties, right? So it's like, it's kind of a mess. MASH, the thing is, MASH actually is kind of bad at the beginning. It's not even that 3-star MASH is bad, it's that you don't often need survivability, right? She still gives you, some nice survivability, it's just you don't need it too often, until like Camelot, really. Maybe America. I really wish they didn't screw over Fenrir so much. He actually has a servant version in the extra universe. I really hate that they screwed him over so much. Okay, so obviously if we have to use Hercules, we lose, so hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm only bringing him for the bond. I need a Sanson too. Not that he's great, but definitely as a stat stick is better than Motahari. I don't want MASH to die in 2 seconds, but she's definitely gonna die quickly. Alright, this is pretty decent. This should be alright. I almost want to do Motahari instead of Ku. Just because the counterclassing really adds up. Yeah, okay. Throw all the assassins at it. That was a disgrace, though. The Surtur thing was a disgrace. That was shitting on Fenrir. That wasn't representing him at all. That was so lame. Like, he kills Odin, and they just have him die off screen and get absorbed by Surtur. That's just lame. I like Surtur, don't get me wrong, but that was lame. I think Herc spawned 4, I think. So we have a long way to go. Because the journey doesn't even start until you're done with Bond 5. Okay, this is a lot of dragons, but this isn't Fenrir. I think we've over prepared for this one. What skill ranks is this? If his cooldown's reduced, I might use his 3rd skill right now. I don't remember if you can actually see their skill ranks. Well, rank 5, literally 1 away from being upgraded, having the reduced cooldown. Thanks, game. Fafnir, Fenrir, whatever. It just dragon wolf nonsense. You really can't give me shit on that one because, I mean, look at their names, dude. And Nordic and German stuff have a lot of crossover anyway. You know, I probably should have used Golden Roll, but whatever. They're pretty similar. I mean, what you just said looks so stupid. Like, actually read what you just said, and that really looks dumb. It's like, you almost, like, their names are so fucking similar. Like, the way they're pronounced is a bit different, but like, it's really not weird that those get confused. Like, it really isn't. Alright. I like how we're at the NP time and we don't have our third skill for the anti-dragon stuff, but it'll probably work anyway. Man, this isn't a real boss fight. I was all like ready, you know, cause like, you know, he AoEs, right? So I was gonna have Nash die, you know, and then give the NP battery on death and all that stuff, but no, we don't need to do that. It should be soon though. I think I'll fight soon. We fight Vlad again soon too. The final boss fights, as long as we're not over leveled, should actually be a little bit fun. Nothing crazy, but like Jalter and all that. Yeah, actually, I need to be on the lookout for a random Berserker enemy icon, because that probably will be Vlad. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Nah, I don't have a level 1 George yet. I was gonna make the solo team. I'll say I don't have George yet. Like, I can't do that. I wasn't gonna solo right now or anything. I was just saying I wanted to go ahead like the page ready, but we're not there yet. Probably should level her more, but whatever. I just want bond, you know, kind of spread the bond out a bit. Damn. Alright. Been weird using that at 5% attack up CE, but hey, I mean, it's something. I'll be so glad when I have her third skill. Isn't she one of the units that doesn't get her third skill naturally because, you know, early FGO is a piece of shit? You know, I'm pretty sure you have to do a quest to get it. I'm so glad they don't do that anymore. That was such bad game design. And I think a lot of those units, they never intended on giving them a third skill. They just realized that it was dumb. Like Mozart, I don't think they ever intended to give Mozart a third skill. Because back then they didn't really want 1 to 3 stars to be viable because they were full of shit. Yeah, it was a quick cash grab to try to make everybody roll for 5 stars. That was pretty much the whole point of it back then. Well! At least we get overkill? We don't even need overkill here, though. It happens every once in a while. Mozart with the mad deeps. Alright. I got all my like NPs ready to go, and in before the last wave is a joke. This music is so intense, dude. We're just fighting like zombie soldiers. It ain't that big of a deal. Don't you see that danger? I know, right? Dude, if I was making an FGO summary video right now, what I would do if I showed this stage is at the end, I would make fun of like how easy this is, but then like I'd like zoom in on the danger thing, like when you switch screens and act like it's such a big deal. And then you get like, I don't know, Steve Irwin saying danger or something. Still sucks that guy died, man. That was like Arkham Bridge from MechWarrior 2, which is probably older than most of the people in my chat. And this song is Wings from Rusty Hearts. I can't wait to make the Soldier H emote. That was one of the first video games I ever played, was MechWarrior 2. Got some very, like, atmospheric music though, it's pretty neat. The next emote is Nursery Rhyme, the Nursery Rhyme one, and that's being worked on right now, and then the Soldier one will be next. And thanks to Finn and King and Arjuna and everyone, all the crazy subs, we already have the next emote slot, so. Oh yeah, we're giving him glowing eyes. I'm not sure what color, but yeah, he's getting glowing eyes. I'm actually gonna be super picky about that emote, and I'm probably gonna bug the hell out of Kai, because it's gotta be perfect. That emote's super important. Because it has to be good beyond just a meme, it needs to be usable as a hyper emote. So, we really gotta get a good expression and proportions and everything. Dude, I like how ridiculous some of the one-hit art NP games are. Like, some of those, if you give them multipliers, is so broken. I don't think these guys are demonic wolfmen. I think they're just wolfmen, right? I don't think they're anything too wild. I don't remember though. But yeah, they're getting wrecked by a book. This scary book, man. Like I have Cosmic Air playing when Nursery Rhyme is being Nursery Rhyme. I do hope to give her more voice lines if she gets an animation update. I'm just sad because I swear I'm not just being biased here. I think the potential for her skill animations in her stage 1 is so high because she's a book and she has magical playing cards. Like, the potential here is nuts, but they're gonna waste it. They're so gonna waste it, and it's just gonna be really, really lazy and simplistic, and they're just gonna focus on stage 2 and 3. And you know, it's fine if they want to put effort in stage 2 and 3 as well, but like they really should do stuff with the at the book, but they're not going to. Chat, just watch. Over time, this book's gonna grow up, and it's gonna be a big book, and we're gonna beat Lee's ass. Like, a lot of good ways to beat Lee is using, like, Lubu or Penth and Mori. Stuff like that with, like, crit setups work really well. And that we may work some of that in, but I really hope we can get some, a nursery rhyme beatdown with Mozart and stuff. I think it'll work. I think we can make it work. And we have plenty of time, so by the time we get there, you know, we'll have good options. Okay, Atalante really did not make sense here. Oh yeah, she helped with the Snake Assassin too. She's not as helpful there though, because like survivability is really nice there, and yeah, there's a lot of utility that can really help with that fight. She's not gonna be a mate. She'll be okay. She'll be all right. We'll probably use her for that, but there are definitely better ones out there. We'll try to make her work as much as we can though, because she was our tutorial summon, so we'll try to make it work. Nice stun, by the way. Come on, give me nursery rhyme cards. Come on. Fuck. Wow, okay. That's so bullshit. Are you kidding me? Oh, thank God. That's right. We shuffled the start. That was so BS. We had 47. We had 47 crit stars. That means there's a total of 30% to be spread amongst the 5 cards that won't get crit. So there's a 30% like negative crit, right? All 30% of that was on nursery rhyme. But thankfully, you know, she has the star absorb and it shuffles the stars and everything, so it's fine. But like, that's some bullshit right there. Not that the enemies have enough health. Oh my God. Atalante, what are you doing? I know you're level 7, but what are you doing? Well, that was bad. We're probably not gonna kill here. Never mind nursery rhyme with the 10% crits. That's what I'm talking about. Why can't Atalante be more like that? Nursery crime. Every time I hear that, I just think of nursery rhyme shooting Moriarty's like giant fucking laser out of the book. I almost want to give Nursery Rhyme another emote on our channel just because she is going to probably be used a lot on this account, and we're going to be playing this account a lot. Like, this is going to be a mainstay account in the long run, I think. I think I'm going to play this account a lot. It's going to be nice. There's Lancers here again. I'll be glad when we get Formal Craft. I'm loving this account, man. We're obviously not in any of the fun content yet, right? But I'm so excited. And then like the ultimate, it's funny, even if they add more bosses, you know, because I suspect Lostbelt 6 would come out before this account makes it to Lostbelt 5. But even if Lostbelt 6 is just like the best thing ever, the ultimate goal for this account really is I just want to fight Zeus again, man. I'm so excited for that. And everything leading up to that. It's not just Zeus. There's so much fun stuff to you know, on the way. So I'm really excited for all that. Yeah, you can change Moriarty's NP to have the older voice line now if you want, which is fantastic. I like both of his NP lines though, they're both good. Hoping for that 40% crit, take out the 5k one. Always lucky, except not when you need it. Yeah, I don't know, our sabers might end up being Fergus and Caesar, we'll see. I mean, ultimately I'm going to want a Bedivere, he's just too good to pass up, and you get one for free, right? And if he gets rated up, that's going to be a fairly high priority. But we'll see. I mean, Fergus is plenty good. I mean, he, you know, he does a lot of AoE stuff for you, and then also as single target because he's a buster deck, he's pretty good. He has a lot of survivability. He can solo Lantoria, for God's sakes. Watch the mad NP gain, boys. Three NP, oh man. Who's better, Saber, Arthur, or Zigguard, or do they different? They're too different to compare generally because Zigguard, you know, is single target. Arthur's AoE. Arthur though can work in single target because of his new second skill. Before I would say though Zigguard was better, but because Arthur got buffed, I think they're pretty comparable now. It just depends though. You know, Arthur's got that big boy AoE damage. Zigguard's got really good single target damage, and he's got the anti-dragon, but Arthur's got the anti-giant. But really, Arthur's second skill buff was awesome. That's a big deal. Like, I think people are really sleeping on that buff, and they don't realize how good it is. It's fucking great. Because it's not just, hey, I have a crit skill now for 3 turns, as he also makes 30 crit stars, right? It's crazy. And like, not only can he make himself crit, that can easily result in someone else also critting, someone like Mori or Beowulf or whatever the fuck. Yeah, there's plenty of people that can capitalize off that kind of thing. You know, 30 stars is a lot, and the crit buff for him lasts 3 turns. So he's got plenty of synergy there, and then, you know, he's, you know, I've always said his NP basically hits as hard as an upgraded NP, but it's not upgraded. But that kind of sucks, because I think to balance him, he kind of needs an NP that hits harder than normal. Because, you know, he doesn't have any survivability, and, you know, he doesn't have some of the utilities and stuff like a Mordred has and all that, but yeah, I think Arthur's so much better now since he got buffed. He's so much better. But Zigguard's good too. I mean, Zigguard's single target nuking is extremely powerful because he also can crit, and he needs a little bit more help with it generally. He doesn't make, you know, 1,000,000 stars on his own, but, you know, he can still, you know, NP into crits, you know, with his NP gen up, his high hit count, and it works out pretty well. Then he has guts, so he has some survivability, right? So they're both really good, but it's like, yeah, Arthur's better for, like, you know, hybrid when you need AoE, but then you also need some, you know, good single target punch as well because of the crits, where Zigguard is just nothing but single target punch, really. But yeah, they're both fine. I'd say overall, I think Zigguard might be a little bit better. Like, if I, like, on the tier list, he's probably going to be a little bit higher. But they're not. Arthur is just so much better now, so I don't think the difference is going to be that big. I'm going to look up, what do we need for Nursery Rhyme's NP upgrade? Alright, let's see. She needs just Bond 4 and a 3rd Ascension though. Bond 4, 3rd Ascension. Oh yeah, I think we have to be in London too. That's true. I mean, I'm not even working on the tier list right now. And I don't want to work on the tier list right now. I also cannot stress this enough. I'm tired of saying this, but I'm really tired of people bugging me about it, and I'm not saying this to be mean. This is just a fact of like reality. Every time someone asks me, it makes me want to do it less. And let me explain this, right? So it's like, first of all, it's like someone's linked a comic about this, and this is pretty accurate. It's like you work really hard on something, and like you make a comic or something, and I was like, oh, that was great, and you instantly throw it away. When's the next one, right? that's not great, right? And the other thing is, like, naturally, I would make it on my own devices if I'm left to myself, right? But I'm never gonna recoup from the burnout if people always bother me about it, right? Like, if literally no one bothered me, I'd be like, okay, I just put in an insane amount of time and work, and I'm crazy burned out right now on that kind of video. But then, you know, later on down the road, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in the mood for a big video again. It's kind of like I used to make, like, random, like, really highly edited, like, silly videos and stuff. And if people don't bug you about that stuff, I just get in the mood to make that stuff from time to time, right? But when people every fucking day are just constantly bugging you about it, you never recoup. You never, like, you know, you never unburn out, right? Because you're constantly being reminded about it. Where, like, if you're left to your own devices, right? You do a thing, you burn out, it was really hard and, you know, really stressful, but you really enjoyed it and you're really happy with it. And then if people leave you the fuck alone, you don't even think about it. You don't even think about it. You forget about it. You relax, you calm down, you do other things, you get into other things. And then after a while, you're like, okay, you know, I'm really in the mood to do this thing again, right? But when people every fucking day just won't shut the fuck up about it, you just never want to do it. Like, I literally don't want to do it at all, right? And it's annoying because I do want to make it eventually, but, you know, being bothered about it all the time is just shit. Also, I literally can't do it right now because I think it would blow up my computer. Like, that was so hard on my computer because it wasn't just having to render a 5-hour video. It was because every 45 minutes, every time I got like 45 minutes of footage done, the editing program just couldn't handle it anymore, right? So I would have to render that 45 minutes. And then after I did, like, you know, 6 chunks of 45 minutes roughly, then I had to render them all together and all that. And that was extremely hard on my computer. That's really hard on your, like, CPU and your processor and stuff. And I just need to upgrade that stuff. Which, once this whole virus situation is over, I'll do that. Like, I literally, as soon as the virus situation is over, I'm gonna look into, like, you know, the stuff I want to upgrade to make rendering and stuff a lot easier. Because that was honestly the most miserable part about making the tier list video, was having to deal with my editing program just crashing all the time and it just getting really laggy, and that was so frustrating. And then you have, like, these, you know, folders full of like 1 billion files and everything. And it was just that sucked. And just the thought of dealing with that again, I'm just not interested in doing that right now. Just not at all. Like, honestly, it's not hard for me. You know, at first I will say it was incredibly awkward and it was very difficult for me to talk and record my voice when I wasn't actually talking to anyone. And I was super fucking awkward about that. And by the end of the 4-star video, I was used to it. But for the first half of it and the 1 to 3-star video, it was ungodly awkward and very difficult for me. But that's not an issue anymore. So, like, I'm fine sitting down and sharing my thoughts about the different 5-stars. I'm not an idiot. It's not like I don't know what my thoughts are. You know, some of the units I'm like, okay, I haven't tested these enough and I need to go test them to formulate my thoughts. But I've been playing this game for, you know, forever. I can formulate my thoughts pretty easily. I know how to evaluate units. I know how to articulate myself. You know, I got it. It's just, you know, right now the editing is not there and I'm just not in the mood to do it. Like, I'm just not in the mood to do it. I'd rather be happy than popular. And for real, I'm not trying to take people for granted. I'm really not. I am very grateful to how many people really appreciate those videos and that they like it and they've said they appreciate it and everything. That means a lot to me, right? It really does. Like, I'm sounding like a spoiled asshole right now, but, like, for real, that's, you know, I'm in a very lucky situation that so many people actually care about that kind of stuff, right? That's so lucky. But at the same time, I'm not gonna shovel it out just cause, right? That's not gonna result in a good video, and I'm gonna be, like, miserable. So, you know, rather not. I mean, I always know the CE tier list is a joke generally because that's such a stupid fucking idea. If anybody actually seriously thinks anyone's gonna make like, if someone makes a CE tier list, it's gonna be like it's gonna be undetailed and garbage. It's gonna be like they're only covering a few CEs and they're not gonna go. It's gonna be pointless, right? If anyone tried to make an actually detailed CE tier list, that's dumb. It wouldn't even be useful, and it would take up like 30 years to make. So it's like, nope. Necromancy technically has the highest potential out of any CE in the game. It's just it only happens, you know, once in a millennia. Honestly, one of the biggest problems that I had was I used Sony Vegas Pro 13, which is very old now. Like, when back when I bought it, I was like, oh man, it's top of the line. It's super old now, and it just doesn't work well with a lot of, like, newer, you know, hardware and software and video formats and audio formats and stuff. So I just need to upgrade it, which I'm probably gonna do that pretty soon too. I'm just worried that if I do that, all my presets and plugins and stuff I'm gonna lose them, and That's gonna be really annoying. But yeah, I really do need to upgrade that because I do enough video editing that it's just kind of dumb that my editor is so out of date. Will you stop critting? Dragons, man. Yeah, CE tier list is so unnecessary. It's just silly. I literally don't take anyone seriously when they say that. Because I just can't. I don't think anyone ever has been serious when they say that. I might make it a joke someday. If I ever have the free time to make a video that's just a meme, like it's a pure meme, I'd name it like a CE tier list, and it would be not a CE tier list. It would like the first 5 seconds it'd be like a meme, like you know golden sumo is the only CE that matters, and then it complete nonsense after that. Honestly, I kind of, if I ever get around to finishing London Summary, I kind of want to put in the middle of a video, like all of a sudden, like just start flashing on the screen, CE tier list, and then it's just golden sumo, and then it ends and it goes back to London Summary. I really do want to finish London Summary. It's just I don't have enough ideas for it, honestly. I kind of need to like. The main issue is I don't ever have time to sit down and think about it. Like I need to like take a break from streaming sometime or whatever if I wanted to finish it, because like I've done like half of it. And what's there I like, and it's fine. It's super fucking old at this point, but I'm just gonna make memes about how old the fucking video is. But I don't really have other stuff like to fill out a whole video. You don't have Sumo installed pretty much. But I still have all the footage. I've recorded like all of London. I have all the bits with like Solomon and or Guadia actually, all that stuff. I have some memes ready for that, but yeah, I've never finished the damn thing. Like I said, the only way I could really see me doing it is I'd have to take like a vacation from streaming, so I could really take some time and really think about the video and focus on it for a little while. Because the actual editing isn't that hard. I mean, it can take a minute, especially the robot voices. That takes fucking forever, but it's more of just, figuring out what you want to do. Dude, it's so old that Ku has his old animations, and I'm absolutely making memes about that. Wow, having a non-MLB sumo, that's awful. Not only that, but like you didn't even need a drop. Like they literally gave you 5. That hurts, man. At least there's other 50% starting NPCs though that are fine. It's just I can't imagine Sumo being worth using at all if it's not MLB. It's like you almost have greatness, but I wonder if this is gonna have a big dragon in it. I'm gonna bring a backup assassin just in case. And it's taking a lot longer to get through Orleans than I thought it would. I don't remember there being this much filler. I know the early stories have a lot of filler, I just didn't remember being this much. Yeah, this is crazy. I remember Oceanus has a lot of filler. You go on like all kinds of side quests that are completely pointless and just fight trash mobs forever. That's one of my favorite things about Lostbelt 5 Part 2, is there's no filler. Literally none. Like you rarely fight trash mobs, and when you do fight trash mobs, it's like, a gimmick, right? It's like a thing. It's like you're fighting like a really tough chimera or something, right? They don't throw like, 3 waves of trash mob bullshit at you. They never do that. Hey, Arjuna. Yeah, I just think in every way, Lostbelt 5 Part 2 is the best content they've ever made. Like, it's balanced really well, it was paced really well, you're not fighting trash all the time, it had great music, the story was way better than normal, like, in like the way they told the story. Like, subjectively, you might not like the characters in the story, but like, all the visual novel bits with like all unstuff, all the fancy stuff, that was really good for helping the storytelling out. Like, it was just really good. Just the pacing was 10 out of 10. I've never had so much fun with FGO, and that means a lot because I've been playing the game for a long time, and you know, normally like the first time you do Camelot and all that, that's really special, and it is. That's probably the second most fun I ever had, and like, you know, Neurofest 2 and stuff like that. But yeah, man, the most fun I've ever had in this game was streaming Lostbelt 5. That was so much fun. And like, chat was like, it was so great, dude. My mods were doing such a good job, and I didn't get spoiled really on anything. I had some like really minor spoilers, but like, you know, and the chat would just tell me what was happening as it was happening, right? So nothing was told ahead of time, right? Like, no one spoiled Mars. Literally, no one spoiled Mars showing up until Mars already showed up. And it's like, oh yeah, that's Mars, right? It's you know, it's Ares, but he turns into Mars and all that, right? It was just great, dude. With all the cool cinematic stuff and all the music and the gameplay was so fucking fun. And there was no filler. It was just non-stop action, man. Non-stop action. And all the stages that weren't like full-on boss fights, you could still have a lot of fun soloing, right? Like with like Babbage or whatever, right? It was great. Yeah, then Romulus showing up, dude. That is, oh my god, that was such a good time. I love Lostbelt 5 so much. I'm so hopeful that they're able to maintain that level of quality for the stories moving forward. And Lostbelt 1 is also a real step up in terms of like storytelling and all that. You know, its gameplay's okay, but it's nothing, you know, spectacular, but it's solid. But the storytelling was much better in Lostbelt 1, and then it's much better in Lostbelt 5 too. So I just hope they keep that kind of pace up. Should have cast that last turn. Man, Kojiro's voice actor is so good. He does freaking Leonidas, man, and Fionn and Kojiro. I mean, command spells are there to be used, so you do what you gotta do. You know, obviously, I like beating things without command spells for the fun of it, but it's like, also, I can tell you this right now. I can tell you this right now. There are people that have used command spells in a boss fight, and they still had to work harder than a lot of other people, right? Like, let's say you do Demeter, and you got, you know, Waver, you got a bunch of OP riders, you know, you got like all the like really OP 5-star riders and stuff. You know, maybe you got at least Kentucky and all that. And you got maybe Grailed Ushi, you know, and you know, like it's just Grailed Ushi and Waver is going to be a, you know, a huge help, right? Where some other people probably got to Demeter and they had like scuffed Ushi and like level 50 Ricky, right? And it's like whoop-de-doo, right? So like they can use command spells and still work harder than that guy that's all like Waver Scatty Ushi, right? Like, so it's all, everything's relative, you know, how hard it was for you just depends on what you have, what you're working with, you know, how old the account is, all the things, what units you happen to have. You know, you fight a boss that really demands a single target, you know, assassin of you, right? And maybe you don't have a good single target assassin, right? So you're having to use some real, you know, scuffed shit in place of it. They might be good units. You might be using like Gilgamesh or something. Like, wow, Gilgamesh is such a strong servant. What do you mean you had to use command spells? But the fight doesn't call for Gilgamesh. The fight calls for a fucking, you know, single target assassin, right? He's an AoE archer, right? So there's like no shit you're gonna have to, you know, bust out some stronger supports or bust out command spells or whatever, right? It's all relative to what the account is. That's why though, like it's funny, this account is supposed to be about me like talking about what I'm doing and why, but we're not far, right now we're so early in the game, I'm not making any decisions right now, right? There's no leveling decisions. The only decision I've talked about is the fact that I don't really need to level Lubu because I have Hercules. But if I didn't have Hercules, I would abso-fucking-lutely level Lubu, right? That's like the only decision we've really made. But you know, as time goes on, I'll talk about that stuff more. But a big part of this account is I'm gonna make it, the goal is to, you know, level up stuff as I go and be smart about what I level up so I don't have giant holes in my roster. I'm trying to show people you can level up servants you like and servants, you know, gold servants and stuff, but then fill in your gaps with things like, you know, the silvers that are logical, and that way you don't ever get into a situation where you don't have anything, because that's what screws people, is they get to a boss fight. Okay, I think there's two things that screw people. Well, probably more, but these are two big things that screw people. It's people that only level their golds, and then they have massive holes in their roster, right? And so like they just don't have a good single target assassin, right? Or they don't have a good support and things like that. You know, they just have really big holes in the roster because they're not leveling stuff. So like, yeah, I have Hercules. You know, I don't need as many Berserkers now, but I still going to want things like David, George, and 100 phase Coup, right? I don't have things to replace those slots. And the other thing is people that can't break down a fight and understand what you're even supposed to do, right? That really screws people over a lot. Like a lot of people fight Demeter and they can't actualize and they can't realize like what is this a fight where you need to be fast? Is this a fight where you need to be slow? Is it a fight where you just need really good value per unit? Is it a mix of these things, right? Is it an anti-debuff fight? Is it it's like being able to figure out what's actually being promoted in the fight is really important. And I will say Demeter is kind of tough. And the first couple times I did Demeter, I was pretty confused, and I wasn't doing the fight properly. And I was, it took me a minute to actually figure out what's really promoted there, right? Demeter's harder than normal though, I'll say that. But yeah, I think that screws people over a lot is they don't round out their roster and they have really big gaps in it. And then when they're on a boss, they don't actually, they're not able to recognize what options they have that are actually abnormally good here. I think that happens a lot. But that's not an insult, that's fine. I mean, that's just something you have to learn and get better at. But some people don't even try to get better at it. Which, if you don't want to get better at it, you don't want to get better at the game, that's fine. But then you probably are going to get stuck on things when you don't have story supports and things like that. And I think it's fine to, if you want to just play your game casually, just level whatever the fuck, have holes in your roster, not be good at the boss fights, not figure things out, not learn, that's fine. That's totally fine, no problem. But then don't complain when they make fights like Demeter that you don't have story supports and stuff. Don't complain, it's your fault, right? And yeah, if you get stuck and you gotta use command spells, that's fine, that's what they're there for, no biggie. I just don't like the people that bitch. When they go to YouTube comments and stuff and they act like there's something wrong with the game, that they made a boss like that. Like, oh, how, it's like, how dare they make a boss like this, because I'm struggling, right? I unfortunately see that mindset more than I would like, and I really don't like that mindset. I think that's very unhealthy for the game, and it's just silly. Like, it's fine, you don't have to take the game super seriously, nothing wrong with that. But if you don't take the game super seriously, that's what command spells are for. Command spells are pretty much there for people that just want to see the story and play through it and have fun, right? That's what they're there for, right? And so they give you that option, so it's like, you got nothing to complain about when they do stuff like Demeter or even Shimosa, right? Yeah. The thing about Shimosa, it's not about gameplay balance. That's not what I complain about. Shimosa is just annoying because you don't have, they're cutting your fun, right? Because you have to use Masashi. She has to be in the front row, and she's not useful for most of the fights. I don't mind the boss being balanced around that. It's just that my team comp options are smaller now, right? Especially because she has to be in the front row. That's the main thing. If you can put her in the back row, fine. Being forced to put a story support in the front row is kind of obnoxious unless the fight is balanced around it really well, which the Masashi ones aren't, right? That's the thing, the Masashi ones aren't. So it's just like, yeah, you have way less options for like a team than you normally would, and that's not really enjoyable. I actually like Masashi in the Tomoe fight because it's so easy to get her killed there. So she's not sitting around, eating up, cards in your deck and stuff like that. So I actually prefer that one because it's just the easiest thing. The only time, yeah, that can happen, like Arjuna just said, is you get unlucky and she still doesn't die, because then she's doing nothing and she's eating up your deck, right? Because then she can't do any damage at all because she's being counterclassed, so then she's just not dying. Yeah, that's annoying, and that's why we're glad they added Chen Gong to the game, so you can, take care of business. What the hell is this node? I think a lot of people use Switch Mystico to get rid of her, but a lot of budget teams can't really afford that. They need to bring a more because if you're bringing the Switch Mystico and you're not benefiting from the Switch, you're just getting a stun and an attack up. That's not enough, and if you're doing like a really budgety team or you're really new to the game or whatever, that's holding it back a lot. I'm gonna BRB 1 second. I need to grab water, and I'm gonna grab like a snack real quick. Gotta hydrate, I'm back. I've been streaming for 3 hours? What the fudge? Man, that's a good example of time flying. That really snuck up on me there. Also, can Orleans die? Like, or just get to the boss? I just want to get to the bosses, and I want to... Like, honestly, if I could figure out... Oh, God, this is 5 waves. If I could, like, know ahead of time when a stage is just filler bullshit, I would just use my 80 Herc on it and get it over with, right? But I don't... Obviously, I don't want to do that for when we fight Vlad, Carmilla, you know, Dragon Fuck, and Jalter. Well, Jalter we see coming, obviously, but... I'm actually out of hot dog buns. Feels bad, man. Why would I ever use Game Pass for anything? God, the wiki is so much better. But I can't be bothered. I don't want to... Also, it's nice to be surprised on what the stats on the enemies are. Hard to get good value here. I'm just gonna kill this one, I guess. It's kind of cool that we're using Kojiro in the classic way. Working out though. Come on, Fergus. Get lucky and make a star. There you go. I don't use Game Pass for anything. Like, literally nothing. Why did I kill Mozart? He doesn't have his third skill. Like, I don't like Game Passes. Like, first of all, their tier list is laughably bad. I mean, it's so bad. It's just like it's really obvious it's made by people that don't play FGO very seriously, and they're just taking mainstream knowledge. They're like people that like play a lot of mobile games and they don't specifically play FGO and really test things and figure things out. It's obvious. It is so obvious that that's how the tier list is made. I find it completely pointless, and it's you know not even close to accurate to reality. Anyway, so yeah, their tier lists are a joke, and I think their page format for like the servants is awful. Where like the wiki is way better, like way better. But I don't use outside sources for FGO much at all because, one, I don't really need them, and two, like when I'm playing a new story, I don't want to have spoilers and stuff. So I don't use that stuff too often. Yeah, I definitely should have healed Kojiro. Like, I like figuring out boss gimmicks on my own. I don't want to get them from outside sources. Besides, they're wrong a lot of the times. A lot of times after I've beaten a boss, I go back and check things on the wiki and stuff, and sometimes they're wrong. Imagine if this game had proper tooltips. What kind of world would that be? I think the wiki though is so useful if you're new to the game and you're getting into JP, right? Because it's you know, it's easy to use. And you can just look at what the servants do and stuff. Like, oh, I'm using Kojiro right now. What's his skills do, right? Really easy to have it open on the side and kind of just reference that kind of thing. Huh. Wasn't exactly expecting that. Please tell me I have Ku in the back. Guys, I think our Kojiro's NP1. He's a 1-star, but I'm pretty sure he's NP. Yep, he's NP1. Okay, well. Also, we don't have his NP upgrade either. She's barely in Orleans, and she basically says nothing. And it's because, again, they were looking for excuses to not characterize the APOC characters because they hadn't read the APOC book. Alright, just don't kill Fergus this turn so we at least get his MP off. Something. Please tell me I put Ku in the back. Yeah, we might actually wipe. This is not good. I mean, we wouldn't lose because we have Hercules, but if we get down to Hercules, we could consider that a loss, so. But Ruler Artoria, I mean, she's pretty good. She has kind of a funny way that she can loop her NP, which is kind of surprising. She's good, nothing groundbreaking though. Oh, look, it's her music though. How about that timing? There's no point in invading anybody here. Huh. As for like character, I mean, she's a joke character, but they gave her a 3rd stage that's actually serious, which that's pretty nice. And it's actually really cool. And the playing cards are fun. I always like whole gambit thing. I just wish, I'm kind of disappointed in her 1st stage. She doesn't use the cards very much. She only has like 2 attacks where she uses the cards. I don't really, I guess they just couldn't be bothered to make more animations because there's a lot of wasted potential there. More card throwing, like shit. But yeah, she's good, nothing groundbreaking though. But she's a pretty decent ruler. Oh, thank God we have Ku. We're saved! Okay, so we can't use, we have to act like Hercules isn't here. And if we use him in any way, we pretty much lose, so it's pretty obvious that just Puma and Ku could clean up here. We don't need Hercules. Like, if this was just Ku and Puma, we would win. Because she's dead, he's got attack down, and crit down. Oh god, and we have guts though, it's fine. Like, even if that hit Ku, we would have been fine. And he only has 2, like, even if Ku had died there, like he didn't have guts, you know, and Puma was the only one left, he would kill it. Wow, Fergus is our first Bond 5. I guess he just takes less Bond than Hercules. We have used Fergus a lot, but we've used Hercules the most. He actually did a lot of damage to the Atalante cat face there at the end, even though he was being counterclassed. God, oh God, I can't wait for Camelot. Because, you know, we're not going to cheese it, so it's going to be a good time. That's a ways off, though. There's a lot of filler bullshit to get through, but... Actually, a lot more filler bullshit than I thought. I think we have to do Martha, and then I think it's Vlad and all them. I'm gonna level her a little bit, just a little bit, like level 10 or something. Man, little Gil would not be good there. You know, if I was like going balls to the wall, you could make it work, but if you're doing budget stuff, that would not be ideal. Although you could probably face, if you had like Mozart Robin, you do Robin's attack down, Mozart's NP down, little Gil does his NP. Gwain's NP would do like nothing to you. That would actually be kind of alright. I'll give her that one just to be efficient with the XP type. I kind of want to beat, I'm going to try to beat Gwain though by summoning the story support Bedivere. When was the last time they used Martha seriously in the story? Never? Yeah, she has almost no role in Orleans. Have they not ever really used her? Then maybe she will get it in 6 or 7. I think Boudica is pretty likely in 6. I think that's very likely. Yeah, Martha's in Orleans, but again, basically she does nothing. Yeah, back when Jalter was an actual character instead of an archetype. Jill's bad, man. Yeah, she still has the old animations. They actually have a different animation set, and their sprite isn't the same either. It's very similar. It's using the same base sprite. But there's some minor twinks. Her OG animations are just like the stock Lancer A1 animations. Yeah, her MP is obviously different. It's actually more lore accurate too. So I'm actually, well, yeah, I'm gonna go. I could clear this wave right now, but just in case we end up going for Fergus's NP, we'll do this. He's throwing anyway. I really should get Ku. It's really easy to ascend Ku. You just give him silver statues, right? And then you get protection from arrows. That would be pretty good. It has a longer cooldown, but still. I think both Joan of Arcs need animation updates. The default one's definitely better, but needs a little bit of help. The main issue with Jalter is just her sprite is so bad. Like, Jalter's sprite is really bad. I think it's actually one of the worst ones in the game. It's not as bad as Ushi's, but it's pretty bad. I literally put her in stage 1 just so, like, the cape hides how bad her body proportions are. And, oh, God. Oh, hi, Vlad. I was, not really expecting that. Okay, well, our team's kind of awkward. This is not good. We have a very bad lineup for this. Their health isn't too high though. I'm kind of surprised it's that low, to be honest. Nice, wow, nice turn, you scrubs. Good job. Give him the drill! Oof. I like how I'm trying to get Kuzin P off Vlad, but the last enemy's a Saber, so that's pretty pointless. Oh god. Okay, that was a bit closer than I thought. Probably should have done Buster Quick Art to be safe there, but you know, greed. It's fine. I wasn't gonna do any damage that turn. Never mind. Never mind. I like how he evaded, and I have triple Buster on Fergus. We have the Fergus special, and I can't I can't do anything. Wow, I could do attack. That's unfortunate. He knew. He fucking knew, man. We've been played. I'm trying to keep Ku alive. This would be a lot easier if I had protection from arrows. Okay, he has not done his NP interlude, so the charm chance is even lower. Man, his new animations are pretty nice, though. Okay. Wow, Fergus doesn't have his NP. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is so wasteful, but I mean, gotta try. Hit Fergus, but don't kill him. None of that Buster crit stuff. Will you stop? Dude, old FGO, they like didn't script when they would do evade and invulnerability. It's just random, right? So it's actually tougher sometimes because instead of doing it when they're low in health, they'll just do this shit and they're just spamming it. By the way, Ku doesn't have sure hit because day one FGO forgot what Bolg did. Oh boy. Wow, Dion's being pretty annoying here. I think I'm doing the Brave Chain, but the defense down from Bolg is nice. Bolg won't do much, but... NP2 Bolg and NP1... What was it? Calibulg or whatever the fuck it's called. Giant Drill. Giga Drill Break, there we go. I figured it out. I like how... oh, that was guarded too. Okay, Dion, I see... Oh, he's got the debuff resistance skill up. I should have just done the Brave Chain then. No! Okay, at least that wasn't the evade. This is fucked, man. Archer would be really nice right now. Oof. Guys, this will totally do something. She's got double debuff resistance, by the way. Yeah, David would have been good. Somebody resist the attack down. No. Well, nobody died. Very close to dying. Oh! Why do you have to make a liar out of me, Dion? Eh? It's style all over this kid. Watch these crits. God damn it. At least we got 8 crit. Yeah, at least Ku lived. Guys, there's our archer. Those gems are going to Ku, man. Maybe this is Sanson? I think you fight him a little bit later, I think. And we haven't fought Martha yet. I didn't think we fought Flat. Wait, did we already fight Martha? I think we may have already fought Martha and I just forgot. Yeah, we did. I'm pretty sure we did. This might be Sanson then. Okay, get the good book. Really wish we had Spartacus. I think we might use Caligula. Let me level him a little bit. What's the recommended level right now? 14. Okay, I'll try to stay in that range then. Oh, hold on. Come on, give me the good stuff. Okay. I don't see us using him over Medusa ever, unfortunately, but he's awesome. They did such a good job with him. They even got his cross, man. Like they did good. Okay, that's an okay CE. If I can MLB this thing, it's decent. Until we get Kodamine abs, steel training. I know, man. Where's the George? Damn, dude. Much oof. Much oof. Get that 20 attack, you know. Yeah, once we get George, he'll just suddenly be in the deck all the time. But he's making us wait, man. Do a little bit of inventory management before we go crazy. Okay, we either get 2 more of this or we randomly get a Kodamine still training. This might be worth using early game, and so is this one. The glove. This thing is so niche, but I don't mind having one copy of it. Don't turn up to XP bomb. Surely there's something I can give him worth a damn right now. He's level 4. We should slot Fuma then. Or Kojiro. Yeah, we'll do Kojiro. Man, our CEs are bad right now. Alright, don't even have red keys, man. What CE? Someone asking what does that do, but I don't know which CE you're talking about. The glove, if you're done with that one, you get a like 15% attack up for 3 turns or whatever. It's okay for like a back row unit, like if obviously Hercules is OP as fuck here, but you get like a Berserker in the back to clean up, you know, you can give it to them and they get a quick bit of damage at the end, stuff like that. It's not amazing when compared to, you know, higher rarity stuff, but oh boy, I wish we had George. Don't laugh. It makes sense. Like, if you're not giving the Buster up, he's gonna be there for like normal attacks. You do his Buster up with his 2 Buster cards, and you have Victor, you know, and Geronimo could, you know, do something. But obviously, it's better on Caligula. Oh, there's Sanson. I'm constantly upgrading my support list, like, you know, that way you don't randomly, you know, have a joke when you actually could have a decent one. Rawr. Why can't he have his voice lines from Lostbelt 5? Smash with the bonks. Cutting it a little close on that one. I like how they're archers and they have an arrow in their eye. It's like they were in a battle, you know, and the enemy archers were better than them, which is why they're level 12. Shout outs to having no Buster cards at all here. Guys, hold on. Let's be fair about this, right? We're in France. That means these are French archers, right? And if you do any research on like the 100 Years' War and stuff, like the French archers did not fare well against the English archers, right? And they hated the English longbow. So, you know, the English longbow was pretty OP, and it really needed a nerf at the time. So you gotta, you know, it's not their fault they got shot in the face, right? Like they were dealing with some OP shit there. Like the balance back then was not great. Dude, there's an anime that actually got the whole two-finger thing. And that was an unfortunate, like the way the deck was spread throughout those turns, that wasn't good. Alright, thankfully our back row though can probably deal with Sanson. Got 41k. Man, if we could get Caligula's NP, that'd be kind of cool. Although, I'm pretty sure its success chance is based on NP rank, and he's NP 1. So, you know. I almost want to save it until I could contribute to a Brave Chain. I could die here. We have Mash's defense up, we have the defense down. I guess we use it now. I like how he was like doing some crazy roar there and we cut him off. Then like a feral cat for a minute there. France wasn't free to play. They had a bunch of whales who had no idea how to play. That is, that's pretty accurate. That's my brother, by the way. But no, that's so accurate. Like all their stupid crap about like blue blood, night orders and everything. Everybody thinks the 100 Years' War was like even. It really wasn't. Like France got their asses kicked so hard until Henry V died of dysentery, and then England kind of just fought itself, and then France just reclaimed most of the territory that they lost. But they never conquered England in any way. And, you know, England won its independence, and for the entire bit with Henry V, France just got its ass kicked, even though they should have been winning. Like, I know I bring up Agincourt a lot, but, like, I can't stress this enough. The French should have won Agincourt easily. Like, it wasn't like it should, like, it wasn't just in their favor, it was omega in their favor. And they didn't just find a way to lose. They lost hard. They lost really fucking hard. And they lost Paris. Like this everybody ignores like how much they fucking threw in the 100 Years' War. Like it's crazy. They're really lucky Henry V died to dysentery, or I think they would have been pretty fucked. Sanson, please don't insta-kill the book. Sanson, you can read. I mean, the thing is, England was France. That's what people don't understand. England was France. It was originally like its sister country. That's why they spoke French, right? But then they got sick of you know, big bro France being a twat, and you know, like a lot of people don't really get that. Like that really was a war of independence, very much so for England, right? Because they used to basically just be owned by France, and they were just an extension of France. Much how like America or the States anyway were, you know, an extension of England at the time. Guys, Americans speak English. Oh man. It's like, I wonder why. Over time, and especially, you know, during the 100 Years' War and stuff, they started making English like their own language instead of just being, the common folk thing. Like that was like that was a big part of the Hundred Years' War, was England becoming its own nation, right, and not France's bitch. And then, obviously a lot of morality problems, but the British Empire, went on to be one of the most influential forces on planet Earth, right? Even today, they're overwhelmingly one of the most influential things on the world. They basically shaped modern society, and they're the reason for most of the state of the modern world. And a lot of negative there, right? That's not necessarily all positive. There's a lot of negative there, but it is what it is. Geronimo got this, boys. I actually like that animation right there. It's old, but still looks pretty cool. France did a lot too. I mean, ultimately through all the wars, because France and England were always fighting each other, and Europe in general was always fighting each other. But that allowed them to escalate their technology, right? War breeds innovation and all that. So they got really ahead of the world technologically, dramatically, and it was mostly because how much Europe beat the shit out of itself. So both France and, Europe, and then, even Spain and stuff, they ended up being very influential as the world developed. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that England was ultimately an extension of France for a long time. I think, at least a lot of, I'm sure English know that. I'd imagine that's something rather known in England, but around the world, I don't think that's a very known thing. All right, this is probably Carmilla. So much trash with these boss fights, man. Old FGO. Wow, we have to use Liz. Oh god. You know what? Hold on. I'm not having that. We're not gonna overlevel this or anything, but hold on. I'm not having that. I'll find some random level 10 or 15 trash on my main account that I can slot. We're not having this. Dragon Steak time. Oh, I get it, because Carmilla. I get it. They really didn't do much with that though in this story. I need to get my login bonus on my main account anyway. Alright, what are we working with here? Guys, this is crazy. I almost never replace my coup in the all slot for anything, but just so I can see all my servants, I'm gonna slot something over coup. Actually, I probably won't. I'll just look at them and then I'll slot them in the appropriate slot. Can't have coup moving now. Oh, we got... Oh! Oh boy. Well, this is about as close as I can get in terms of accurate level. Oh, I'm regretting a lot of things right now. We'll give him a really shitty CE because that's where we're at in the game right now. Although story supports get that decent one, we'll give him a 3-star one. Alright, here we go, boys. There we go. That's the good stuff right there. How do we even make a lineup here? Honestly, I think this lineup works again. Carmilla is so much cooler than Liz. MLBCE. Cheating. Come on, Caligula. You can do 3K. There you go. Man, when you're impressed with 3,000 damage off of 2 cards. Guys, look at that giant defense buff Benkei had, man. Barely took any damage. So good. Oh man, look, watch this NP game, chat. Yep. Clearly, top tier. It is funny that Benkei has an EX rank NP. Like, lore-wise, he's pretty decent, but my god, gameplay-wise, there's some problems. I maybe should have killed that Lancer instead. Thinking about trying to do the Benkei Brave Chain just for the NP gain, but it's not worth it. He's not gonna get his NP, no way. I don't know, maybe if we got lucky, maybe we would have gotten it. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not. Quick, stun everything. I think the stun chance is based on NP rank. Although he's... oh god, he's in D1. Never mind. I only got Carmilla, which means the skill seal was pointless though, and I should have done it next turn. But there's no way to know that. Oh god, those are riders. Oh god, those are riders. They're gonna murder my book. Dragons are well known for their dislike of literature. Heyo, Sabanero. So that's actually really useful. They can taunt the NP. I could have him live if I use the evade, but I don't think that's worth it. It's not like Benkei is gonna do much other than... I mean, taking the NP alone is good enough. Honestly, Benkei did okay here. He actually helped with the trash enough and bought us a little bit of time. And then eating an NP for us is fine. Obviously, George would have done that, but a lot better, but still. And her heal for 2000 actually matters at this level. Crap, she quick charged. It's kind of a mess. Crap, that did so much less. Oh no, I should have. Oh god, okay, that was a misplay. Overestimating my damage by so much. Carmilla, will you please fucking stop quick charging your NP? Oh, that's so tempting though. Oh, I gotta do it. It calls to me. Imagine if Caligula had his third skill right now. You fool! Rip Caligula died when he got his NP. Okay, we need to kill this rider. I swear, Mash has this, right? Nope. Geronimo with the cleanup. That bitch slap. Jesus. Come on, we need Nurse Rhymes in P. Well, that's it from Ash. Oh fuck, that means Hercules is here. That's cheating! Can't use him at all! Thank god I didn't get any cards. They have to keep track of the damage though. Like if it looks like him face tanking for us, wins it for us, we have to start over. I think we'd be fine though without him. Like I don't think there's any way Carmilla could do 4,000 damage to two things that counterclass or that have the defense up. And then no matter what, Nurture Rhyme will win next turn. So I don't think Hercules matters at all. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm really glad she didn't be Herc, so we gotta be legit. Because like, that's a big deal right there, that we take out one of our guys. Yeah, we still would've won. Hercules didn't do any attacks, he didn't face tank anything for us, he didn't do nothing. I think we win right here? Ooh, I'm glad we won right there, otherwise I'd been in doubt of if, you know, maybe if Carmilla triple crit, she would have killed us. Gotta avoid the Hercules, man. Yeah, I don't think we'll get to use Hercules for realsies for a while. I'd say it's fair to use him in Camelot, but I kind of want to not use him there. But we're mostly going to save him until we get like way farther in the game. We'll use him for event farming though, like oh boy. Okay, here we go. It's time. Alright, this is what we were setting up for earlier. Yeah, we might do something like that, like when we get to, because you know it's not hard to beat Q-Alter with like a Robin Hood Mozart setup. That's what we did on the 1 to 3 star account. So you know I don't got nothing to prove, so we might do that. See what happens. By the way, if we get a free 4-star ticket, I'm probably picking Hercules just because you know get him MP2 would be pretty cool. Like I say, I always use the free 4-star to make someone's MP rank higher opposed to getting somebody I don't have. I don't know, we'll see though. There's a lot of options because this account has like nothing, so everything's on the table. It's funny how much stronger Siegfried is now. He's got that Buster up, which helps him if the dragons are not, and then you got the upgraded NP. Like, it's a big deal. And if they are dragons, it's just even more stuff in your favor. I just realized how loud that song is. I don't know, people complain about Hercules being overhyped so much that maybe they think Hercules really does need a buff. I don't know. Let's see. I like that hand. Nice. Didn't think he was gonna kill it. Stop critting. Honestly, you could probably buff Hercules' NP and it wouldn't be that big of a deal because you don't NP that often because you're normally too busy pressing the red cards. Dude, I told so many people back in the day that Siegfried was so worth it because it's like, you know, he's actually pretty useful early game anyway, and then he just gets so good later on. And you know, yeah, he's not the best 4-star in the game by any means, but he's really damn good. And he's just, I mean, it's awesome. And like, if you like Siegfried, you know, he's good enough that it's pretty cool. Now, if you don't like Siegfried, you know, it's like, yeah, you don't need to level him. There's plenty of other 4-stars you could go with, but you know, he works really well. The whole St. George Siegfried thing, that's not just a meme. Like, it really works out pretty well. Do I NP this, or do I save it for the big boy? I guess we'll try to save it for the big boy. It's a little risky though. These guys can throw out some decent damage. I do wish our Kojiro was at least in P2. That's a big damage boost. We'll get it in no time though. Especially if there's an event that really gives you FP. Like some events really pump out the FP. That's gonna really help with getting our bronzes. Yeah, him getting all his skills really fast is good. Now, obviously a new player though, they won't have his upgraded third skill. So, you know, they're not gonna have that buster up right away and things like that. But yeah, it's still good. Alright. All that glow effect, man. Is green. I wouldn't say I'm using whatever I get. I'm not going to use Merlin and Waver, but I mean, I'm going to use stuff that I like. I'm playing this like an actual account that I would actually play the game. You know, I naturally am going to handicap myself some. So I don't want to overlevel things. I don't want to use Merlin for everything and that kind of stuff. But you know, I'm going to level things because I like them, and I'm going to level things because they're good. You know. Yeah, I miss it being greenish too, and I also miss it actually being a semicircle. Like it's supposed to be. Although it's actually able to be fired both ways. It doesn't have to be fired like a semicircle, but it's kind of lame that they changed that to just be more like the anime. Siegfried's character model is definitely better now, though. Although they definitely didn't give it a lot of animated frames. You know, he's definitely one of those ones where they don't put that much effort into it. Not a lot, like, you know, a lot less stiff movements and stuff. You don't redraw the sprite that often. Well, we messed him up. That's funny. That's like the most health that a boss has had up to this point, I think, in the entire game. And then, you know, him being able... Like, I think for people that first ran into this was pretty wild, like, way back in the day. Because, you know, back when this first came out, there was no way to level quickly and stuff. You know, most people were pretty low level. And I think this is the first boss that has normal attacks that are AoE, right? And if you're running around with a bunch of low levels and stuff, you're not really ready for that. That'll mess you up. I think I remember seeing some old forum posts of people, you know, having a hard time here and being like, oh yeah, Kojiro's good because you can actually get him and he's an assassin and, you know, he'll help out a lot. Yeah, back then there was no leveling units quickly. That was not a thing. And your supports, yeah, thank you, 7 Deadly Sins. I really need to kill my notifications on that. I like barely play 7 Deadly Sins, man. They have like some event going on right now where you can like, you get a chance of getting Merlin like every day or something. And I don't really care about Merlin that much in that game. I swear I have my notifications off, but I clearly do not. 100-day gift, boys! Well, that went pretty smooth. Oh god, he's not dead. No, don't kill everybody, you bastard. Don't, no, okay. Boy, he still would have won, but it'd been so lame if our Dragon Slayers just died on the last turn. I don't mind Merlin and 7 Deadly Sins, she's just kind of whatever. Yeah, for the old school days, that boss has a lot more health. See, even on NA, it wasn't very hard, because NA, it was so easy to level day one. Like, they had a lot of the advantages, their quality of life updates. They could level up really fast, really easy. Oh man, we're getting close to the end. It might look weird, but I know he's gonna die, so. God, there's so many things I want to grail. I'm not sure how we're gonna do it. I mean, I'm quite sure we're gonna grail a lot of things to 80 and 90 instead of grailing things to 100. I'm not sure how we're gonna do it. Dude, like Saber Kojiro, man. I wish that had happened so bad. It's fine, you can use the same sprite and stuff as the assassin one, just like they did in the story. Just give us the assassin, you know, art, I mean the Saber art. You know, make him like a 2-star Saber or something. We'll probably grail Hercules at least to 90. But if anything goes to 100, we might be him just because we kind of want to show off how ridiculous he can be. We'll see, we got time. And hell, we get a grail from the event right now. Nice damage, nerd. Yeah, that QP is almost unnecessary though, because we're free to play. You know, we're not gonna be leveling that many golds. At least not quickly. So it's kind of unnecessary, but I'll take it. You know, no one complains about free QP. Gotta slog our way through all these like soldiers defending the castle, but I'm pretty sure they're zombie soldiers. I doubt he'll do 13k, but yeah, not at all. Zombie ABC, yeah. Wow, okay, well, I could have killed 2 there. Should've done the attack up from the Mystic Code. I thought about it, I just thought, 40%. Kinda random. See, this is where like old FGO really messes up. I think it's fine to have like one stage where you're fighting like the guards on the way to Jalter, right? But they make you do it like 4 times or some nonsense. And then like, you know, you can give it some gimmicks, right? Make it, you know, like the one stage where you fight the soldiers, make it, you know, a bit more than just generic, you know, fighting trash mobs, you know. And that's kind of how Lostbelt 5 is, they kind of spice things up like that. And you hardly fight trash in Lostbelt 5. I'll take that hero proof though. I'll shut the hell up and just give me more hero proofs. Yeah, never mind, chat. If all these trash stages, if they all drop hero proofs, they can throw as many at them as I want. Could you throw like 80 more of them at me, game, real quick? Just, you know. Take it all back. See, Fergus doesn't actually bond anymore. He's already bond 5, so... Who else does it really matter on? I mean, it matters on a lot of people, so I don't even know where to start, to be honest. I can actually get some of her buffs pretty early on. If bringing Liz guaranteed that I'd get a hero-proof drop, I would bring her. Yeah, I'd fight 80 zombies for 80 hero proofs. I'm down for that. I'm still excited to see, though, whatever our first 5-star happens to be. I don't know, I'm tempted to just always roll story on this account. It's just, the randomness could get pretty awesome. Like, you know, that does kind of warp the account in that we get a lot of story lock stuff that most players would never get, right? But, I mean, that's kind of the fun of it. Good chat. You see, I'm left-handed, Rue4. Wait, what's wrong with being left-handed? What even brought this on? One is caster, coup. The zombies are left-handed. That's probably because they're mirroring their sprite. A lot of times nowadays, when they design baddies, they design them as being on the enemy side of the field, and so their sprites aren't mirrored like that. But day 1 FGO was dumb as fuck, and I bet you when they designed these soldiers, without even thinking about it, they designed them as though they'd be on the right side of the screen, like a player character, and they were like, wait, but they're enemies, and they're gonna be on the other side of the screen. And so when we mirror this image, it's going to be wrong, right? Like, that's how dumb day 1 FGO was, right? They don't do that kind of stuff anymore, but I definitely think they did that day 1. Yeah, some people, you know, superstition in the olden days was pretty real. And yeah, sometimes people thought the left hand was like unholy. So I'd like to point out that there's two guys here, right? You got two boys. One has got a shield and a straight sword, and the other one has no shield but a long sword, right? So you would think the one with the shield and the sword would be tankier, and the one with no shield and a straight sword you would think would be, you know, do more damage but have less health, but that's not the case. The one with the shield is more motivated? Clearly. Although it might have a lower attack stat and a lower health stat, and at which point I don't even know what to say. I actually hope this guy lives so we get to see. I didn't pay attention to who was doing more damage. No, don't kill it! Fuck! Well, we'll never know. I blame the 3 of a kind bonus. That's why the extra attack did so much damage. And see, now they're all using two-handed swords here, so this is gonna be glorious. Shame we don't have our third skill. We could refund a lot if we did. Feels good, man. Alright, I think the final node in this is Caster Gilia. So yeah, okay, we got one more, then it's Jalter, then it's him, I think. Pretty sure. This was like dragon nonsense. Oh my god, she has dragons! Imagine if our ley line was like limit broken. Man, day 1 FGO goes up to Septum. That's I just remember being so unsatisfied on an A when it's like, yep, Septum. It's like that's where we stop. Like yeah, because that was a good story, right? God, we have to do that next. I'll be glad when that's over. I might even, I don't know. I might do some of it off stream, like this filler stuff. I'll try to do the boss fights on stream, but I just want to get through Septum. It's so boring, dude. It's awful. And then, I will say, Oceanus has a lot of boring shit in it too, but at least the ending's good, right? And one, the story's not a complete travesty like Septum, and then gameplay-wise, the end of Oceanus is actually pretty good. They're not over-leveling it. Probably not gonna kill. Close. Come on, give me that 40% crit. Come on. There you go. Just gotta ask. If Fuma doesn't do 1,000 damage here, this would be amazing. Come on, don't do it. No crit. Yes, perfect. Everybody gets NP. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think on NA, Oceanus got wrecked because, you know, it was so much easier to level up in NA. So while they were waiting between Septum and Oceanus, everyone just got to like level 80 and shit, right? They were just way over leveled, so it was a joke. But you're supposed to be like level 40 for Oceanus, and if you are in that level range, it's pretty good, I think. Like, there's a lot of filler. There's a lot of fucking filler, and that's not great. I'm not a fan of that at all. But yeah, overall, I think, like, you know, the Hector's pretty tough. A lot of people didn't even have a saber back then. And then you get. Why am I attacking that one? I should attack the other one. Anyway, and then the Demon Pillar's pretty tough. The Septum is just. Ugh. It's just such lazy Nero wank. It's all tell, don't show, which is very backwards. I mean, everyone I love Nero, like literally everyone. Woo! I'll take that NP game. Alright, we got it. Too bad everyone's NP1 though. Slight issue. Oh, we can get Fuma's costume from the event right now. That's awesome. I'm down for that. Yeah, FB1, Kojiro, and Fuma, man. Yeah, we won't get to use it for a while, but the assassins I'm thinking about leveling right off the bat is 100 face is top priority. She's just too good. 100 face, then maybe Fuma and Kojiro, honestly. Kojiro's not like the best assassin, but I like him a lot, and he does scale well with Grail, so if we do Grail, he'll get the job done. Like, you know, I do think there's other, you know, budget assassins that are better than Kojiro, especially if you don't Grail them. But he's good enough. And honestly, I think he gets some people that are only a bit better than him. If you Grail both of them, Kojiro becomes better than them. Like, he does scale with Grails better than most people. Or at least most low stars, anyway. I don't know why I did that combo. It'll work, but... Yeah, we get to use Grails, we get to use Mash. We actually, if we randomly get, you know, 4 and 5, because I like how the fucking, the 1 to 3 star account, you know, it has K-Scope, Imaginary Element, Forma Craft, Origin Bullet, the Caneth CE. Like, it has all that nonsense, like, but it can't use any of it. It's so stupid, dude. Wow, we don't fight Jalter yet. It's a whole chapter, it's, okay. I don't know what the hell we're fighting right now. Like, Shadow Servants, maybe? I don't know. I'm gonna level Ku just a little bit. He's after Jalter. He's like the final boss, which is actually kind of funny. Unless my memory is just crazy warped. Looking at, we're at skill gym wise here. Yeah, I kind of figured that one was going to be low. Alright. Where's George when you need him? Maybe we do fight him now, and then you fight him again later? I don't know. You fight him twice, right? I guess so. I didn't remember that at all, but I mean, I haven't done this in some time, so. Last time I did this was on the 1 to 3 star account. Why didn't I use this turn to get NP gain? What am I doing? You could have gotten a lot of Ushi NP gain there. That was not, no. We're not berserkers. We don't do that see red press red stuff here. Please don't kill it, Ku. Just like get it low, but don't kill it. You have no crit chance, so that's good. Should be fine here. There you go. Honestly, Finn, there's like no way to know because they're so fucking random. Like, I mean, look at the 4th and 3rd year anniversary. Their picks were so ridiculous. I mean, they buffed Ushi, Ku, Curse Arm, right? It's like, what? Like, it's just... I couldn't even begin to predict anything. You know, there's a few that I think are kind of likely because they're kind of popular and they kind of need it. You know, that kind of stuff seems... Like, that seems more likely than the buffing stuff that truly needs it. Like, they want it to be stuff people are kind of excited for, I guess. But yeah, honestly, I don't know, because there's just... Their logic isn't so insane that I couldn't I just... They've blown my mind the last few round of buffs where I'm just like, okay, sure. I will say this, anniversaries, they basically always buff every rarity. That's like, I think they've done that every single anniversary where they buff some silvers, some bronze, and some golds. They kind of want to, you know, make everybody happy. So at least we have that to look forward to. And honestly, there's just so many units that need buffs. And what I'm pissed about is, okay, normally they, well actually always, they buff a bunch of units on the anniversary. And then I think it's around September-ish, kind of give or take a bit, they normally do a round of buffs then as well. And then in between those two times, they'll throw, you know, they'll do a round of interludes, you know, here and there, and sometimes a few units get buffed with interludes, and sometimes units get buffed as part of an event. But this year, they didn't do those buffs in September. They just skipped them. It's like normally we have anniversary, and then later on we have another big round of strengthening quests, where this time, we're probably going to get a round of strengthening quests on the anniversary, and then not again until the anniversary. So we've gotten way less than normal, which that sucks, and especially because there's so many units that need to be buffed right now. That it's kind of frustrating. I feel like no matter what they buff, because no matter what, it's not like they're going to buff nothing but the units that need it. They always are going to buff popular waifus and stuff. Like, that's always how it is. Every time I see a round of buffs, there's always a chunk of, like, popular waifus that don't really even need it that much. And then, like, maybe one or two units that actually need it, and then some other units that is just, like, random whatever the fuck. Like, that's generally how they do, which is kind of dumb. But so with the anniversary, it's like, I'm expecting maybe one or two units that actually deserve it, and then a bunch of stupid shit that doesn't. And, I mean, the Anniversary 5 Servant could be, you know, it could be, you know, Captain Nero even, it could be, you know, just about, it could be, I mean, hell, it could, I don't think so, but it could be Muramasa, but I doubt it. I think he's gonna be with Lostbelt 6. Or Nemo, excuse me, Captain Nemo. I like how I said that, and then now immediately chat's gonna say what I just said, every time. But yeah, that could be that one. It could also just be some random ass waifu we've never heard of. And it also could be someone they're gonna use to hype up one of the stories coming up, right? Like, they did that with Masashi, right? They added Masashi for New Year's, and it was before Epic of Remnant started, but they kind of were hinting at it, right? So they could do something like that. But like, we don't know enough about Lostbelt 6 to really know what that would end up being. But I guess it could be Muramasa, but I think they'll save him for the actual thing. This fits Bluebeard really well, right? And Caster Nero is so good. Like, she does not need a buff at all. Man, she's doing that much damage? And she doesn't have her... What the fuck? She doesn't have Charisma, she doesn't have her Quick Up buff yet. She doesn't have her upgraded NP, and she's like, what, NP2? Jesus, man. I'm to this day, I am surprised how much they buffed Ushi, because she basically does what she needs to do right out of the box. Right, she's a good caster killer, right? And then they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna give her an upgraded NP. Oh, and then we're gonna give her a quick up that last 3 turns to go with that attack up the last 3 turns she already has. It's like, oh, okay. But yeah, she's pretty good. NP2 showing its stuff there. I mean, I don't ever throw money at this game, so don't look at me. I did once for Edmund. That Edmund, actually, but, and how many chapters is this? This surely is the one with Jalter and stuff. Yeah, this is so it's probably this, then Jalter, then Gilius again. Okay. I'm having to resist the urge. Like, it's so easy for me not to level up characters and over level. It's easy for me to stay on level. I always play games that way, even if I've like never played them before. But I have such an urge to just level up Ku and give him protection from arrows because I like Ku a lot and everything. And that's actually how I was in my original playthrough. He was like the one character that I over leveled a little bit. Not a lot, but I did over level my Ku a bit because I wanted his skills like right away and stuff. So I would always prioritize like doing things that would get him the skill mats that he needed and stuff. But he's my favorite character. I feel like you're kind of supposed to do that for at least you know, 1 or 2 characters that you like. It's pretty normal. I consider, if the only time you spend money is on GSSR, I consider that free to play, you know. Because that's not gambling. That's like, you know, almost everyone does it. Then, although I will say this account probably won't do the GSSR. I don't know. We'll see. But I don't really see the need to do it. And you know, saving money's nice. I like how Phantom has given himself double defense down. 10 out of 10 voice acting, by the way. I like how he keeps trying. He tried to charm Ku 3 times. Champ, that's not a girl, right? I know he's got like the longer hair, but bro, if it didn't work the first time, it's not working the other 2 times. Do it for chat's entertainment? Yeah, I guess. We'll see. If chat really wants me to do it, I'll probably do it. I pretty much cave every time chat's like, oh my god, just do the GSSR and see what you get, then I normally will, but we'll see. I don't want to do GSSR in 80 accounts, right? That's not financially viable, so... or responsible, never mind viable, it's not responsible. That worked out. God, that looks so painful, dude. Getting smacked by a phone pole or light pole or whatever. I really do like his pole animations, but his sword is much cooler, so I end up using the sword. But I do like the animations a lot for the pole. Chat doesn't need to donate for GSSR. If I'm gonna do it, I can do it. It's not that expensive, like it really isn't. It's just, you know, it's not even about it being the expense, because it's really just not that expensive, because JP lowered the price, right? It's actually pretty cheap. It's just the fact that if I don't really want a lot of 5 stars, what's the point, right? Like, it's not a matter of it being too expensive, it's just a matter of, you know, a lot of the 5 stars I don't care about. So, it's like, why bother? Although, if I get a 5-star I don't want, I can just burn them for Anniversary Blonde, and then you basically did the GSSR to get an Anniversary Blonde, which, you know, I'm okay with that too. Oh, hi Hercules, who, I swear to God, he's literally in every fucking story. Like, God, he's in, I forgot he's in Orleans. They use him so many times, dude. But never, like, seriously, right? It's always, like, just throwaway perk, cause reasons, and then he never gets to actually be a character. It's really lame. I should have done the attack buff just to see the damage. I think he's in more than 3 singularities, because I mean he's even in one of the Lostbelts. I think he might be in an Epic of Remnant too. Yeah, they've used him a lot. Okay, he's Bond 5 on the next one, and then the real grind starts. I like how Fergus was our first Bond 5. It's been pretty useful though. He's also in Oceanus. And yeah, he's technically in Argartha. Forgot about that. It's kind of obvious though. Okay, here we go. I want George. Oh my god, I want George. Oh, I thought this gave you 5% attack. I'm wrong. It gives you 4% attack. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I kind of have to bring Hercules just for the bond. It's gonna be hard to win without using the last slot, though. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Can't blame you for forgetting about Argartha. Yeah, it's I was promised cringy bad hentai, and it was actually exposition the story, right? And then repeating, oh god, I can't believe Fergus is like this as a kid, and I work out every day, and I'm scared around women, right? It's like that. It was just that over and over again. It's like, okay, well, it's such a bad story, dude. 50k on a ruler. Oh boy, that is a noticeable step up. Like, dude, the amount of exposition in Argartha, it's just like, who wrote this? It's so bad. Maybe I should have matched his art card there. Big damn, boys, big damn. Yeah, it's funny. Jalter shares animations with like Proto-Ku and Ku and stuff from day one. Okay, this isn't doing too bad. You could stop critting though. Ooh. That was a buster. FGO capture the flag, yeah. I don't mind her in P, but other than that, her animations aren't great. It's actually more lore accurate too. Also, I don't think they use that laugh. I don't think they use that laugh she just did in her normal animations. I feel like I should say that for Caligula. He's only NP1 for God's sakes. Oh yeah, Mash can actually bust a bitch's lip up because she's not doing half damage. I forgot about that. I kind of forgot about that NP animation. I kind of did not remember that one. Okay, we kind of need somebody to die so we can like get Caligula in here. Get him. Come on, triple crit. Too bad we don't have a buster card, but you know. There you go. There you go. See? Easy. Did like no damage, but you know. We're so tanky though, man. I could have done Jalter's NP, so I mean, regular Joan of Arc's NP like so many times by now if I wanted to. I didn't think Kojiro was gonna be our DPS here. I really didn't. But it's kind of going that way. Oh, I'll take a crit there. Yeah, I'll take those. Bucket. Put that NP. Mad Deeps? That's unfortunate. Alright, Kojiro will get his NP from Jalter attacking him. Hey, Jin. I wish they had stats like Epic 7 does at the end of a stage, and you could see how much healing, you know, tanking, like how much damage they took, how much damage they did. I'd be really curious to see how much damage Kojiro has done, because he also did a lot of damage to the dragons, so this is gonna be his second NP. Man, there's Caligula's deck's being too spread out. I probably should have given that attack up to Kojiro and just done a chain. And Caligula had one buster card in the first hand, one buster card in the second hand. He's gonna have one buster card in the third hand. That's like the last. That's not what you want at all. Damn it! I wanted to at least get one more out of him. See, if Hercules was like not an over-leveled unit, I think we'd still be fine. But because we can't use Hercules, I think we're in trouble. Come on, Fergus. RNG. You bitch! I was about to use her NP! What are you doing? Okay. So what's funny is I think we actually might win if we didn't even have a unit in the 6th spot, because Fergus could bust her chain twice in a row here, and I think that would win. Like, you know, buster chains are no joke. I'm pretty sure, and he probably wouldn't die in one turn. So I'm pretty sure we would have won if we had no unit there. Because yeah, that would have gotten her really low. That was the buster chain. Okay, he would have died. He would have died. That was a lot of damage. Although obviously she's doing double damage to Hercules, but I think he would have died. She triple attacked. So we win, but I feel like we have to reset, right? Like I think the thing is, if Hercules had just been literally anything, I think we still would have won, right? If that had just been like Ku and I had Guts there, and she did that, she would not have been able to kill Ku or Ushi and Fergus, and she would have killed one of them. Whichever one is left, I think would have killed her with the Brave Chain. But I kind of feel like we're cheating. Well, what do you want, chat? We're wasting FP if we restart, but you know that was kind of weird. But so I'll leave it to chat. Do we restart or do we just take it? Yeah, I don't think there's any way she could have killed both units, especially if it was Ku. Like if it was Ku and he had Guts, there's just no way she would have killed both. She could have killed one, but no way she would have killed both. Don't reset, eat it, take it, nah, screw it. Okay, we'll just go. That's way more. Because I really think if that had been Ku, which is probably what I would have gone with otherwise, that we would have won. Unless we don't win here, then we definitely, we're going to lose anyway, but then we would have been super fucked. Nah, he didn't see me. That's extra attack's going to do quite a bit overkill. Actually, it wasn't that much overkill. There we go. Totally deserved, man. You really carried. Good job, Herc. That was kind of wild how quickly she killed Herc, though, because you know, obviously we didn't use any of his skills and stuff, but Fergus, the new savior of France, I know, right? We have such a long way to go with Hercules, though. Like, that's just the start. Like, the grind doesn't even start until you get Bond 5. Yeah, wow, his Bond 6 is 232k. Bond 7 is 450. I'm sorry, 240k. I don't know what I'm saying. Then 270k and 309 and 410. That's a lot, man. He needs 1 point. He basically needs 1.5 million Bond. That's a big yikes. We don't need Bond 10 Herc though for part 1 at all. And honestly, a lot of the stuff in Epica Remnant and stuff, you don't really need the Bond CE either. Oh, it's so worth it. And like, you know, I gotta put some in the back row. A lot of times when you're farming, it's not like you need units in the back row anyway. So I mean, and of course we're putting him in the back. It is kind of daunting though at the start. It's like, holy shit. We don't have much in the way of rider options right now. Actually, we don't need him in the back because he already has Bond 5. Dad Bluebeard. Yeah, this is actually from Tales of Vesperia. It's one of the city themes. Yeah, getting Bond CE's actual stats, that'd be nice. Even if it was just like 400, good enough for me, man. Like, shit. $63K. That's a lot of health at this point in the game, at least relative to a lot of the other stuff. The Jalter fight's much harder though because of the ads and her being a ruler and everything. Like that's much harder. That was actually real. That fight I actually was trying, right? I was having to actually try there. That's like the first fight where that happened. I guess Vlad a little bit. I was really hoping for a lucky crit there. Get that NP gain. If you could kill Caligula, sir, that would be nice. Gives me NP on death. Whatever. I guess Caligula lives. Lawler, not a ruler. They did not care for Herc though. I think he can triple buster. I think. Like she was not having it. Oh, now you crit. Well, that's it for our boy. Getting Ushi'd. Yeah, he did smack Jana a lot. Oh man, we got a gold caster statue. Look out, world. I don't know how much SQ we're gonna have, but yeah, like I said, we'll do a good chunk of 30 rolls early on just to build up some CEs. I might have to roll a bit more than I like just because, holy crap, our luck with CEs has been bad. Like, we haven't gotten anything, really. Out of all the accounts I've ever played, this is probably the account that's had the worst luck when it comes to CEs. But I got NP2 nursery rhyme, so that's pretty nice. In the long run, we'll definitely have use of that. More grails. Oh yeah, that's right, they give us these. I'm gonna have to actually do free quests some too, because we already have a huge backlog of free quests. Oh god. Why is that the thing that literally give me anything but that. I take it back what I said about Serenity earlier. You can just give me another Serenity, it's fine. It's fine. That's the original voice actress for MASH, by the way. Actually, I thought she did a good job as MASH, voice acting wise. Kind of sad that they replaced her just because she got sick. That is so... There's so many good 4-star CEs, and you give me that. I mean, it has some niche use, I will say, but not a lot. Hey, Fury. Caster coup, caster coup, caster coup, yeah! You just gotta ask, boys. Just like that. Damn, that's a huge help, man. Because even at NP2, you get a decent damage spike, and then once you get his upgraded NP, that's pretty nice. That's good. That's good. That CE is okay early game if you MLB it, but I feel like we'll get better things by the time we MLB it. Okay, vastly inferior to Formal Craft because Formal Craft, you do a lot more damage if you just do an art card or if the art card crits. That one only really pays every time you crit. So every time you don't crit, it's going into debt compared to Formal Craft. But it's still good, right? I think it's definitely inferior to Formal Craft. I'd much rather have that, but it's still fine for now. Because you're not going to crit often enough to have it actually outpace Formal Crafts generally. And then Formal Craft also gives you the better NP gain. Coup. Well, it's technically coup, so This is not the one we're leveling right now. Probably level them eventually, but regular QMP ranks would be a lot better. That is a worthless CE right there. How much you asked for, indeed. Yeah, I didn't specify which one. Yeah, it's NP3 Protoku, I think. Actually, it might even be NP4. Wow, we've gotten. I think we've gotten Medusa more than anything. I think she's like. I think she's our first NP. Oh no, I think she's tied with Protoku. I think she's tied with Protoku because I think they're both NP3. Okay, that's good. Just need 2 more of those, and then it's actually worth a damn. Medusa's probably. Oh, that's so good. There we go. That is super fucking good. It's not quite as good as the Canis CE, but it's still good. That's super, super good. I'm really glad they added that CE because it basically doubled your odds of getting the Canis CE. Because yeah, it's not quite as good, but it's basically the same thing. It gives evade for 3 hits. The drawback is it has split stats. It also gives you damage cut. It gives you damage cut, which is nice. But yeah, the Canis CE is definitely better. Well, it depends. Honestly, I think this one actually is better for supports because supports don't need any damage whatsoever. And damage cut is actually nice for them. Unless you're dealing with Pierce Invulnerability. I'm sorry, Sure Hit, because then obviously the Canis CE is Invulnerability, and that's much better. But you know, most things don't have Sure Hit or Pierce Invulnerability. And so this is basically the Canis CE, except instead of the flat damage up, it's damage cut. Yeah, this is great. I was really hoping we'd either get this or the Canis CE. I honestly don't care which. They're both really good. And especially like great late game and great early game, right? It just makes somebody way tankier. Like hell, we could slap that on our Herc, and that's gonna make him really tanky. So there's a million and one ways we can use that. Yeah, sadly we don't get the ticket, so we even though you can still do the turn in, we don't have the ticket, so that is unfortunate. Trying to think of some of the early CEs I want to that are trash because there's plenty of trash ones. If it's better to get mana prisms or to use them to level, we'll see. No rush, because we already have plenty of really crappy CEs. Dude, that was so worth it getting that. That's exactly what I'm talking about, though. You want to get, you know, just something like, you know, the one we just got. I have no idea what that CE is called, but that or the Canis CE or, you know, K-Scope, Imaginary Element, which is not just a 4-star. It's easy to get. You know, there's just, you know, there's a lot of, you know, just basic CEs you can randomly get that are really going to help you out. You know, different CEs help you in different ways, but just getting a couple of basic stuff like that is really going to help your account out. Like Imaginary Element would have also been a huge help. And we'll get that eventually for sure. Yeah, oh wow, okay, so yeah, Medusa's NP3 and Protoku's NP3, so there are our top ones right now. Maybe we do level some Protoku, because I like him anyway, and there are plenty of fights that he's good. I don't know, we're gonna need to level Leonidas though, that's kind of a must. Basking under the sunlight, yeah, I have no idea it was called that. Super happy about that caster too, because even if we don't ever get him like way higher than that anytime soon, once we get his NP upgrade, you know, and he gets the bonus damage and he gives himself the Buster up with that and just the NP2 multiplier, a lot of times that's going to be good enough to get him to do what we need him to do. So that's really good. Probably gonna level Medusa on this account too. I like Medusa and she's pretty good and she'll help with farming. Ushi's the #1 priority. It's probably gonna be Ushi, Alexander, and then maybe Medusa. I don't know, maybe we do Medusa over Alexander. We'll see. I don't know, I think Alexander, you don't need him for a while, but there are gonna be times where that buff removal is huge. And by the time we get to Lostbelt 5 and stuff, that's just, that's a big deal. Yeah, and for Caster Coup, it's actually more because he also gives himself that Buster up. So the NP2 upgraded, as you say, is equals if NP5 non-upgraded, but then also because of the Buster up, he'll give himself, it's even further, beyond, if you will, Q Goku yelling. I cannot believe Kojiro is still NP1 though. I don't know how that happened. I've always liked Medusa. She's always been one of my favorite Fate Tonight people. Obviously Ku though and Kojiro, you know, that's the top dogs, but still she's pretty cool. I mean, honestly, Kojiro might have only been NP1, but he did pretty good. Like he helped us plenty there. Arash is NP2. Here we go. I'm so happy about that CE though. Like that or Caneth, I was like, either way. That's good shit right there. And this is okay. I'm not going to use this in the formal craft is going to replace the hell out of this, but you know, in the meantime, it's okay. It's kind of worse early game though because there's no way we're doing crit setups right now. Like that's not a thing. Like that really is not a thing. So like you're really only getting the art up out of it, and at that, you know, it's not that much art up on its own. Oh yeah, Gil is like tied for my favorite, him and Ku. I'm not even sure this is really worth leveling, because I really doubt we're gonna use it that much. Especially because of its team costs. I mean, hell, I take a MLB blue-black key over this thing, really, just because of the team cost. And there's really no way we're gonna capitalize on the crit damage of it. I'll be glad if we get Origin Bullet too. Origin Bullet's pretty nice. I'm gonna go ahead and start MLBing this. I don't think I'm gonna have use of 2 copies of it. I don't think they were ever worth it to begin with. Victor of the Moon and Another Ending. I don't think either of them have ever been worth it. Even when they were first added, it's like, unless you crit basically every turn, they're not worth it, right? Because all the times you do Buster and Art cards and they don't crit, you would have been better off with Limit Over Zero or Formal Craft, right? So I don't think they've ever been worth it. I think Victor from the Moon is a bit better because sometimes it's not about consistent damage, it's about burst damage. And Buster crits already are big burst damage, and if you've got that CE, it's really big burst damage. You know, and then, you know, it's got the extra 400 attack. You know, that adds up. That kind of helps deal with the whole difference between it and Limit Over Zero. Where Formal Craft, I think, shits on the Another Ending because it's not just about the attack stat and the amount of art up and all that. It's about art up equaling NP gain, right? Where Buster up doesn't get that. So the extra art up from Formal Craft translates to more NP gain. That is just much, much better than the extra crit damage. It's just not even close. So I think ultimately both of those CEs are a bit shit from the get-go, and I think a lot of people just don't think of the math about, oh yeah, wait, I'm not actually critting all the time. But I do think Victor from the Moon is a bit better, just because just due to the way Buster cards works, it kind of synergizes better. I would say Formal Craft is better for Lancelot unless you have a team comp that's literally critting just all the time. Because again, all the times you don't crit, also your NP can't crit. You know, Formal Craft is doing more for your NP, and that's the same for Limit Over Zero. It's doing more for your NP because those can't crit anyway. And then NP gain is really important on Lancelot, and so the higher, you know, art up is going to help with that more. You know, they're both fine though. It's like if you have Lancelot, you are going to crit a lot. Like, you know, let's be real. So Another Ending is good for him. It's not bad. I don't think out of the 4 CEs, I don't think any of them are bad. I just don't think Victor from the Moon and Another Ending, I don't think either of them are that good. It's weird. There's those CEs that I see people like drooling over all the time, and I'm just like, it's really not that great. I feel like Septum is far enough into the game that I can do this. And even if this is overkill, I don't care because Septum sucks. Lancelot's either critting or he's dead. Yeah, if he's on the field, he's pretty much critting. It's really easy to crit with that boy. I won't level him up to 40 unless I need him for the event, or until we get to Oceanus, but we'll keep him at 30 for now. This song is from Witch Hunter Robin. It's Robin's theme from Witch Hunter Robin, basically. I like how he's our first legit Ascension. You know, we used the freebie one on Herc. Dude, Witch Hunter Robin has such nice art. It's hand-drawn. There's no computer animation at all. I think it might be some like random, maybe CGI randomly or something. I don't remember, but it's all hand-drawn. And ooh, there we go. It's not quite as good as Spartacus, but that'll have uses. But yeah, that's a show that the art has aged really well. It still looks just awesome. Well, hand-drawn stuff is timeless. Is pretty much, in my opinion. Oh man, Cuphead. They put so much work into that game, dude. I have so much respect for that. Because they didn't phone it in at all. Like, they didn't just hand draw all the sprites and stuff. I mean, and they put so many frames. That's the thing. A lot of times when you hand draw like that, you skip over a lot of frames and stuff. They put in so many like filler frames and stuff, and it just looks so good. Like, they put so much effort into that game. When you compare that to FGO, it's kind of sad sometimes, dude. Especially that new welfare we just got, where they put so little work into her sprite work, and then you look at Cuphead, where it's just like gorgeous. No, I haven't seen a Cuphead coup meme. I'm guessing it has to do with protection from arrows, though, due to that game being a bullet hell. Okay, so next time we stream, we'll do Septum. I'm gonna wrap up this stream doing a little bit. I'm gonna farm this off stream, but I want to catch up on like the main quests and stuff, because I'll do those on stream. And then once I'm doing like the boring, repetitive, bullshit, then I'll just do that off stream. But we'll do a little bit more before we wrap up. But I am gonna wrap up soon. Dude, time has just flown by. I can't believe how late it is. I cannot believe how late it is. All right, what are we doing here? I think I guess we'll just summon a story support. She's so strong though in this event that I don't think we can really lose, even if we're like trying to not go overboard. I gotta bring Herc just because I want the bond. I'm trying to not cheese everything with him, but yeah, I need the bond. Oh yeah, we have this now. I am so excited for Camelot. I just can't wait. Although I'm really wanting to get Mozart and Robin before that. Yeah, and George. I can't believe we don't have George yet. We don't have Chin yet either. We have Gareth. I actually could make use of Gareth, to be honest. We're probably going to focus on like Ku and Leonidas. But like if someone else, it's not like you have to focus on Ku and Leonidas. You could be like, oh, I'll do Proto Ku and Gareth. That's fine. Or you could do like, I mean, Deermud's a bit, further back. But yeah, you could do Deermud and Leonidas or Deermud and Ku. There's a lot of options for that kind of thing. And I think Hector's pretty legit now too. He is AoE, but I think he's still pretty legit. Double Fergus. He's got the vest though. Lol, she comes with the free evade. Oh, that's the CE, I think. I actually wouldn't mind getting Summer Musashi on A account just because the whole gun sword thing is hilarious. And I just find it funny how she is so hyped for America when the game is so not. Gotta do a lot of damage here just to, I'm doing better on her, but, you know, Fergus mirror match, you know. I should have attacked Fergus. What am I doing? The melee attacks that are randomly shooting gunshots are just, it's hilarious. I just wish you could have her stage 3 in P with, I don't even know what stage this is. Whatever stage, the guns, whatever stage has the guns, right? With the stage 3 in P, that'd be way better. But you can't do that. Oh, this is 2 waves. Crap. I just like blew my load there and okay, well, we gotta kill Mev right away. You can't suffer a witch to live, right? So gotta get that the hell out of here. Like if somebody died to Frankenstein, that's no big deal. But if you know, we can't have Mev killing nobody. None of that. This NP though. So, if I ever get this unit and I use her in a video, I'm going to record that voice line, and anytime she says the other voice line in a video, I'm editing it out. I'm just saying. Aside from when like the comedic effect would work, which would occasionally would be the case, but I would want to edit in the stage 3 NP, but there's really no way to do that smoothly. It wouldn't really work. I just wrecked my music playlist for no reason. Whoops. Closed the wrong tab there. Okay. I fixed it. I have no idea what the stage is because they're not giving me any information. Feels bad. I mean, there's so much English in this game. Like, there's way too much to list. There's loads. The Katoki has a lot. Actually, Katoki has loads of English. And lots of random attack lines and skill activations are English. I mean, even Billy has lots of English. Although Billy's English is way better than most. Holy crap. Although a lot of that's because Billy is saying very simplistic things like, you know, okay. It's kind of hard to fuck that up. Oh, there's English right there. There you go. See what I'm saying? It's fucking everywhere. Big damn. Man, she just does so much damage here, it's like easy. There's nothing. That camera angle was so weird, it made the sprites look like super warped. That was a mess. That's like the, right, that's the best fucking animation right there. Like you hear like a million gunshots. That's just hilarious. Liz, yeah, Liz has some. I mean, like I said, it's so common that it's kind of hard. It's you get so used to it too, you don't even notice a lot of it unless it's like really extreme, like Musashi's NP. I think everyone is gonna notice that one. I don't remember whose costume that is. I think we unlock the one that costs 2 million QP soon. That one we have to take seriously. I'm not risking losing 2 million QP for memes. I'll bring like fucking Mordred to that, cause I think it's you fight Lancers or something. Vague memory from last time. We really should upgrade Kojiro. At least just ascend him, right? You don't have to level him, just get him to 20 and ascend him. The main thing that stops me from throwing tickets at Musashi, just because, you know, I save my SQ, but I throw tickets around wherever the fuck, just for random spooks. The thing that stops me from wanting to throw them at Musashi is the fact that I don't like any of the 4 stars that are rated up, really. Like, I don't like hate them, but I would never use them, so that would be kind of lame. And the CEs aren't good either. Feels so good to have protection from arrows, but it feels so bad having it on a 7-turn cooldown. Like, holy crap. Yeah, that could be better. He's going big right now. Whoops. So weird having the default Mystico not heal for 3,000. But soon enough. Yeah, honestly, if you make a game out of pointing it out every time someone speaks English, it's almost non-stop. Like, it's so common. Assuming you're fighting servants, obviously. If you're not mixing up the cast, then you're... You know, trash mobs don't speak English, believe it or not. I like how they're just refusing to hit Ku. I want to at least do the 2 million QP one, although I might be out of my mind. Maybe that's later in the event, but it should be around now. Might be after this stage. Oh god, you have to... Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to level her for this event, because I think one of the missions requires you to get her to, 60. Ku just insta-deaths Nobu. Wow, that's pretty rare. I'll take it, though. That's a face. That's chat sometimes, dude. You know what you did. Kinda sucks when I don't get the sound effects for these. It's tied to the music. So if you have your music off, you don't get it. Oh, tank Nobu. Well, that's nothing fancy. Now you're just bullying tank Nobu. Didn't we just fight them? Our level 1 isn't going to do so good here. This actually might be a wee bit of a problem. Yeah, yes, game. I know how break bars work. Although, you know what? I bet you this tutorial kicks in just the first time you encounter break bars. Like, if it was Epic of Remnant, it would do it then. If it was, you know, in an event, it would do it. So I think this just happens anytime the first time you encounter these break bars. It's probably not bad to tell people. Oh, this hand is tight. She's so worthless right now because she's level 1. Wow, they're not liking Masashi much. Just gonna yeet that out of here. That break bar thing came to me like 4 times up 50. Well, yeah, there might be some time. I bet you the first time your account runs into it, it does it, and then it probably does do it in Epic of Remnant. Like, no matter what. Wow, I should have done her guts. I thought I could wait 1 turn to do guts. I don't even know what to say about that. They attacked her so many times in a row. Why couldn't they kill Hokusai, dude? Bert got this. Although he kind of just did a bunch of damage into the void because of the break bar. That didn't really matter. I shouldn't have given Hokusai that CE. It's gonna take forever for her to die. And she's just taking my cards. I mean, look at this. She's just taking my cards, man. Brutal. So yeah, never seen this NP, so it's slowing. It's got to do the load thing. This is such a ridiculous NP. Summer events aren't joke events, though, guys. Some guy on Reddit said so. I cannot believe Hokusai is still alive. She's level 1. That CE made it difficult. Let's not wipe to Blackbeard's NP. Oh, now you crit. I'm a little worried. Lol, that can't kill you. Summer servers aren't serious, what? Well, Queen Anne's revenge, excuse me. Queen Anne's revenge. Also English. You dick. You know what? He gets NP'd for that. Little bit of overkill. And we need to get Herc 1k foed. Really adds up. Alright, I'll take those gold statues. They're so worthless later in the game, but early on they're pretty handy. You have a million things to level up at the start. It is funny, like on my main account, I have nothing to level, right? But, you know, very rarely I have something to level. Where on an ult, it's like, you have all the 1 to 3 stars and whatever random golds you're getting from time to time. Alright, do we have the 2 million one? Maybe we don't. I thought that was now, but maybe there's some missions I need to do that I haven't done or something. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. So yeah, if you lose 2 million QP. So I am not going easy on this one at all. Just gonna beat the shit out of this one. No need for the event CE, I don't think. How to kill somebody. Alright, not a whole lot this account can do to support her at all. We have Shakespeare, I suppose. We need him to not die in 2 seconds, though. Wish I had somebody with taunt, like, you know, St. George, right? And then you give him Battle of Kemlan, you know, that'd be great. I don't remember what this stage is, but I suspect this will work. Oh yeah, we do have Leonidas. You're right. I forgot. Damn it. That would have been good. Well, Nash has NP battery, although she has like fuck all NP battery, but man, it took me so long to get Mordred in P5, and I had to pick her as my free 5-star, but it was so worth it. Oh, they're so dead. They better have some fucked up gimmicks or they're so dead. Okay, Stargen down. It's not a big deal. That's such a cool animation right there. You son of a bitch! I see what's going on here. Well, we might be able to fuck him up anyway. I want to make sure Fionn dies, because if he gets low in health, I bet you he... I bet you he evades, so he needs to die right now. I could, if I put all the attacks into Proto-Q, I could go past protection from arrows. Yeah, I can see Canis doing well here. This isn't a stage that I would really make a video out of though, just because I don't want to lose the QP. Although my main account has so much QP, I don't care. Like I just did 118k on a crit, that was kind of unnecessary. I should have had her attack Protoku, though he might have cast it again, I don't know. Oh, I see what he did there. It's MP on attack sometimes. Please don't insta-death Mordred, that would be so bad. Yeah, that protection from arrows really fucked us up. I think Hercules could handle this if that happened, but woo! That bastard, dude! He was going for it. What a shit, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty sure our back row would still have won, but that would have been really annoying. Okay, no, he doesn't always picture. Oh my god, he already has his NP again. What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? It's because he has 3 actions per turn, so... Dude, he knows! He fucking knows, dude! This is the shit I'd be doing if I was playing him. Good thing his insta-death chance is garbage. I should have killed Ku first. Even if Fionn had evaded at low health, that would not have been a big deal. Watch him cast protection from arrows now. No. I wonder if he only does it the one time. Well, sadly for him, he's Omega dead now. Didn't get to use Hercules. No crit. Feels bad. Yeah, but no, Fionn doesn't have insta-death though, and he evade only lasts 1 turn instead of, you know, multi-turns till he attacks 3 times, so. It would have been really fucked up if that was Fate Stay Night Ku that done his interlude, because then he would have had sure hit and a higher insta-death chance. He buffed Ku's insta-death chance when he buffed his NP. Because inherently it's not very good. Okay, we'll go until like the stuff is done, and then when it's down to farming again, we'll wow, we've actually gotten to the point where we're not in like over gauge XP. It's because a lot of these event stages are terrible, like AP to XP ratios and stuff. The Canis has guts though, so you know. I have no idea what the stage even is. Whoops. Man, it's only level 5, damn. It's sad how little I can use CEs just because our team cost isn't high enough yet. I don't have red black key. Guys, this music, and then you've got like Fate Zero, right? And like a totally serious event. Yeah, Proto made that a bit of a pain. Should have brought a CE to let me turn 1 NP. It would have been a lot better. Oh, that's a Sphinx. It is funny though, it feels like a completely different game when I'm playing an event and I can like do whatever I want, as opposed to when I'm like, you know, not over leveling in the main story. It's kind of funny. I guess she's just chowing down in the middle of battle here. Honestly, the loss of the HP just doesn't matter. Like, it's a Berserker, it's not gonna do much anyway. The Guts is so much better than the health, so it's like, it's not a big deal. Like, she has Evade and Guts. Like, that's enough to make a Berserker, you know, really tanky for like what they need to do. Like, it's easy enough for her to live long enough to do what she's there for. Because like the Guts and the Evade are like guaranteed to buy you a few turns. That's really all you need. Like, the health is like, who cares? Like on a Berserker, it's all irrelevant generally. Like, you know, your health bar normally would buy you Berserker at least 1 turn, right? Maybe, but I'll take that trade. So. I have a lot of these to do, man. That's fine though. Like get them done now. Gonna have to level her soon. I said literally day 1 that her deterrent wasn't a problem at all. Like, and it's just clearly not. It's like, if she didn't have Guts and Evade, then sure, but she does. It's so much better than the health, and then she loops really well and does good damage. I do think she kind of needs an upgraded NP, just so she can really push the boundaries when it comes to, like, you know, being big AoE, you know, Berserker stuff. Like, she does good damage as is. It's just, I'm really hoping... Normally, I don't like those stages where they're like, oh yeah, you know, you win just after a few turns, but due to the state of this account, I'm good if we don't have to actually beat this one. Illusion XP, is that the name? What's up? Alright, still got her NP. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this reeks of one of those stages where you win after a few turns. Wow. I can do Pierce and Vulnerability, and she has defense down, and we're still doing 0 damage. Oh, that's annoying. That's damage reduction, I would imagine, and not defense. They don't want you doing jack there. Ongra could do damage though, I'm not even kidding. If you use Ongra here, he would ignore all that and he would still do damage. But like, even if you min-max Ongra like crazy, the most damage you're probably gonna get, like, you know, NP5, you know, Grail to 100, all that crazy shit. You know, 50, 60k is about the best you can do in like a miracle turn. I guess she just NP drained us there. Showtime! Showtime! Yeah, you could use dots too, that's true. I'm assuming you don't have enough turns though to get too much done. You could honestly, I bet you if you really tried and you were a whale and you had all the, or just, you just got the right stuff, you could probably break the first health bar. Yeah, I think this is enough turns that you could probably find a stupid way to get through 440. Yeah, you have 3 turns. That would be tough. 340 in 3 turns. That's tough. I thought you might have like 5 turns, but yeah, 3 turns. You'd be really pushing it there. That'd be very, very tough to do. You probably have to use command spells and like reset or like wait a day to get the command spells back again. You basically need to be constantly using like dot NPs like what's her name? Salami. I know that's not her name, but it's like Waver, Edmund, that kind of thing, and the command codes. That because yeah, 340 takes a second to get to. That'd be tough. Yeah, you could do goes and yang stuff. I don't think they're quite as good as double Salami, although they're not going to get their 3rd skill off. But if you're using command spells, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. Also depends on your command codes. The nice thing about double Salami is it works with Waver and Edmund, right? Guessing that one requires us to buy one of the tickets. Either that or we have to wait. It's always funny when you unlock a mission and you've already beaten it. Yeah, I don't think we can buy these yet. Alright, are we back to farming? Yeah, I think we're back to farming. Okay, I think we'll wrap up there. That was a crazy long stream. But I had so much fun, and I'm so looking forward to more of this account. I'll try to play this account some on the side while I'm not streaming, though, catch up on farming a bit. Try to keep as much farming off stream as possible, but yeah, it's funny, on my main accounts, I barely have to farm, right? I always say, people are always saying FGO is 90% farming. But for me, it's just not. Because, I've already farmed up what I need, so I just focus on the fun stuff. However, on a new account, there's a lot of farming. Because we have a million things to level right now, so, Alright, let's raid somebody. That's crazy how time flew today, though. That was wild. I always say, like, if you're not having time to play both, just play the one you want to play, and then if you at some point you have more spare time, then play the other one when something cool's going on, right? There's no rush. It's like people feel so bad when they're like not playing an account, but it's not a big deal. It really isn't. It's like, oh, you missed out on some CEs and command codes, whatever. It don't matter. And then if they had, if they had a new main story and you want to use your favorite units, then just do that from time to time, And I put accounts on the back burner all the time. Like I'm not playing NA right now and stuff like that. Let's raid Cairo. He's playing more Legend of Zelda. Let's watch him get shot by lightning again. That game does look kind of fun. From what I've seen of Breath of the Wild, it's like there's a lot of like fun that you can have in the sandbox and just messing around with enemies and stuff. There just isn't enough enemy variety. That's like the main thing I see with that game. It's like you're just fighting those goblin guys all the time. Like they added like a nice chunk of extra enemies. I think it would be better. But I haven't actually played the game, so. But guys, thanks a whole lot for hanging out. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, and we'll get through Septum, hopefully. Fucking hate that place.